Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Part 4 1287 Chapter 17. Chains Madara's Student. Disclaimer: Naruto and its characters are owned by Masashi Kishimoto. Happy Story Anniversary Day. It's been a year since I first posted this story and I never expected it to be as popular as it is now. First off, lots more Naruto in this chapter than last. We'll also be visiting from one of my favorite Naruto movies. Enjoy. Chains in a Megacure. Ryu Yokaze, Naruto Uzumaki, was making his way towards Pain's tower in the center of the village. He had been walking non-stop ever since he defeated Itachi Uchiha, the spy and traitor amongst the Akatsuki and the fallen heir of the Uchiha clan. Naruto promptly faced and defeated Itachi with minimal effort and placed him under the effects of his eyes. Though Naruto had discovered a weakness within his eyes' powers and would have to discover the limits of their capabilities. Those who possess Mangekyo Sharingan can resist its effects, though Naruto could rectify that by channeling even more power into his eyes. However, Itachi had left a nice parting gift for the blonde in the form of a diagonal scar running from the ear and ending near Naruto's Adam's apple. That makes only 2 times that a permanent mark has ever been placed onto the blonde. The first time was when Sasuke killed him with his Chidori that left a scar upon his chest. That scar forever would serve as a reminder to him that only those close to you can truly harm you. That's why the blonde was so indifferent to allow anybody to close. They may just hurt him in the end, and the blonde had suffered enough in his life. But Naruto had to applaud Itachi for scarring him, as no one ever really possessed the power to do such a thing. At least such a thing that Naruto couldn't heal from. Even he had the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he never surmised that the eye itself could resist his powers. The Uchiha were surprising in many ways. He had healed Itachi of his injuries because the Sharingan-wielding blonde still had some uses for the older Uchiha brother, uses that Naruto was already planning to exploit. Things still needed to be manipulated into being. The villages need to be watched, as their parts to play in the grand scheme of things had yet to come. Every person, from man, woman, child and animal, had a part to play within Naruto's conspiracy. He had eyes and ears everywhere. His spies were numerous and his power near infinite. So long as nothing drastic happened to him, all the pieces will be falling into place and the world wouldn't even know what happened. Seeing Pain's tower getting closer and closer, Naruto inevitably took to the roofs, skirting across the buildings and jumping over each obstacle. The Akatsuki was basically in his pocket. The only one not adhering to his influence was Nagato, but still, dark intent always seeped into the hearts of the ones who least expected, and Naruto was nothing if not determined. Climbing higher and higher, Naruto could see the faces of the corpse of Yahiko and Konan, who looked strangely relieved. Naruto was a little baffled at what he saw. Was it a mirage? If it was, then such concepts as relief were beyond him. Konan could see the form of Ryu jumping from place to place like a frog upon lily pads. However, she frowned a little at what Nagato had in mind for him. She could sense that Ryu had swiftly apprehended Itachi and completed the mission to which he was assigned. She was recently told of it by Nagato just a few minutes ago. However, she spotted the scar upon Ryu's neck and knew that he was, of course, fine, since it wasn't bleeding, but she felt like she had to worry. More and more she was unraveling the secrets of Ryu Yokaze. She could feel that there was still good in him, compassion, kindness and a helping hand. The only thing blocking these things was his refusal to accept that such things existed or ever will exist. Finally he made it to the tower's highest level, where Naruto saw the faces of Pain and Konan. Walking in and shaking his form off any water that had rained upon him. Did he unseal the Shiromakiren and returned it to Konan, where she gratefully accepted it back and mouthed a thank you to the blonde shinobi with the blood-red eyes, who nodded at her thanks. "I take it that since your presence is here that Itachi has been dealt with," spoke Pain with his blank face at the young man who stared back at him with the Sharingan meeting Pain's Rinnegan. The words that were spoken between them that didn't require movement of the lips was all Nagato needed to know, that there was built-up aggression between the two of them and that it could be unleashed within a moment's notice with one false step. "Itachi is still alive, though he won't be a threat to the organization anymore," spoke Naruto as he removed his eyes from Nagato's piercing ringed ones. As Naruto stared into those eyes, he wondered slightly if he would also awaken the Rinnegan. He had all the requirements necessary, combining Senju and Uchiha cells together, But if Madara was unable to awaken it until he reached the end of his natural lifespan, what did that mean for Naruto? Of course he regarded the fact that he didn't need the Rinnegan, he could control the Gedo Mazo with just having Senju and Uchiha cells, though he required the Rinnegan to summon and use it. As of right now there were only 2 pairs of Rinnegan in the world. The ones Nagato has, Izuna's eyes, and the hidden pair in the shadows. So long as this complication has been dealt with, your mission is a success. You have at least some use to the organization after all. Spoke the Diva Path, and although Nagato wouldn't like to admit it, but he knew he couldn't have acquired an asset such as Yokazi if it weren't for the aid of Zetsu. Though he always got the cold feeling that Yokazi was after something, or to put events into place to suit his own needs. Although I do understand that you have been bunkered down with missions, Yokazi, I'm afraid I have another that serves the Akatsuki's purposes. Naruto and Konan looked at the corpse of Yahiko quizzically. As to what he was referring to meant one thing: it didn't involve money. Naruto merely stood there, not voicing any complaints or backlashes, although he found it tedious that he'd been working like a dog with mission after mission, some not even worth his time or effort. He never got to do anything well more suited for him. Whatever he did do outside the Akatsuki was of course only for his benefit, and to further his plans, and in case he couldn't attend to his plans himself, Zetsu always offered his aid, as the plant man was key to the success of his schemes. He didn't know what Nagato had in mind, but if it involved seeing the man face to face, then it must have been noteworthy enough to bring it up in conversation. Konan also got the feeling that whatever Nagato was planning, it involved her and her blonde partner. She had been getting this strange feeling whenever she saw Ryu. Behind that emotionless facade of his and that blank stare in his eyes, he was hiding something that he refused to accept. Something which he thought was really lost. Perhaps he didn't know about it, perhaps he merely thought it was an illusion. Whatever his thoughts, she knew it was buried deep, unlike Nagato, who was similar, but he only acknowledged that which caused him pain. Naruto denied its existence, and if he did, it meant that he was acknowledging his pain, to which he must think it's a weakness, and his pride rejected any sort of weakness. You have heard of the castle in Kusagakure that harbors the degenerate filth and the vile criminals of the world are sent to. Hizukyoho, Demon Lantern Castle, spoke Pain as he looked out onto the village, turning his eyes to the corners of his sockets, waiting Yokaze's response. Recently Nagato had received intel of a certain object that could further the Akatsuki's goals and ambitions. Needless to say, he was interested in the object, as anything that furthered his plans was beneficial to him and him alone, while bringing his ultimate goal closer. Hizukyo. The prison where vermin eat, shit and sleep all together. I don't see how worthless shinobi with little to no power would catch your eye, unless you wanted to experiment on them. If so, they could be worthy test subjects. I already have many experiments I want to conduct. It's not like anyone will miss them. It's not like they're wanted by the world. They're nobodies. Spoke Naruto, trying to deduce Nagato's train of thought. Nagato was one of the few people Naruto couldn't read like a book. It's as if he closed his pages a long time ago and refused to open them again. Just like himself. No. Contacts of mine have informed me that there is a certain box, buried under Hizukyo. The Gokuraku no Hako, Box of Paradise. It supposedly grants any wish to those who open it, with power such as that it could further the progress of our ultimate goal and bring the world to a state I wish it to be. This is your new mission. Retrieve the Gokuraku no Hako and bring it back to a Megacure. However, if you deem the box to be useless to our plans or possessing power that would be detrimental to our plan, destroy it. Kisame will be accompanying you, and Deidara will be overseeing your mission as its coordinator and will provide necessary escape for when the time is right. Spoke Pain as he turned his eyes back towards the village, and with those words the door behind the three of them opened up, revealing Kisame Hoshigaki and Deidara. Both seemed to prepared for the mission, possibly being told of it earlier, beforehand. Konan frowned a little at Nagato's words, as while he was speaking he hadn't mentioned her at all. She wondered what she would be doing while Naruto and the 2 other Akatsuki members would be doing. And what of me? Questioned Konan as she stared at Pain's back with her amber eyes washing over his form. What about you? I don't recall making mention of you while I was speaking to Yokaze. Spoke Pain, which made Konan look to the ground in obvious but still well hidden hurt. The way he also spoke to her, as if she wasn't important, also contributed to her now changed mood. Nagato had never spoken to her in such a way. That's why it hurt. They trusted and cared for each other more than anyone. It almost sounded as if she wasn't needed. She already felt like that before when she became an orphan. She didn't wish to be treated such a way now. As much as she would deny it, she emotional state was fragile after all. You will be staying within a megacure. I'm sure the taxing nature of your assignments have been a burden upon you both mind and body. You need to rest and recover your strength. Don't speak to her in such a way. Spoke Ryu, making Konan snapped her head towards him, and his eyes spoke the truth as though were narrowed a little towards the leader of the Akatsuki. I don't believe I was speaking to you. Yokaze. Spoke Pain as he turned to Ryu, where their eyes locked together, and spoke their hidden animosity for each other. Say as much as you want about the rest of us, it's not like we care. We're fueled by other motives, but don't treat her in such a way. Don't treat her as if she's a nobody, someone who wishes to achieve the same dream as you. Konan deserves just as much respect as any other agent of the Akatsuki. While she may not say it right now, she knows that she doesn't wish to be spoken to in such a way. Because she's my friend. Spoke Naruto with a noticeable sneer on his face. While Konan seemed to be enlightened at his words and also confirming them to be true, while also sporting a small smile at his words, especially, friend. You lack respect for your betters, Yokaze. Spoke Pain as his rippled eyes narrowed at the insolence of the blonde-haired man. I have respect. Just not for you. Spoke Ryu as he clenched his fist ready to attack the corpse in front of him. Konan is coming with me. Madara is not needed for the moment. His capabilities and uses are needed elsewhere. Konan will better serve the success of this mission. Her talents and abilities make her perfect for this assignment. And she's stronger than you know. Spoke Naruto, making a stand against Nagato. No one ever deserved to be treated as if they were nobody, like he was. The staring contest between the two was so condensed with aggression that the air itself was become dense and heavy. The antipathy the two had was so palpable that it was radiating off them like an aura. Madara took a step back a little at the heated stare-off, knowing that shit was about to hit the fan. Naruto had little respect for those who treated their closest friends in such a way. It's almost as if he encountered a similar situation long ago. It was foggy but there. Fine. Spat Pain as he turned his eyes away from the blonde. Do as you wish, just remove yourself from my presence, said the Rinnegan wielder as he turned his back on Naruto. It's not as if Nagato regarded Konan as useless. He was just trying to separate her from Ryu as he didn't approve of their closeness on an emotional and professional level. He wasn't blind to it. There were unspoken things between the two of them that neither couldn't see. With that said, Madara huffed a little and went to leave the village. Knowing he was no longer important in the mission, he along with Kisame were the first ones out of the room while Naruto took hold of Konan's hand and led her out. It was a gesture of comfort on his part as he was unaware and unknowing that she still needed some comfort from it all. She would never say it in Pain's presence, but she appreciated the fact that Naruto defended her. Before, her pride would never have allowed another to defend her honor, but was she changing for the better? Of course what Naruto said was not an insult to her. He was merely defending a friend from harm, as any other would do for their friends. On their way out of the village, Konan mouthed a small thank you to the blonde, which in return made him smile a little. And also not knowing that in her he had discovered something in her, something he was still unaware of. Naruto opened a portal which led to Kusagakure and explained his plan to his two compatriots, Kisame and Konan. Elsewhere in the Land of Fire. In the capital, Sakura had arrived and immediately she was settled in her room within Inze Hosoku's mansion. Sakura gasped when she first saw the mansion. It was large and spacious, probably fitting over 1,000 people. Her room was more than suitable, giving her a window with a gracious view and allowing the sun would creep through her window. She and Inze were currently going to a party that was being held in her honor for representing Konoha in the courts of the Land of Fire. It was to be at the Palace of the Dying Flame. There she would be introduced to the many nobles and bureaucrats of the Land of Fire and the courts. Though she will be by Inze's side the whole time, as she was quite nervous to be around such people of high social and political standing. She wondered at all if the daimyo would appear, but she shoved that back into her mind, believing that he might not show at all, probably doing the daimyo's duty of governing the country. She was at the moment wearing a flowery pink kimono that Inze had bought for her, as she didn't have much formal wear and she had her pink hair up in a ponytail. When they arrived, they were immediately greeted with a large vacant hall with tables of food from all around the province and other countries. Many people wearing only the most expensive and fashionable clothes were among them, with servants at the ready to cater to their needs and wipe their asses. Many people were already enthralled with the festivities and drinking the most aged and delicious wines and feasting upon small but delectable food. Sakura merely widened her eyes at the scene and was uncertain how to react to such commotion. There was jolly laughter and smile all around. "Stay close to me, these vultures will love nothing more than to get close to you, either in your good graces or between your legs," spoke Inze, making Sakura nodding at him, and confirming her suspicions that some of the nobles were sleazy perverts. That what she thought, seeing some of the prolonged stares and repugnant smiles. At the moment she had to regard everyone around her as her enemies. They might possibly have a knife hidden within their robes. She couldn't hold Inze's hand as he kept it tucked into his sleeves, and the action would most likely cause her hand to bleed because of all the sharp metal on his hands. This place is basically a battleground. If you're not careful, you'll be stabbed in the head. The amount of casualties in this place is pretty high. The conflicts of the courts have led many rich and successful men and women to lose everything within a snap of one's fingers. At the moment you have nothing to lose, but still, you will in time, therefore you'll be another soldier on the battleground. Soon a man dressed in an elaborate kimono appeared and greeted the two to his party. "Hosoku-san, pleasure to see again. I hope your trip to Konoha was a profitable one," said the noble before turning his eyes upon Sakura. "A profitable one indeed, and this amazing specimen must be Sakura Haruno. Welcome to my home," said the man, where he kissed the top of Sakura's hand, making her blush a little at his actions. "Your arrival has many of the nobles and diplomats here up in arms in high spirits, and I hope you enjoy yourself at my party. As you can see, we spared no expense, taken from the treasury itself. We have food, drink and entertainment from all over the 5 great nations, so if you find something that is suited to your needs, just let me know and I will see to it," said the man as he spread out his arms, gesturing to his party as the nobles and diplomats continued partying and their tedious activities. "And how many people can be fed with the amount of money used to fund this party?" spoke Inze as he narrowed his eyes at the man, while the noble sneered at the caramel-haired man. "Oh please Inze, not another of your lectures. The peasants will never revolt, they're weak and will never be nothing more than the trash they are," spoke the man as he waved off the warnings of his fellow diplomat. "You forget I happen to be one of the trash that crawled through the mud to get to where I am," replied Inze, to which the man nearly fake faulted. "Well, I guess some are just born lucky, I suppose." The noble then clapped his hands, where a young girl appeared holding a bowl of what appeared to be nuts. The noble plucked a nut from said bowl and chewed graciously on it. Until he remembered something, he didn't like nuts at the moment. "What is this poison, you stupid whore?" said the man as he slapped the girl, where she fell to the ground, where the bowl smashed against the ground and the nuts fell everywhere. "You can never get anything right. You're trash. And your family is trash. Perhaps I shall pay that sister of yours another visit," yelled the noble as he stomped his foot on the girl repeatedly to make sure his point got through. "Hey, stop it," yelled Sakura as she first noticed the abuse. Her heart wrenched from just seeing the despicable actions of the man who appeared nice. "Why should I? She is trash. Nothing more, but fine, my leg was getting tired anyway," said the host before leaving to tend to more of his guests. Sakura got down on the ground and helped the poor girl and lifted her up back onto her feet. "Are you okay?" questioned Sakura as she looked over the girl, who appeared to be no older than her. "Yes, I'm fine, Haruno-sama, bless you," said the girl as she bowed at Sakura, who was taken back by the gesture. Other than a few bruises to which Sakura healed, the girl was going to be fine. The girl then left to clean herself up, leaving Sakura with Inze. "You did a noble thing. No one here would have even noticed what was happening, as they're too busy caring for themselves than for others, and what you just saw is more than less a common occurrence," spoke Inze as he smiled down at Sakura. "I know, he would have done the same also, and that man, he probably wouldn't know what tired is if it smacked him in the face. It's not like rain pummeled his body while starving and contemplating whether or not you would see tomorrow, or the horror of waking up in nothing but blood." "Sorry, I was rambling again," spoke Sakura with clear disgust as she eyed at host, who was speaking to his guests and acting as if nothing happened. She couldn't just stand by and let others suffer. Her high moral standing as a medic would never allow it, and Naruto would have done the same thing, only she handled it better. Don't get too complacent, this war around us is not over yet, we're swimming with sharks and running with wolves. But if you're careful and watch your step, you'll walk out with both your arms. You can make enemies just as quickly as shinobi when within these halls, and if you cross the wrong people, you will pay for it, and dearly. Just do as I do and you will live until tomorrow," warned Inze as he stared out across the people. Some were even eyeing Sakura, and he could already guess as to what they were up to. Both the metal-clasped man and the pink-haired girl then felt a presence behind them. A ghastly one that seemed to breathe contempt to anyone within its presence. Inze growled a little at the feeling of presence and turned to see a rather ghoulish noble with dark clothes. She was tall as he was, and he never bothered to look her way for long. "Hello, Inze, rather nice. Get together, wouldn't you say?" questioned the noble as she drank some wine that was in her hand. "And whose bed have you whored your way into now? Is the sap still wanting what you gave him, or is he sobbing on the street from what you took from him?" spoke Inze with a scowl. Honestly, he never liked the parties he tended to. The people he would fraternize with were always such a bore to him. They would talk about their riches, food, family. They didn't give two shits about. Whatever the reason, Inze knew it wasn't going to be fun. But he was a high-ranking diplomat. He had to attend the parties lest his reputation be tarnished. Not that he cared in the least. "Come now, Inze, we're all friends here, or in the very least on Christmas card terms with one another. And this must be the beautiful flower you plucked from Konoha. Sakura Haruno, we heard so much about you, but I never expected a hidden village to have such a fine variety of beauty. Please, you must regale us with your adventures. I'm sure you're just bursting to tell us." Sakura meanwhile was taken back a little. How much did they know about her exactly? She had only been in the capital for a few hours, and to be quite honest, she was shaking like a newborn puppy without warmth from the nervousness of her surroundings. And she didn't consider her missions to be very eventful and awe-inspiring. "Well, mumbled Sakura before she saw another prepped-up woman coming from nowhere. Unlike the other one, his person looked more like a diplomat than a noble. "Come now, stop teasing the girl, you'll turn the poor thing scarlet, and besides, there will be plenty of time for her to talk about how exciting the life of a shinobi is, later," spoke the diplomat, making the noble woman pout a little before leaving on her way. The diplomat then turned back to Sakura, and the Konoha-kun no Ichi could see warmth in her eyes that rarely anybody else had around her. "But no, really, Haruno-sama, we are excited to have you here. I'm sure you'll be nothing but a positive influence upon the courts, and if you need any advice, come to me for anything. In fact, I have a son who is around your age. I'm sure I can set something up between the two of you," spoke the diplomat with those same warm eyes, and Sakura raised her eyebrows at the woman in confusion, where she then heard chuckling to her side to see Inze snickering a little. "You know that this ploy of yours never works. Besides, doesn't your son have certain interests? I'm sure he wouldn't be interested in Sakura here," spoke Inze with a small smile as the diplomat huffed a little and pouted ever so softly. "You see, there you go again, ruining the fun as always, and just because it hasn't worked till now doesn't mean it won't be successful in the future. It just depends on finding the right girl for him," spoke the diplomat, daydreaming about her future grandkids and her happy life. "Why don't you give him a sausage? I'm sure he would like that," chuckled Inze, where the diplomat lightheartedly slapped him on the shoulder and before chuckling herself before leaving to meet with some of her friends. "Who was that?" questioned Sakura as she looked at her escort confusedly. "A colleague of mine. We just so happen to have the same mind on all the troubles occurring within the Land of Fire. We've been working together for months now to quell the hostility, but it's been slow progress. But let's not think about that for the moment and try to enjoy ourselves," spoke Inze, where he walked about with Sakura in tow. So they enjoyed themselves for the time being. Well, at least tried to. They weren't like all the other nobles and diplomats. They did have some cups of sake and even some snacks on the side, but other than that it would be a long night for the two of them, and it didn't give them any signs of letting up either way. "Hosoku-sama," yelled a man with a bright orange kimono and walked up to the two of them, where he patted Inze on the shoulder, avoiding his hands, and by his side was a strawberry blonde woman around his age. "I don't know if you remember me, but we met during the crisis between the Land of Spring and the Land of Fire." "How could I forget?" said Inze with a smile, even though he was bullshitting through his teeth. He didn't remember the guy. I don't often intervene between countries and the civil problems and foreign heads of state. Wait, actually yes. It's pretty normal for me. You remind me a great deal of a young yellow-haired boy who saved my country, turning the land of snow into the land of spring. Spoke the man, remembering that certain boy rather fondly, and he spoke those exact same words when there was a party at the daimyo's. When the diplomats and nobles questioned, he said those same words. Exactly. He also didn't notice the pained expression on Sakura's face, who stayed quiet during the while greeting. Who is this man? Beloved, spoke the woman next to him with rudeness and with some disgust in her voice, probably not liking the party or the people she was around. I beg your pardon, Hosoku-sama. Darling, this is Inze Hosoku, the carnivore, and this is my lovely wife. Spoke the man in the orange kimono. Beloved, I need to speak with you right now about the horrible things those witches are saying, said the man's wife before storming off, leaving her quivering husband, who had a slightly scared expression on his face. Of course, please excuse me, Hosoku-sama. A pleasure to meet you again. Oh, and my brother is here. It's best if you don't mention ins or panties, said the noble, where he chased after his wife. Do you know who that is? Questioned Sakura as she turned to Inze. No clue. They were about to take a step backwards when a screeching voice echoed through the hall. Ah, Hosoku-sama. Inze didn't need to know who the voice belonged to while Sakura was checking her ears to see if they were bleeding. They both turned around to see a slightly plump woman and two, homely daughters standing directly behind them. Oh, Hosoku-sama, could you not have stopped my son before he fell into such depravities? He didn't actually become an assassin, that was just a rumor to elevate his status of fear. Spoke Inze as he dropped his head a little. He had already dealt with this family before and he wasn't up to doing it right now. An assassin I could deal with, but this whore he dallied with, she's insufferable. The horrors she's inflicted on our summer house in the name of decorating is an atrocity. Spoke the slightly plump woman, who looked as if she was going to faint, not that Inze would care or do anything about it. Allow me to express my deepest sympathies, milady, on the ruin of your summer home. Spoke Inze with dismal emotion and with a dreary facial expression. She filled the main room with, oh, my heart cannot say. I cannot bear to think of this any longer. Good day, Hosoku-sama. Spoke the woman, where she walked away with her homely daughters in tow, while Sakura just shook her head at the scene. Were all nobles like this? It was clear to say that Sakura and Inze were clearly not enjoying themselves, as most of the guests were birching about their problems or what their children did and who they slept with or who cheated who out of a game. It was all a tiresome affair of gossiping, that's all anybody did. My, I didn't think you would actually attend events such as these, and with this little dove of Konoha. This is quite unlike you, Inze, who spiked your drink, spoke a woman with blonde hair and a blue kimono. I was hoping it would be a shock, part of my plan to become the most talked about noble in the 5 great nations, spoke Inze with a smile and sarcasm which made Sakura giggle a little and the woman in the blue dress to chuckle at his antics. If I'm any judge, your scheme will succeed. What do you think of the party so far, my good friend? Spoke the woman. Just like any other party I've been to. An excuse to get drunk and sleep with anything that will respond to you. I can already see some affairs happening at the moment, said Inze as he looked around himself, confirming his suspicions. And yet I also get the feeling that everybody here is a moment away from tearing each other apart. Don't get between the ladies and nobles of the courts and their wine, and we shall certainly see bloodshed. And don't make eye contact either, they can sense fear, said the woman. We should probably go mingle a bit more, said Sakura, who was a little uplifted from the playful banter between Inze and the diplomat. And this must be the elegant dove you brought back from Konoha, said the woman. I can already see that men will be falling to their knees begging for her hand. With such exotic hair and gorgeous eyes, the men and women here would never have guessed that you came from Konoha. Thank you, said Sakura as she bowed a little. Word of advice, anybody in this place wearing black, white and or blue are your friends. Anybody else are drunken buffoons. Have fun, said the woman before she left to mingle with the crowd. And with that, Sakura and Inze left to enjoy the party some more, where the host brought out entertainment in the form of clowns and fire dancers. Everyone simply marveled at the spectacle, while also knowing it was expensive to bring in entertainment of such high class. Oh, Inze Hosoku. What a surprise! Drawled a young-looking noble who just happened to be Inze's arch-nemesis, Kenka. Inze's biggest rival, who had orangish-brown curly hair with a small stubble on his chin and wearing orange robes. The basic words that Inze would say about the man was, "Cunt." They were enemies out to kill each other. Both had large and powerful friends and allies within their pockets, but whenever Inze made a move, this man, by the name of Kenka, was sure to follow. I see your time with the common folk has done little to persuade you from retiring from the courts. And by Kenka's side was a young woman with oily black hair. "Kenka dear, introduce me to your delicious friend," spoke the girl, but what shocked Inze and Sakura was the fact that the girl had a man's voice. Like, no kidding, she literally sounded like a man, deep voice and all. Out of fear, both Inze and Sakura took a step back away from Kenka and his associate. "Kawaii, meet my greatest political rival and the man I hate most. A dirty peasant if there ever was one," spoke Kenka as he snarled at Inze, who merely brushed it off while Sakura was tightening her fist at the man. This got really awkward and tense at the same time. "So can we talk about something else?" whispered Sakura to Inze, who merely nodded at her. "Well, as much as I would love to stay and amuse you, Kenka, I would rather not stare at your pathetic face for much longer. The canapés are more interesting than this conversation, and I am simply annoyed at how everyone here is so upper class," spoke Inze, adding in the subtle insult to Kenka, who gritted his teeth at the metal-clasped man. "What an astute observation. I will see you in the courts, Inze. Don't try to embarrass yourself further. We have enough peasants among us that they can dirty up this whole hall. And watch yourself too, Sakura Haruno. I'm sure we will be seeing each other again very soon," spoke Kenka, where he left with his man-speaking woman. "I hate that cunt," said Sakura as she glared at the retreating back of Kenka. "Too bad, you don't get what you wish for," spoke Inze as he also glared at Kenka, but this glare felt more empty and bloodthirsty. And finally they were back to enjoying themselves, though Sakura could have sworn she heard angry shouting just outside the palace. However, she brushed it off, thinking it was a figment of her imagination. Sakura then heard some ruckus over near the center of the hall, where she saw what appeared to be a man dressed in elaborate cloths wearing a unique headpiece, and next to him was a large cake as tall as he was, and to his other side was a plump woman with a short illustrious cape and smothering a cat to her bosom, while the cat appeared to be crying, with many designs and features that nobles would be associated with. She then recognized the man as the fire daimyo and his insufferable wife, Madame Shijimi. God, she hated these two people, because they were just so annoying. "Thank you all for coming," spoke the Madame Shijimi in a loud voice. However, Sakura and Inze could see that something was wrong. They thought they could see embers and smoke just outside the windows of the hall and some angry shouting. The two then looked at each other for a split second before looking out the windows again. Sakura narrowed her eyes at this, wondering what could be causing it, while Inze had a fair guess as to what it could be. Then they could hear even more angry shouting from coming outside the hall, growing in volume while the musicians increased the strength of their music. Despite the rubes outside, our illustrious host, the Lord of the Hall, wishes to assure you that the rabble outside can cause us no harm while we are inside these walls," spoke Madame Shijimi without a care in the world. "And to thank our host for his proper etiquette, we will allow him to cut the ca." But her words were silenced when a brick broke through the glass window pane of the hall and lodged itself into the skull of Madame Shijimi, effectively killing her, and soon her body fell into the cake as blood pooled across the pastry. The people all around the hall screamed in horror and despair at the image they saw and the dead look in the madame's eyes. Many had believed her words when she said they were safe, but merely that was false. The cat meanwhile seemed to be kissing the brick that killed her before jumping through a window, making its escape. Inze and Sakura merely stood there in shock at what was happening, as even more bricks and rocks began breaking through the windows and even some arrows raining down from within. They quickly took cover behind an upturned table as the nobles and diplomats began evading the deadly mortar, and soon they were joined by Kenka and his compatriot, Kawaii. The daimyo meanwhile was being escorted out of the hall by his guards and taken to relative safety, while the others in the hall were left to fend for themselves. "The peasants are rising against us, but how? Why?" yelled one of the nobles before a stray arrow pierced his eye before falling to the ground dead. Inze, lifting his head above the table to get a good view, could see the main doors of the hall being battered continuously. Those so-called peasants found themselves a battering ram. "We need to leave. They're in a blind rage. They'll attack anything wearing bright colors even though we're on their side," yelled Inze above all the frantic screaming to Sakura, who merely nodded and tried to not have her head smashed by the mortar. "I know a way out of the hall. We have to be fast," yelled Inze again before picking up a silver platter and hovered it above his head, using it a makeshift shield, with his three companions doing the same. "Kenka dear, what do we do?" yelled Kawai with her voice that sounded like a man's. "Follow the mud. He knows what he's doing, I hope," spoke Kenka. And soon enough the four of them made a mad dash towards the escape Inze was telling this about, and right at that moment the Pisan broke through the halls and began slaughtering everyone with bright colors, just as Inze said. They avoided every sort of weapon that could kill them and did the best they could not to look back at the oncoming horde of angry citizens. Though Kenka did, and that only pissed them off even more. They made their way up a flight of stairs, jumping up multiple steps to reach their destination. When they reached the top, Kawai fell over because of her own clumsiness, like in one of those cliché horror movies where the heroes always trips over random objects that couldn't trip them in the first place, where they are killed by the bad guy. She then latched onto the leg of Kenka. "Kenka dear, please save me," pleaded Kawai as she tugged on Kenka's leg. But the noble flared his arms in an exaggerated way and uttered a "gross peasant" before pulling his leg away and followed after Inze and Sakura. Kawai felt her body grappled by the peasants before she was thrown off a balcony out of the hall, where she landed in the midst of the riot, where many of the angry citizens swarmed around her and beat her and kicked at her form, where a man with a sword came from nowhere with a sword and decapitated her with a swift stroke of his sword, where her head fell off her shoulders as it rolled across the ground as the headless body flopped to the ground. He same citizen then rammed Kawai's head onto his sword and paraded around with it as if it was a trophy with all the other heads of the nobles. Inze, Sakura and Kenka were still making their way through the halls, trying to outrun the horde behind them. They quickly made a turn to their left, where they approached the door, which Sakura broke down with her chakra-enhanced strength. The three then ducked into another room where Inze hefted a cabinet out of the way, revealing a small door which would lead to their escape and their salvation through a small tunnel. Quickly navigating through the small tunnel did the three of them find themselves on the outside of the hall, on an abandoned street that the citizens hadn't swarmed. Quickly helping Sakura to her feet could Inze see the shadows of four citizens with pitchforks. Knowing he needed to take action, Inze rushed forward towards the group of civilians as they turned the corner and spotted him rushing towards them, not afraid of the oncoming diplomat. The first citizens was also the first to spot him, and before he could assess the threat, Inze appeared in front of him and used his metallic talons on his fingers to slice the man's throat, where the civilian was spun around, where he faced his fellow brothers in arms. The other three didn't notice that one of their comrades had been taken down, as he was a bit ahead of the other three, but when he faced them and raised his hand to his throat did they see the blood dripping through his fingers and the horrified look on his face. The other three quickly gasped at the scene. And soon enough the man's body fell to the ground, with Inze's silhouette appearing behind him, crouching to the ground with a metal-clasped hand on the man's body. Inze then ran forward and jumped through the air, landing on another man with his metal-clasped feet on his chest, where Inze stabbed his metal talons into the man's neck, killing him instantly and swiftly as the talons pierced the man's trachea, cutting him off from air. Another man then pulled out a knife and tried to stab Inze vertically downward, and with little skill, as he probably never used the knife for violence, rather using it to cut cheese and meat. Inze then grappled with the man as he caught the stabbing motion with his hands, as his comrade rushed at him with his pitchfork, trying to gore Inze and save his friend, while Inze, who caught the knife, merely redirected the man's knife into his stomach, killing and avoiding the pitchfork skillfully, almost as if he predicted the man's movements. The last citizen then turned to face Inze again and tried to stab him with the pitchfork, only for Inze to strafe to the side, grip one of his deadly hands on the weapon, and then punched the man in the face, where fragments of sharp metal was embedded into the man's face. Then Inze kicked him away, where even more metal was lodged into the man's body, where he grunted in pain. Inze then spun the weapon around and gored the man with a swift blow, piercing his lungs, killing him. Kenka and Sakura, who were watching, merely stared at Inze with bated breaths and shocked expressions. Sakura especially was taken back at the sheer ruthlessness of Inze and his merciless actions. When he talked about the potential for good that all human beings had, she believed that he was a man that could do no wrong, who pushed his dreams and goals in a way that could only bring about a positive change. She even believed that he couldn't kill even a fly just from how nice he was. But it seemed as if Sakura was wrong about a few certain things. While the men he just killed wouldn't spare a thought about killing her and possibly raping her, it still didn't change the fact that Inze just killed the people he swore himself to help. Sakura then saw him fumble around with the dead bodies before stripping them of their clothes, making Kenka and Sakura wonder what he was doing and what it involved. "Quickly, put on their clothes. More will be coming and we want to blend in," spoke Inze as he discarded his black and white kimono in favor of ragged clothes such as a dirty white shirt, dark brown jacket and blue jeans with holes in them. "I am not dressing up as a peasant," spoke Kenka as he crossed his arms with a clear disgusted look on his face while Sakura ran over to Inze and quickly stripped down to our mild embarrassment. Kenka meanwhile could hear shouting and he had beads of sweat running down his neck. Truth be told, Inze didn't care whether or not he followed his advice, but if he wanted to live he might as well listen to what he says. Swallowing up his stubborn pride, Kenka followed suit and quickly dressed up in new and smelly clothes. "We need to get out of here. If we make it back to the mansion we might be safe," said Sakura as she adjusted a knit cap on her head and tucked the strands of her luscious pink hair into the cap as she wore an overcoat that covered most of her body. "We can't," spoke Inze with annoyance and exasperation in his voice. Sakura questioned the diplomat on why such a thing was a bad idea. "We can't go back. On the off chance that we do get back to the mansion, it could be raided just like the hall. And it's a fair distance away. If the citizens discover who we are, we're as good as dead anyway. No, it's better if we meet up with some friends of mine. They'll help us. I hope," spoke Inze before he started running through streets and alleys that were not being crowded with people, ducking their way through the maze known as the city. They quickly and swiftly dodged groups of citizens with sharp weapons and bloodthirsty intent. Inze knew that what was happening was not just a random occurrence. He believed that there were other forces at work. Rallying the citizens to rise up against their oppressors sounded like a good story indeed. But Inze had to wonder if the organization he was heading to had any involvement. He highly doubted it, as his friends weren't the sort that would keep their hands clean. They handled the dirty jobs just fine. Quickly ducking into an alley with a dead end and with the shouts of the riot getting closer, Sakura could see a burly, balded-head man with tattered clothes and a mean look on his face. She could also see what she thought was a flower upon the door. Of course it was faded and some of the imprint was gone, but she knew it was a flower. Did Inze lead them to a brothel? She didn't know what to think of this. She had been chosen out of thousands of shinobi to represent Konoha, and yet on her first day on the job. Well, technically she hadn't actually been involved in politics yet, so she hadn't even started, and yet already people were trying to kill her. Looking back she could see embers and smoke rising all around the city. The riot had completely swept all around. The blood-curdling shouts and screams were enough for any person to question. Why were they there? Was this planned? This shouldn't have happened? He'd be truthful. None of this in fact should have happened. By then the party had arrived before the burly man, who crossed his arms and stared down upon all three of them. Up close, he looked about to be 8 feet tall. "Invitation?" questioned the burly man while Kenka and Sakura flinched a little at his scary demeanor. "Petals fall and die. When night fades and becomes black, only then will our true dreams become real and absolute," spoke Inze with little to no emotion in his voice. While Sakura raised an eyebrow at the change of tone in his voice, it almost as if it sounded like he had no emotions whatsoever, almost as if he had entered a void and the void spat him back out. The burly man nodded at him and opened the door, where he eyed the two others with a cautious gaze. "She knew to expect you," spoke the burly man while he allowed Inze and his followers through the door while he closed it behind him. And now they were making their way through a small tunnel with leaking pipes and wet ground where constant splashing could be heard as they walked on the moist ground, leading to a destination that was unknown to them. They soon entered a large, metal hall with a cold, dense feeling in the air, and weapons decorating and lining every wall was visible. Every weapon possible. It was completely empty. But Sakura could feel it. They were watching them. cold eyes that betrayed nothing. Also in the hall was 4 banners with black and red flowers that appeared to be lotus. What this all meant to Sakura was unknown to her, but she had to question. How did Inze know these people who were watching them? Well, this is rather due, spoke Kenka, bored with what he saw until he was silenced from speaking more when he felt a sword to his throat, where he saw a man to his right dressed in a black coat wearing a peculiar mask and armor and carrying very sharp katanas. When Kenka stared into the eyes of the man, he saw nothing but an empty black void behind those holes. And soon others dropped all around them, surrounding them, cutting them off from escape. And they were all wearing the exact same armor, masks and swords. Inze had to mentally slap himself at the stupidity of Kenka. You never make a sound nor a movement around these people. The slightest movement made them act on instinct, and they weren't Kenka's biggest fans. They could literally smell the repugnant stench of a higher-class individual and the cologne he was wearing. Sakura followed Inze's example and didn't make a sound or action as she was watched by the mysterious people in black. The slug was breathing so heavily we could have killed him in the dark, spoke a voice who dropped down from above. She was wearing leather dress armor reminiscent of the samurai era with a blood-red interior and a black bodysuit that only showed her collarbone and head. She had a purple obi wrapped around her waist and 2 katanas upon her back with a red bandana around her jet black hair, and her steel sharp, green eyes peered into the souls in front of her. "Hello Kurai," said Inze with a small smile. "It's so good too." However, he was quickly cut off from speaking more when Kurai slapped him across the face, where she left a red imprint on his face in the shape of a hand. Kenka tried to suppress a laugh at the scene, while Sakura was taken back by the action and the clear level of disrespect, though her mother did say that men could be pigs. Perhaps Inze was one of them. But still she had to wonder about the relationship between him and Kurai. "I'm guessing you didn't deserve that," spoke Sakura with a slightly confused look on her face after witnessing the action. "No, I definitely deserve that," said Inze as he turned back to Kurai, who was glaring at him. Then he turned back to Sakura. "It's a long and complicated tale. Let's just say, someone of her price. You need more than 2 chickens. What do you want, Inze? If you're looking for the Shogun, warlord, then he's not here. He's attending to some business, and won't be back for some time. Unless you have business with the Kokurin, Black Lotus, directly. If so, the price will be hefty, and the Shogun will certainly not approve. Tedious tasks are not our area of expertise," spoke Kurai with a mysterious voice that belied her curiosity. "I know the Shogun isn't here, and I'm sure you won't mind if we hired your services. Don't worry, we're more alike, me and him, than you think. Some could say I know him better than anyone else. But you're the only one that can help," spoke Inze as scratched his chin softly with his metal talons while Kurai narrowed her eyes at him. She then raised her hand and clenched her fist, where the Kokurin soldiers eased up and sheathed their swords back into their scabbards and took a few steps back away from the group. "What is it you need? Speak fast," spoke Kurai as she walked away from the group and traveled down some steps where even more Kokurin soldiers appeared and began lining up in a formation. Sakura counted at least 100 soldiers within the room. She wondered if there were more members of the Kokurin that even she was aware of. Deciding to speak up for Inze, Sakura voiced her needs to Kurai. "We need to get back to our mansion. It may be raided by the citizens, and if so we need protection as there are far too many angry citizens and I'm under orders not to harm them," spoke Sakura, to which Inze nodded while Kurai turned her head to look at her as she kept walking into Sakura. It looked like she was inspecting her. Kurai then stopped in her stride and then held out her right arm to the side and clenched her fist, where 20 members of the Kokurin disappeared from sight. Shen then held out her left and flicked her wrist, where 20 others disappeared from sight. "Done. Oh, and take this," said Kurai, pulling something off her body. 2 seals tags from within her armor. "Leave. Also, I want payment in cash. We'll be in this location for 3 more days before we meet with the Shogun's second in command. Until then you better have payment. The Kokurin always pay their debts, and so should their clients." Inze, Sakura and Kenka did what she said and quickly left without a trace out the same way they came. Only this time with an escort of Kokurin shinobi. When Inze, Sakura and Kenka left, Inze slapped 2 seals upon Sakura and Kenka's foreheads that made them forget the last 15 minutes of what they saw. And soon all three of them were heading to Inze's mansion, who had a sickly smirk on his face, and every now and again his brown eyes would flash from brown to red with Tomo in them. Elsewhere, in a small cafe near Kusagakure, were two individuals wearing black cloaks emblazoned with red clouds. One had spiky, sun-kissed, golden, blonde hair with chin-length strands that framed the sides of his face and strands that fell between his eyes and parted at the bridge of his nose, and he had a low, spiky ponytail that was wrapped with taut bandages. And his eyes were blood red with Tomo within them and an empty, emotionless look in them. The other was a clearly taller man with a muscular build, and he had distinctive shark-like features with blue-gray skin, small, round white eyes with gill-like facial markings underneath his eyes, and sharp triangular teeth. Dark blue hair stylized into a shark's fin. Both Ryu Yokaze, Naruto Uzumaki, and Kisame Hoshigaki were sitting in a small cafe. One was simply drinking some delectable green tea, while the other was feasting upon some roast lamb he had ordered and was wolfing it down like an animal. Well, more like a shark. While his red-eyed partner looked at him in complete disgust at his actions. "Do you really have to eat your food with such vigor?" stated the blonde-haired man as he sipped on more of his tea while he watched his temporary partner gulp down some more meat. "Well, they say sharks are the garbage cans of the ocean. They eat just about anything. And I like to consider myself not so different from them, so if you don't mind, I would like to enjoy my meal, unless you're on the menu," spoke Kisame, making a threat to Yokaze, who raised his eyebrows at the man. Didn't the shark man not remember the last time that fought where Naruto left him near death? Besides, are you sure this plan will work? "Like pouring oil on fire," said Naruto as he sipped on his tea and looked out the window. "Might want to finish that meat of yours. You might not get a good meal for a few weeks." And soon enough the windows of the cafe were broken down, where shinobi of Kusagakure came bursting through, where many of the patrons began screaming and falling over tables as the shinobi began arresting anybody in sight, while their true targets were two men sitting in the corner. Naruto said the corner was the most suspicious, so they would obviously look there. Barely 5 seconds passed before the shinobi spotted them enjoying their lunch. They were quickly dragged to the ground while their cups and plates smashed to the ground and were separated into pieces. Naruto then felt a leg on the back of his neck restraining him, and then felt his hands being bound. "Ryu Yokaze, Kisame Hoshigaki, you're under arrest," spoke one of the shinobi, pinning the two Akatsuki members to the ground. Naruto smirked a little at seeing that his plan worked, while Kisame grinned wickedly. "It worked," said the shark man as the two were hoisted up and dragged out of the cafe, where two wooden cages were waiting for them. They were soon thrown into them and sat themselves down, trying to get comfortable for their journey ahead of them. While among the trees, wearing a black coat, the same one Naruto would always wear, she had blue hair and amber eyes, and she disappeared within the trees, knowing that her mission wasn't over. So now, they were on a rickety old rowboat that was swaying side to side because of the raging waves and strong currents of the lake that surrounded their destination. They avoided razor-sharp rocks that would have skewered their boat and torn into their only protection. They could hear the thunder above them, striking the sky as their bodies were pelted by the rain. Kisame merely sat there in his wooden cage, mumbling about how the people were intolerable and annoying and how his butt was sore. Naruto meanwhile looked up into the sky through the gaps in his wooden cage. He appeared to be entranced by the lights in the sky coming from the lightning fluttering about, and he looked nourished as the rain struck his face and dripped down the sides of his cheeks and soaked his hair as his clothes and hair clung tightly to his form. It almost as if it felt like euphoria to him. There was something about storms, almost as if he was truly born within the storm. Sometimes whenever there was a storm, he would just take the time to watch it from his position, almost as if the clouds and the thunder were calling out to him, to be amongst the clouds, not to be tethered to the world by anything or anyone, just to fly amongst the clouds and do battle with the lightning. "Seems like those prisoners, or should I say, garbage, will have new meat to play with," said one of the rowers, as he looked back at Naruto and Kisame. "Wonder how long they'll last before they break. Don't know about them, they're supposed to be some big shots. But they won't be getting out anytime soon. No one escapes Hazukio. It's impossible," said another of the rowers. "I heard there's one way." This time a guard said it as he stared at the two S-ranked criminals. "Really?" said another of the guards sarcastically. "Through a body bag." Naruto and Kisame paid them no attention. although they were a bit miffed at the guards taking their Akatsuki cloaks. As one of Akatsuki was still mumbling while another was still staring into the stormy sky. And soon through the mist and hazy fog, they could see it, their objective Hazukio. A massive castle built upon a cliff that housed all sorts of lowlifes of the world from murderers, rapists to the worst sort of scum the world had to offer. Naruto knew that escape was always a possibility. No prison was ever inescapable, it wasn't impossible, just difficult. The castle was large, featuring massive walls that no one could physically jump over, several large guard towers that could spot any sort of escape and offering a view with little to no blind spots. To be honest, it looked more like a compound for some powerful clan during the era of the warring clans, fit to house many members within its walls and to provide protection from invading forces. The two criminals were then loaded off the boat where 8 men wearing ponchos and straw hats were waiting for them, where they quickly grasped the wooden cages and carried the 2 criminals off to Hazukio while the 4 men carrying Kisame had a little trouble adjusting to his weight. As they passed by trees and bushes towards the castle, Naruto noted that the storm had died down and was no longer raging in the sky. He also noticed that the castle was surrounded by various plants with red flowers, the ground being fertile for the flowers to grow on. Soon both parties stopped before a door with the symbols of all the 5 great hidden villages upon the door, denoting the fact that the prison catered to all villages, not just Kusagakure. The 2 men within their cages were soon dropped over white circles where many guards with their weapons ready to be drawn stood before them, with stalwart faces and rigid forms. Then another chubby one that reminded Naruto of an Akamichi stepped forth from the bodies, where his large gut could easily be seen jiggling, much to the disgust of everyone, even Kisame. "Attention!" yelled the bloated man even though he didn't need to as all eyes were focused upon him. Naruto within his prison merely narrowed his as he was feeling an intense source of anger and hatred nearby, and it was approaching fast. "Now then, new arrivals, listen up and remain silent. Mui-sama, the master of Hazukio, will now speak and address you." And before long the rotund man stepped aside, allowing the person he just spoke of to step forward. He had long black hair that reached beyond his shoulders. He wore burgundy robes with yellow tassels off his shoulders and a long black cape that covered most of his body with a silver belt and soul-piercing black eyes. Naruto narrowed his own eyes a little more. He knew those eyes anywhere. Those eyes belonged to someone who had lost everything, other than their life. Those eyes meant that there was nothing in the world that was greater than what he lost. They say eyes are the windows to the soul, and Naruto could see his just fine. People with those eyes were the most dangerous in the world. This man is the source of that hatred he sensed earlier. "I am Mui, the master of Hazukio. Let me explain your situation. Whatever you may have been in your former lives, the fact that you were sent here means you are no longer of any value to anyone. You have lost the faith of your village and your people and are considered a threat to the peace and stability of your village. Henceforth from now, you are all worthless," spoke Mui, who approached Naruto and Kisame's wooden cages and removed a seal upon them where the cages disappeared and Naruto and Kisame were allowed to stand. "I'm sure you have heard of the horrible rumors about our little home. Well, I just want to tell you, they don't have to be true. So long as you do everything I say," spoke Mui as he patrolled the lined-up criminals before stopping at Naruto, who was staring at the ground. "Look me in the eye when I'm talking to you," spoke Mui, but he received no answer as Naruto continued to stare at the ground. "No," said Naruto as he continued staring, eliciting no reaction from Mui. "Oh, so you would rather look at my shoes? Then take a look," said Mui as he pressed his foot on Naruto's shackles, forcing him to the ground and onto his knees. Naruto didn't make any facial expression and his body language was the same. He still wasn't intimidated from the tactics Mui was using. "I know exactly who you are. Ryu Yokazi, the Yokazi no Ryu, Dragon of the Night Wind. You seem to have this false sense of indomitableness. But don't worry, we'll get rid of that in time. Now look me in the eye," spoke Mui, and Naruto did as he was told and moved his head, his Sharingan eyes meeting Mui's, who was unafraid of those eyes, the eyes bred for war. "See, isn't that better? You will all do as I say or you will pay a price." Mui then removed his foot from Naruto's shackles, allowing him to stand to full height where his eyes never left Mui's form. And unbeknownst to anyone, a woman with white hair, gray rippled eyes and wearing a green bandana was watching from her position. We of Kusagakure were tasked by the villages of the world with the mission of never allowing anyone they send to the castle to escape alive. Your personal circumstances are none of our concern and we couldn't care less about them," said Mui before forming a seal and thrusting his palm forward, hitting Naruto in the chest where his palm ignited with fire. Kaden. Tenro, fire release, heavenly prison. Naruto then felt a searing coming from his chest where he gasped a little and fell to his knee and curled over a bit. He was trained to resist pain, though what he was feeling must be painful if it forces him to his knee. That imprisonment technique is unique to my clan, it has been passed down through the generations. It is the reason why Kusagakure was chosen to oversee Hazukiyo and its prisoners. So long as you wear that seal you will be unable to mold your chakra," spoke Mui where Naruto gripped the zipper on his black cloak and pulled it down, revealing the seal beneath. "There are only two ways to leave this place. The first is for your village to officially request your release. The second and by far the most common is by dying. And don't think of escaping. If you get beyond a certain reach from me, the Tenro will activate and burn you into ash. One more thing, and while we're at it, you may have heard that the Tenro is ineffective when underwater. This is true, but the surrounding lake is deep and the currents are treacherous. If you were to jump in you would drown long before you can infuse your chakra. We're done here. Get them out of my sight," spoke Mui, but just as he was about to turn around, he approached Naruto where he stood inches away from him. "We'll also be seeing each other very soon. Naruto Uzumaki." And with that said, Mui turned around, not bothering to see the shocked expression of dread on Naruto's face. Any suspicions Naruto had about the lord of the castle was confirmed to be true, as throughout the entire talk, Naruto's cursed seal appeared on his arm and it was throbbing violently. He felt it when he first looked at the man. The seal appeared, that's why he refused to look at him. It would only be confirmation that he was somehow connected to the seal. Which in fact were actually 5 seals, 1 seal for each mark. Naruto knew he had a past with this man, but he never remembered such an event happening before. He didn't know what to think until he broke the seal on his arm, which was impossible unless he found the person who branded it on him to remove it. Though he did know he was connected to Root, as the agents who swarmed him back in Omegakure was proof enough to know that he had a past with them. He needed to know more. If he was to discover himself, it meant breaking the seal. Later he and Kisame were dragged away by the guards for inspection, and as they were walking the bulbous man spoke up again. As the Mui-sama explained, you lose any chance of escaping when he's burned his technique into you, so you're not getting out alive, so might as well get used to staying here for a very long time. Well, this place is pretty once you get used to it, spoke the man as they continued walking through the prison. Soon they made it to the cells, which were entirely made of wood, and soon the prisoners pressed themselves against the wood, checking out their new friends. "Look, your fellow prisoners are giving you a warm welcome," said the fat man as he spread out his arms, gesturing to all of the inmates. "Hey, fresh meat. These guys look like a bunch of pussies. I want the blonde guy, give me the blonde, he looks like fun, we'll give each other a good time." Naruto didn't know how to respond to that. "Welcome to hell. First, you're required to undergo a physical examination before entering your cells, your new home. That means all of you. And I'm talking about a really thorough physical exam. I'll search every inch of your bodies," spoke the man as they continued on through the prison. So now they were sitting in a metal hall on metal benches waiting to be examined by the guards. Naruto and Kisame were sitting together and finally had their shackles removed from their hands, where Kisame groaned in annoyance while Naruto was too preoccupied with his thoughts about Mui and his connection to the man. One of the new arrivals sitting next to Naruto turned to the blonde-haired man. "So, what are you in for?" questioned the guy as Naruto moved his eyes to look at him out of the corners, giving him a glare to which the man backed away a little in fear. Too bad. Guess I'll never know. Me. I was given a mission and well, I messed it up pretty bad. I was ordered to slaughter everything in sight from a neighboring village. But in a moment of weakness or something, I let this one damn kid go after taking pity on him, and when my village found out, I was booted here," spoke the prisoner, earning Kisame's attention while Naruto continued to stare at him through the corners of his eyes. "It felt good, didn't, killing all those people, their blood on you, cries of mercy. spoke Kisame with another of his sickly shark-like grins. Hell yeah, it felt good. They were practically crying and wetting and shitting themselves at the same time, and just to make them shut up from all the screaming was good too. Responded the prisoner as he shuffled closer to Naruto to talk to Kisame more. I think we're gonna be good friends, spoke Kisame, his grin getting bigger. So got any other tales, because there was this one time I had to massacre. However, Naruto zoned out from everything and instead ignored all disturbances around him. However, Naruto did sense that someone was watching, where he turned to see a woman with white hair, which was held with a striped green bandana with gray eyes with ripples in them like the Rinnegan. She wore a sleeveless kimono over a green top that had a single long left sleeve where both of her arms were bandaged up to the elbows. She wore black trousers and simple sandals. She currently looked like a man, but Naruto knew better. He was perceptive that way. You know that there's a reason we're both in here. Hazukiyo is a wretched hive of villainy for those who've lost all the faith their village had in them. Spoke the woman, to which Naruto simply stared at her. His Sharingan was deactivated because of the seal, revealing his ocean blue eyes. I know what you are, and you know what I am. We both have different motives for being here. It's only a matter of time until we realize what we're both after. Thieves are thieves and murderers are murderers. They no longer have an excuse for their actions. But we're neither, so do we have excuses for our actions? And we can never run away from who we are. Continued the woman as Naruto stayed quiet and listened to her, and everything she said was true. You in the bandana. You're up, called one of the guards. If you understand what kind of place you're in, when you look around and see you're in a deep hole, it's time to stop digging, spoke the woman before she walked away. A few minutes later, it was Naruto's turn for his physical examination. Get undressed, ordered the same fat man as he rubbed his second chin. Naruto did so without a second thought and stripped down to his underwear, with the guards checking his cloak, pants, gloves and boots. And the guards said that there were no weapons in the clothes, only because they were looking in the wrong place. Now jump on each leg one at a time. However, this time Naruto didn't comply and instead stared at the man. Oh, so you're a feisty one, Well then guess we should make you jump on your feet, said the fat man as he got out of his chair and walked up to Naruto, where he looked ready to hit him with his baton, and the other two guards also pulled out their batons. One of the guards attempted to hit Naruto, but he grabbed the man's arm and threw him over his shoulder and into the table, where he smashed against the wood. He soon kicked the other in the gut so hard that he nearly coughed up his breakfast. While the fat man tried to hit Naruto with the baton, only for the blonde to charge up a fist and break the baton from the impact and plucked the now broken baton from the air and pressed it against the fat man's throat, where some blood could be seen from the wood sticking into him. And Naruto did that without taking a step from his position. Remember, I can kill you, spoke Naruto, where he threw the remains of the baton to the ground and redressed himself into his black cloak, and left the fat man with a noticeable wet spot between his legs. Mui meanwhile was looking out across the massive lake as the sun was beginning to set. He was thinking about the resurgence of Naruto Uzumaki. He was able to remember the boy so well that he recognized him even without his characteristic whiskers. He remembered how he hired Danzo to improve the security of Hazukiyo, and he sent Naruto, or by his codename back then, Tekurufu, to create specific seals for Hazukiyo while as a guest at the castle. It was fair to say that he was close to the boy, so close that Naruto revealed his real name to him. Naruto reminded Mui so much of his lost son Muku from their obsession to ramen and their sprightly personalities. They were a lot alike in that regard. Mui had also believed that Naruto had died at the Valley of the End. He believed the reports and the rumors. He had hoped that the boy was alive, but he gave up hope 6 months after the news had spread. He wouldn't say it, but he would keep tabs on the blonde-haired boy when he left Root under specific conditions. While he couldn't become involved in the boy's life, it didn't mean that he wasn't watching over him. If Mui had tried anything, he could have caused an international incident, something Kusagakure didn't need. But Naruto talked about the deplorable way people treated him, and Mui did his best as a guardian angel. If he was alive, then he would be okay. But now, here he was, alive but not the same. Everything about him was different, from those eyes of his and their dead look to his appearance and aura. It was just so different. Mui couldn't explain it, but Naruto was a product of what this world could do to people. He then heard footsteps from behind him and he recognized the person. Things have changed, Moroi, the plan needs to be altered, but still, the time is near, retrieve him, unharmed. Spoke Mui, where his assailant known as Moroi swiftly left with Mui looking over his shoulder with a noticeable frown on his face before turning back to look over the massive lake. By now night had set over Hizukojo. Many of the prisoners were already sorted into their cells. Naruto himself was separated from Kisame shortly after they were sorted into their cells. The only light was the small flickering of the candles upon the walls. Most of the prisoners, even the guards, were all dead asleep. Slumber taking over them and their dreams becoming reality. Embers glittered of the candles, shining small amounts of light in darker places. Naruto was currently sleeping in his cell, not dreaming of anything, incapable of dreaming. He didn't notice the door to his cell open up slightly, while he remained unmoving like a statue in a courtyard. Finally he jumped off his bed only to feel a hard pressure against his neck, knocking him out and fading back into sleep, where his body slumped over with his attacker hovering over him. He can sleep soundly on his first night here. This guy's either a big shot or a big idiot. Spoke the Moroi as he covered Naruto's eyes with a blindfold and gagged his mouth with a cloth and bound his legs and arms. Soon he quickly left, but unknown to anybody. A single ember drifted into Naruto's cell, illuminating the darkness. And soon it flew up to a nearby corner at the roof of the cell where the ember shined in Naruto's face, showcasing his features to everyone with his burning Sharingan eyes glowing in the darkness as he clung to the wall of his cell with what little chakra he could use, his eyes narrowed and his intent certain. Soon the ember died out, losing its light where Naruto's face was also promptly lost in the darkness. Meanwhile, the Naruto they took was currently being restrained in a small laboratory, with power circuits and vials on the tables and walls with electricity buzzing around. Naruto himself was tied to a table with strong bands, restricting his movement. Mui with his cold eyes merely watched the young man struggle against his confines, and he felt disappointed in himself at what he was doing. Moroi merely pulled down his hood cloaked and complained how he felt like he was suffocating in the thing, while Mui paid him no attention as his eyes were trained on the young man he used to know. And soon Moroi pulled the zipper on Naruto's cloak, revealing his bare muscular chest. However, Mui, of course being astute as he was, noticed the irregularity. He gave Moroi a sharp gaura where he cowered little from the cold eyes. Mui then pulled out a kunai and gutted Naruto in the chest, silencing him of his screams, and where he burst into smoke from the action. "Moroi, you incompetent fool," spoke Mui before leaving the laboratory and alerting his guards of the escape. As those words were said, Naruto was currently making his escape, but he had ulterior motives as to why he escaped. But currently he was grazing by the other cells with expert speed that he was more like wind than a human. The other inmates didn't even notice or sense the presence of Naruto's movements as they were too busy sleeping. Soon Naruto saw an opening in the roof, a large hole that was begging him to escape through, above the guard's desk and the statue of the ecstasy of Saint Teresa, which Naruto mentioned was a good choice for a sculpture, adding some artistic flair to the dreary place. Moving up and jumping through the hole, not bothering to check if the guard was awake as he wouldn't be able to detect him with such advanced stealth skills such as his. When he made it through the hole in the roof, he flipped the hood on his cloak and snuck away into the night. He had to meet with someone, though he had no problem creating one clone. He had to deduce the number of clones he could create while under the effects of the Tenro. He also already knew that there would be hidden trap doors on the roof, as the hole in the roof that he escaped through was meant to be there for any prisoner that was thinking of escaping. They would certainly meet an end they weren't expecting so soon. With his keen hearing, he could hear the footsteps of the guards and the scuffling about looking for him. He could also hear the growls of dogs, and they were sniffing for his scent. That was something he couldn't hide, his smell. He would have to move fast before the hounds found him. Guess there's no other choice, with so many guards and this seal on me. It won't be easy getting to the rendezvous, unless I keep the guards' attention on me, spoke Naruto as he formed a seal he had used many times before in the past. Have we found him? No sir, he's elusive, but the dogs will find him soon. The guards then saw the figure of the blonde tumbling down the roof of the buildings, with an exhausted look on his face and sweat on his brow. And soon he landed on the ground in a messy heap as his bangs covered his eyes. Soon the dogs, seeing their prey, rushed over and began biting on his arms, legs and body, tearing his cloak in several places such as on his arms and shoulders. Then the guards arrived blowing on their dog whistles, shining their flashlights on the downed blonde. The dogs then howled in chorus, signaling that they had caught their prey as the guards smirked in victory at the failed escape attempt. But Naruto was smirking. They caught him already. Is this guy really an S-ranked criminal? I expected him to put up more of a fight or run around. Spoke Moroi as he leaned against the wall of Mui's office with said man staring into the flame of a candle. Unlike Moroi, he knew how crafty Naruto was. Mui knew that whatever Naruto did, it wasn't without purpose. Mui knew that Naruto wanted to be caught, though for what reason as it could be, was unknown to him. It also proved to Mui that Naruto was just as dangerous when he first met him. So what do we do now? Regulations and the rulebook says he should spend 3 days of solitary confinement in the disciplinary cell. You of course know that'll delay our plans by 3 days, and so long as he's in there he's untouchable. Spies of the grass fruit faction may be among the guards. Mui stared into the flame for a few more seconds before taking his leave, leaving Moroi in his office with a small grin on his face. Outside of the castle on cliffs that weren't too far from the castle, was Naruto himself watching the crashing waves and raging torrents with his red eyes. He was waiting for someone who was of significance to him. After Naruto's unsuccessful escape attempt, the blonde had made Kage Bunshin during the escape. While the real one remained in Hazukio, the Kage Bunshin waited at the rendezvous point, because the clone wasn't affected by the Tenro. Not knowing when the person he was waiting for would arrive, the clone merely stared out across the waters of the lake. He then saw a shadow appearing in the corner of his eye. The person had a slim figure, obviously female, with high-heel boots with silver lining, black gloves same as his own, with his exact same black cloak with a high collar. A long zipper that extended all the way along the cloak but was only zipped up from the collar to the knees, unlike his which was zipped from his collar to his waist. The cloak also had silver drawstrings decorated with silver beads hanging off the ends with a chain ornament adorned with silver beads that fastened into a loop stretched across the woman's collarbone, resting slightly on her bosom. "It's good that you came," spoke Naruto as he turned to the woman who pulled down the hood of her new cloak, revealing blue hair with the origami flower pinned into a bun, blue scaled flower hair clips situated on her left band, a labrae piercing and striking amber eyes. "You almost sound relieved," spoke Konan with a slight smile towards Ryu, who merely smirked in response. "How are you liking the cloak? It will allow you to hide from any sort of detection aside from sight, sound and smell," spoke Naruto, referring to the cloak he made for her, equipped with the same seals as his own. "It's more comfortable than I imagined," quipped Konan with the same smile. "Have you located the box?" "Yes, it's buried beneath Hazukio. I sensed a large amount of chakra beneath the castle, and an overwhelming foul despair and hatred coming from the source of the chakra when I first arrived and when I interacted with my surroundings. It's definitely here. The problem is, I don't have the time nor the patience to go after the box myself. What's worse, I fear Kisame has made some sort of rapport with the inmates and he is now frequenting his time with them. It's a rather disgusting sight as they regale themselves with tales of their goriest missions," spoke Naruto as he looked back at the castle. "Why not take the box? They're unaware that we know of its existence and its location," questioned Konan as she tried to understand Ryu's reasoning. "The trouble is, getting to the box, I would rather wait for the box to surface itself and take it with force. As I've noticed peculiar movements amongst the guards and some of the inmates, I've even noticed spies from the other villages, none that have reported back to their villages of the presence of Kisame and myself, but I doubt the villages won't know for too long. They're obviously preparing for something. Perhaps it's the two rival factions that vie for control of the box, or it's a bid between the villages to take the box. Or perhaps they plan to sell the box to the highest bidder. It's uncertain at this time. But, should I label the box as a danger, I'll destroy it," discussed Naruto as so many thoughts were running through his head, and even how Mui knows him as well. Pain won't agree with such an action of destroying the box, unless the box is a danger to the Akatsuki or a megacure," replied Konan, making Naruto nod at her. "But still, you're right about the villages. Word will spread soon of your imprisonment. You have a month at most until the villages take action and come for you and Kisame. Until then don't do anything stupid. I'll lay low for a while and watch the village's movements," spoke Konan, which made Naruto nod. But then he saw something. Konan looked as if she was about to fall over and she placed her hand on her forehead almost as if she wanted to steady herself. Naruto smirked, it was almost time. "Are you okay?" queried Naruto feigning worry. "Yeah, I just felt dizzy for a moment, maybe I've been working too hard," said Konan as she was hit by another wave of dizziness until his steadily left her system. She felt like she was about to fall over, to which she did as she lost her footing. She braced herself for the impact but felt a strong arm across her back and another across her chest, where she saw Ryu holding her form with his Sharingan deactivated, allowing her to see his soft blue eyes. With his help, she regained her footing and steadied herself. "I should find a place to rest," she stated, to which Naruto nodded, where her body split into many paper butterflies while the clone of Naruto disappeared in a plume of smoke. Meanwhile, the real Naruto was in the disciplinary cell, sitting crossed-legged with his hands situated on his knee. He then felt the flux of memories from his clone, where he grinned. "Things are falling into place, well then, time to work on this new technique," spoke Naruto as he was in the perfect place where he wouldn't be bothered by anything. He then pulled up the sleeve on his right arm, exposing some of his bare arm, where he bit into his arm, drawing blood and allowing it to drip onto his hand. He then clapped both of his hands together and closed his eyes, focusing on mastering this new technique. In the Land of Fire capital at Inze Hosoku's mansion, said owner of the mansion was wandering through the halls heading to his kitchen. It had been a hectic day for him with the riot and his dealings with the Kokurin. It had been exhilarating also. His body didn't even feel tired. He felt like he could do that again and again for a while month. Sakura had went to sleep pretty quickly, hoping to forget the day and its events, even though some of her memory was tampered with because of her experience with the Kokurin. Kenko was fittingly kicked out of the house when he served no further need. Also, the Kokurin soldiers that had escorted the three of them back to the mansion were still skulking around the area unseen by anyone. He needed to keep the Kokurin secret. Everything depended upon it. When he arrived in the kitchen, he didn't even look at the figure sitting on a chair near a table, staring at him with their blood-red eyes trained on him, watching his every movement, every muscle, every breath of life. The one sitting in the dark was wearing a black cloak with his hood down, allowing only those with sharp eyes could see the golden hair in the glinting moonlight. As Inze was getting a glass out of his cupboard, he knew of the presence within his kitchen. He could not have been unaware of the man's presence, as his aura radiated through the mansion. Inze could also feel that the air was tense and the temperature dropped. It would have been hard to breathe for anyone who was not accustomed to the dense atmosphere. The truth is, he had been dealing with the person for a number of months now. And yet even now things were going smoothly for all of them, no deaths just yet or accidents. "Glass of water," said Inze as he poured water into the glass he had just retrieved, though the blonde-haired man was unimpressed or too focused on his objective to care in the least. Just as Inze had sat down by the table did some of the full moon light shine ever brighter, revealing for just a split second the face of Naruto Uzumaki with his glowing red Sharingan eyes. "Hosoku-sama. I am done for the night, I'll be seeing you tomorrow," said a maid who was around the corner and by the door of the mansion. "Alright, see you tomorrow, good night," spoke Inze, intent on not waking Sakura. He then turned back to Naruto, who was still looking at him with an impassive gaze. Inze already knew that the blonde was not pleased with the progress of the diplomat. Naruto had spent too much time and energy helping the man and yet seen no results come to fruition. The blonde was both patient and impatient. He was willing to begrudgingly wait for Inze to make his move, while also, though that means he didn't have to like it, clear signs was when he would look at you with his eyes slightly narrowed and his Sharingan were glowing. So he sent a Kage Bunshin, of course, since our connection was severed not too long ago. He sent you to relay any information. Well, I can say this, all your work with the unrest in the Land of Fire has been beneficial, but it's not enough. Our Kokurin soldiers have been doing what they can, but we need to incite the public some more. And I'm guessing you know what to do already. Why am I asking this question when we have the same thoughts? We will need to advance our plans and change your direct orders for now, until we can clean up this mess that you made. Until then, just keep up what we're doing. May I direct your attention to the files on my table?" Naruto's Sharingan eyes then looked toward a couple of files with different names. Know them. Inze opened the files for Naruto as his blood-red eyes searched over the paper, with his form not moving at all. He of course knew what this meant, killing off the weakest so the strong could survive. Upon the files were different names of nobles and diplomats. each one presenting a threat to Inzei and Naruto's plan. There was Kenka and his family, the daimyo and his family and closest associates, many delegates and diplomats, the spies of every and all who play the game of shadows and lies, the great game, you win or lose, and whether or not you win, you might just die. Naruto then turned to the last file where his eyes spoke the truth. This last person was of significance to him, both in his past life and current one. The person to whom he blindly loved, the key word being loved as in not having any form or emotion for the person. The last name on the list was Sakura Haruno, the delegate from Konoha. All of them must be killed, and I know about Sakura, as much as it pains me, she still has to die, but not until we've achieved our objective. Only after, unless we can persuade them. Spoke Inzei, making Naruto's eyes turn back upon him. Kill their families too, can't have anybody continue their relatives' work. Spoke Inzei, to which Naruto's empty gaze was interpreted as a yes to the man. However, Naruto kept sitting there, his eyes unmoving, his form stalwart. That was everything Inzei needed to know, that Naruto would take care of any and all events that are to come, and Inzei had a fair guess as to what Naruto would do. They were one and the same. As Inzei was sipping on his glass of water, the same maid from earlier came out from around the corner. "I'm sorry, Hosoku-sama. I left my wallet here," said the young maid as she saw Inzei and Naruto sitting by the table. Her mind began racing as to what was happening, and she seemed to get the feeling that she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. "Oh, I wished you had knocked," spoke Inzei with a sigh before strafing his right arm towards the maid, where two daggers, shaped like feathers, penetrated her body before she could even make a sound, landing with a thud and a dead look in her eyes, and Naruto remaining unfazed from the violent murder. Such a shame. 1287 Chapter 18. Poison. Madara's student. Disclaimer. Naruto and its characters are owned by Masashi Kishimoto. And any references made in this story in any chapter are also not mine. Poison. This situation has gotten out of hand. Even now the daimyo is filling his pockets with the funds of the people, taxes are rising, poverty is becoming much more of a drastic problem, and riots, death and rape are now a common sight. What little power he has left in the courts and among the nobles is now small and insignificant. After what happened the day before, I doubt that he has many allies and friends left in the courts, lest they lose their heads or wealth like many of our compatriots formed the night before. Spoke Inzei Hosoku as he was surrounded by his close friends and allies, along with his new comrade, Sakura Haruno, the delegate from Konoha. Most of Inzei's friends were currently residing in his mansion, one of the only safe places away from the frenzied civilians. All of them were sitting in chairs in Inzei's office, while Inzei himself was sitting at his desk, rubbing his metal-clasped hands across the hard, brown wood of his desk. It had literally been a day since they escaped the riot from the night before. All of the people in the room were lucky to even be alive if they hadn't found ways to escape and blend in with the crowd, but that didn't mean that none of the other nobles came out of the situation unscathed, some even missing their heads. The daimyo was one of the lucky few to escape, with the help of his personal samurai guard. Many of the other nobles who had survived were too scared out of their wits to even leave their home. They had little courage to stand and face their troubles, that they believed that their money can save them from having their head lopped off their shoulders. In fact, that might even give the rioters a reason to cut off their heads. The daimyo is an incompetent bigot that treats the great game of the courts as if it was a childish game of hopscotch. Unless drastic action is to happen now, then the land of fire is doomed. Continued Inzei, with many of his associates nodding in acceptance. They too had seen it, though most of the other diplomats failed to recognize a threat until it was burning them like fire. To be truthful, they should have taken action at a much earlier rate. They could have swayed the daimyo to take the correct course of action and to dissolve the situation the country had placed itself in. I have called for a vote in the courts, one that will decide the fate of the country and its free peoples. Either it is restored to the peaceful balance it once had, or will burn in flames and be consumed by the other countries, in their lust for power. But even if this vote of yours will work, change won't just happen within a snap of your fingers. These sort of things take time. The best we can do is to keep the economy from crashing down upon us. It's best if we give in to the needs of the citizens, calming them from their rage and their desires. Spoke another diplomat who had her own thoughts on the matter. However, Inzei and Sakura merely shook their heads at her. If we were to do that, it will be like feeding a stray cat. If we do give in to their demands, the only thing we will be accomplishing is the fact that the citizens will have a voice in the courts, although that may sound like a noble trait. Those who have not played the game always do end up in the ground with their families mourning around them. The more we give in to their demands, the more they will demand from us. We have to have a staunch defense against them and be unmovable like a mountain when the wind blows. Rebuked Inze, to which the fellow diplomat nodded in understanding, as such a thing could backfire against them. What I suggest is for a strong leader to keep the bureaucrats and the citizens in check. A leader with a guiding hand and with the right intentions. This leader would have to be someone who is loved by the courts and the civilians. One who is popular and knowledgeable in the affairs of the world. It almost sounds like you're suggesting yourself, Inze, old friend, said another noble who was sipping away at some wine that Inze's new servant had delivered to them. Oh please, it's not as if I want to be the new daimyo, I would be bored out of my mind. What I'm saying is that we need someone more suited to lead the country, that's all. We could call for a vote of no confidence in the daimyo, given the fact that his own resume is not that suited for the position. Oddly enough, I don't remember how he became the daimyo, when all he cares about is whether or not light is shining out of his ass. Said Inze, to which many of the other nobles nodded. While Sakura had a look of nervousness on her face, almost as if she didn't agree with what Inze was saying. But he's been my village's strongest supporter, both after and before the joint invasion of Otogakure and Sanagakure. He's provided us with the funds needed to keep our village plentiful and strong. I highly doubt that the person to be the next daimyo will be as generous as himself. Said Sakura, trying to make a point. Even so, our village is the only thing protecting the country from outside forces and other villages. I will repeat the words I used for your master and tell them to you bluntly, Sakura. Spoke Inze almost with a disapproving look. The daimyo has only been supporting your village because of his advisors whispering in his ear of the dangers the outside world faces. The bureaucrats have allowed your village to prosper knowing that it's an asset the land cannot afford to lose. The fact is, we still need a new leader. And if that is the case, our only other choice will be to submit a plea to the courts and hope for a resolution to the crisis. But the courts take even longer to decide than the Senate, said another noble who was exasperated at what was happening around him. We need to take action, and we have to seize it now. Our people are dying, we have to do something quickly to stop the problems we are facing. What we need to do is follow through the vote of no confidence. We need to remove the daimyo's place of power and insert someone who is far more suited for the position. Really, Inze, you have to be the best choice here. At least, you're the only person who I think is able to do what is right for the country and by our people. Said another noble supporting the notion of Inze being the daimyo. But we still have to worry about our other rivals. They might suggest one of their own to become the next daimyo. That Kenka would have to be their best choice. And he's just as bad as our current daimyo. We need a strong conviction and the right morals. But we may have to resort to some underhanded tactics. And if we are caught, then all the work we have done into helping the land of fire will be for naught. No one listens to liars and cheaters. Subtlety is key here. Fortunately, I know some people that might be able to help us. Responded another noble, voicing her ideas. The trade guild won't be so willing to help us. They're like mercenaries. They work for the highest bidder. So long as money is in their pockets, they will do whatever anyone has to say, and I'm sure they will throw their lot in with our rivals should the price be right. No, we have to use the cleanest methods to bring about the results we want, said another noble. Perhaps bribery and blackmail could help us. If our rivals resort to using those tactics, we have to be ready to meet them full force with the same tactics. We have to strike while the iron is hot. Perhaps, I have some contacts that might be willing to get their hands dirty. They have never been afraid of such a thing before, and they have always given us satisfactory results in the past. It's at least worth checking into should we find ourselves in a situation we can't claw out of. The only thing wrong with that plan is that, if the civilians find out about our deviations, they would surely throw their lot in with the side they think is right. People have always been so fickle-minded about the day-to-day machinations that they don't recognize when they're being manipulated. Our rival could use this, and will gain more power for themselves in the process. We have to be just and truthful, not resorting to any form of corruption or conspiracy. If we are to save our country, we will take the right course of action possible, the one that represents order in the time of chaos. Our ideals is what the people will resonate most with. If they wish to strive for good, they will favor the side that upholds the values of good. It's as simple as that. Otherwise we will lose our support and end up missing our heads from our shoulders. We have to be realistic. We are going to have to accept that sometimes the best options aren't always the right ones, and that we have to get our hands dirty in order to keep balance and peace within our country and to not allow chaos or anarchy to reign. Spoke Inze. We have to move quickly and be precise, but we must also do so in an honorable and fair way, so not to sully our own morals and ideals. This is a country worth fighting and defending for, and I will not allow anyone to harm the things I love. This meeting is adjourned, said Inze as he waved his hand, and the noble and diplomats left the room with only Sakura staying behind. This issue must be put to rest, Sakura. I will need your full unanimous support in this troubled time. Spoke Inze, to which Sakura nodded. She, like the other delegates, quickly took her leave, not knowing that Inze was far more cunning than a snake. There is always a source of conflict, always a source, and the source was none other than the man in the white kimono and the medal clasped onto his hands. Although he wasn't the true source, you could say he was the oil being poured onto the fire. His Kokurin soldiers have been useful, levying the taxes and inciting the public with open rebellion against the monarchy. The daimyo's position of power have been reduced to nothing more than a figurehead, and when Inze would become the daimyo, he would rectify that with extreme swiftness. If you were unprepared to work for your goals, then you would only get to where you would be at the moment, the same place. Inze would work towards that goal, and soon their real plan would come to fruition. He just needed the right moment to strike, to take that which he worked so hard to get. Only then will the position have some use for him. Their true plan was just about to begin. It was time that the curtains closed and opened up, revealing the true plan. The true reason as to why everything was spiraling into place. Upon a castle, situated on a cliff, overlooking a raging lake and bitter winds, was the infamous prison of Hazukiyo, Demon Lantern Castle. The place where degenerates and criminals of all kind, and all around the shinobi world, were held prisoner, with their own bodies acting as their cells. Hazukiyo was famous for never allowing any shinobi to escape, a reputation they would rather keep intact. However, the criminals were unaware of the hidden forces at work within the castle. Both the warden and a certain prisoner were already plotting their schemes within their minds. Hidden in a room, barred from social contact of any kind, hardly seeing the light of day within his small cell, was Ryu Yokazi, or otherwise known as Naruto Uzumaki, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, his hands clapped together, his form unmoving and staunch and his eyes closed. He had been practicing a new technique for the entire night, all through the cold hours of dusk till dawn. A technique that could mean his freedom. But was he seeking freedom? Or merely plotting another of his plans, or setting up the pieces of oncoming events? It would raise suspicion to see an S-rank criminal being detained within a cell at maximum security prison. The truth was, he wanted to get captured from start, to enact his plans within the prison, to retrieve something that was supposedly valuable in the eyes of his leader. While he didn't care for the object itself, it was valuable enough to catch Nagato's attention. Honestly, Naruto didn't know what to think of this valuable object, but it furthered his true plans. Then he would use the object to the best of his ability to ensure that his schemes remain on their correct course. His thoughts would travel all around. One moment he would be thinking about how to escape. The second thought would be about his current objectives and what he would do, and the third one baffled him the most. These thoughts would almost always travel to his blue-haired partner. He knew that it was almost time until she started feeling its effects. The effects of the gift he gave her. He knew that if she was strong, she would live to see the morning rays of daybreak peeking over the horizon. That is, if she lived. Psst, said a voice, making Naruto snap his eyes open at the sound, revealing his blue orbs. Psst. He heard it again and raised his head to look out the window of his cell, where very little light was penetrating through the small space. Psst, you there? Where else would I be? Jested Naruto with a blank face, making the voice almost sigh at him. Honestly, he had better things to do than entertain a face through his window. He was plotting his escape right at this moment, and anything could break his concentration and cause the technique he was working on to fail. And who would this be? Me, you know, I'm a nobody, just a nobody. Listen, to break the seal on your chest you have to defeat Mui. It's the only way. Continued the voice. Naruto meanwhile didn't even raise an eyebrow at the voice. He already knew how to break the seal. The tricky part was actually breaking the seal, but still. How can I trust the legitimacy of your words? You don't. However, Naruto could feel that presence disappearing, gone with the wind. The only sounds he could hear now were the crashing of the waves against the cliffs and the sound of birds. With that said, Naruto closed his eyes again and focused on his technique once more. There were other ways of escaping the castle, or at least, exerting some control within the castle. Later in the yards of the prison where the degenerates and criminals wasted their time with their pitiful existence, playing cards games, rolling dice and writing death threats to the other, was Mui strutting around like he owned the place. Technically he did, but that didn't matter. The warden was executing one of his daily walks amongst the prisoners, using his presence to intimidate and threaten them. Some of the prisoners would conjure up theories as to why he did this. Perhaps out of fun, or spite. Maybe he liked the smell of the ocean and the clouds in the sky. Others believed that he was going on some kind of spirit walk, a ritual to find one's place in the world. That was the least accepted theory. Perhaps Mui was merely reminding the criminals of their positions and enforcing his own. He was free to walk about and stretch his legs, unlike the people in the prison who were chained like rabid animals. This was widely accepted to be the most logical answer, reminding all of them on what they really were. "Hold it," said a voice where Mui stopped in his stride and turned around to see a head of blonde hair waving in the wind. His cold blue eyes pierced his skull and a black coat's tails danced in the wind. Naruto Uzumaki. It didn't take long for Mui to realize that Naruto's time in the isolation was over. Even an idiot could figure that out. But what was surprising was the near-open act of defiance. Many in the prison were too intimidated by Mui's presence to even look him in the eye than to talk to him. "So, you're out. Have you come to tell me that you enjoyed your time in solitary confinement? Please regale me on your thoughts," spoke Mui with a near-passive face, staring at Naruto, who stared right back without a shred of fear. "Tell me everything you know about Tekurufu," said Naruto as his eyes narrowed a little, and immediately the cursed seal on his left arm appeared and began pulsing, trying to suppress something that was lost. Tekurufu was once a kind, gentle and eager young boy, but yet there was something savage, something contained within him. Tekurufu, if he ever submitted to that bloodlust, became his own worst enemy. Even if all he did was for his village, he would always remain as that kind child. "I refuse to say any more," spoke Mui. "But what does this have to do with me? You're merely a piece of the puzzle I must complete, to unravel the mysteries which plague me," spoke Naruto, with each word Mui taking another step towards him. Among the crowd, all the prisoners were confused at what was happening. They couldn't make heads or tails of what they were talking about. Among them was a prisoner with a striped green bandana and enchanting eyes that was watching the whole spectacle with unblinking eyes. "I would reconsider trying to complete the puzzle, as you say. There are things that we do in our lives that we would rather forget. Besides, if you scratch at that wall too much, you may find it crashing down on you. And in your present condition, it would not be wise to keep scratching at that wall," continued Mui, his eyes narrowing even more at the blonde. "Even if my mind is crushed by this falling wall, if I can get back up, then it won't be a problem," said the blonde. "Tell me, what is your village to you?" questioned Mui, which made Naruto raise an eyebrow. "Have you ever killed someone you had no grudge against in order to protect your village? So you say that I'm of little use to any village so long as I kill the ones they declare their enemies or the ones they condemn as a menace to their peace," answered Naruto, to which Mui nodded his head. "I've never heard of anything so stupid before. Eventually you will understand that you don't matter to anyone. Even if you were to stand before the gates of hell for your village, they wouldn't care less. If your village celebrates the death of a 13-year-old boy, then they couldn't care less about the one who actually killed him so long as the danger is eradicated," said Mui. "But the thing is, that boy wasn't a danger to begin with." "Very true," replied Mui, and just then 3 guards appeared from nowhere, grabbing Naruto by his shoulders. "Causing trouble just when you got out. We'll put you in your own cell. Just a way to teach you some manners," said one of the guards as he grabbed Naruto, but then Mui raised his hand towards them, making them stop. "Take him to solitary confinement, only there will he learn respect," said Mui as the guards dragged him off back to the same cell. "Well, Blondie, I guess you enjoyed your time in solitary, as here you are going right back in again," said the guard as Naruto merely allowed them to take him. "Second offense, 5 days. Let's see how feisty you are after that." As he was sitting in solitary confinement, Naruto pulled up his sleeve and bit his arm, drawing blood and clapping his hands together, focusing on mastering the same technique, but his thoughts were also preoccupied with Mui's words. Those words felt like bells ringing in his ears, almost as if he had heard the sound before. How come those words, they sound so familiar? Thought Naruto as he sat in his cell, where he looked up through his window as the last light of the sun began disappearing, and he frowned ever so slightly as he knew that it was now time, and he could only hope that she would be all right. And just as the sun set over the horizon, "It's time, be safe, Konan." A few hours later, in a dark forest where light and dark clouds were hanging over the world, heavy rain was pelting the leaves and branches of the trees and dampened the ground. The howling wind was scraping against the wood of the trunks and creating a symphony with the leaves of the trees. The full moon overhead illuminated a light blue hue across the white clouds. The last light of the sun was also painting itself across the clouds, creating a bronze hue in the blue sky. The birds were currently fleeing from the trees in fear of their lives, as they could hear the pained whimpering of what was almost akin to a wounded animal. Lying on the ground upon her side, arms brought up to her naked chest as if cradling her form. Her bare body being pounded by the rain's punishment was the Akatsuki member Konan. With a pained expression on her face as she was grinding her teeth, and tears were forming at the corner of her eyes. At the moment she was experiencing pain that she had never felt before. All along her body were black smoldering cracks that not even the drops of rain were dampening. The sight would have made anybody recoil in discomfort. At the moment, at the afflicted moaning of the woman, the pain, it felt like fire beneath her skin. Yet she wasn't burnt. Her skin glistened from the light of the moon and the droplets of rain, except the things marking her were the black cracks around her body. She tried to suppress the oncoming screams of agony, her naked body quivering under the pain. Her clothes were lying around her. For a time just any article upon her burned like her skin, and she felt confined, like a prisoner in a cell. She attempted to look up at the sky, where the rain battered itself against her face, but soon her face scrunched up in agony once again as another wave of pain flooded through her body. She curled her toes, brought her legs up to her chest, and her arms rubbed her shoulders, trying to dull the pain. The cracks along her body began spreading around her body more as the pain increased. And the question would have been on anybody's unknowing mind was, how could this have happened to her? Before long, she then felt a presence from behind her. A swirling distortion that rippled in the air before a body sprouted forth. The man was wearing a white mask with a purple tint and covered the entire upper half of his head. The mask's design resembled a combination of the Sharingan and Rinnegan, consisting of a ripple pattern with 3 tomo in the center, 2 of which act as the mask's eye holes. He wore a pair of black pants and gloves with a white shirt underneath. Over this he wore a purple, high-collared, long-sleeved mantle that splits down the lower half and had the Uchiha clan symbol on the back. Around his waist he wore a simple, light purple obi and a belt with a large gunbai strapped to his back. Well, what have we here?" said Obito as he walked forward towards Konan with a smirk underneath his mask, her back facing towards him. He could see all the black, smoldering cracks along her body and knew whose handiwork it belonged to. With the way things seemed, Konan might not live to see the next morning rays of the sun. A wounded flower dying under the moon. "Really, Konan, I have never seen you in such a state before. It's truly heart-wrenching," exaggerated Obito as he didn't mean what he said. In response, Konan only curled her body some more, probably to protect herself from his words. "I knew you would come," hissed Konan as she could barely breath out those words, as it took great effort for her to do anything other than to coil in agony. "Ah yes, in fact I believe I came to check on your progress. You know, tasks and chores. They are tedious things after all, but you know how it is, we just have to go ahead and do it so to get it over with. But the thing is, how can we expected to pull our own weight when it's our own underlings who are incapable of such things themselves? It's really a mind-boggling thing," spoke Obito as he stood before the naked Konan but unable to see any of her features. "Now then, will you kill Naruto Uzumaki or won't you kill Naruto Uzumaki? Simple answer, yes or no." "Go to hell," said Konan, looking over her shoulder, locking her amber eyes with his Sharingan ones. "Please my dear, I'm already there," rebuked Obito. "But still, it's a simple thing. Jab a kunai into his neck, not that hard, but the baffling thing about it is, why not? You have much to gain from his death. With him out of the way you can finally realize Yahiko's dreams and bring them into reality. I truly cannot comprehend the fickle nature of the human heart. No, please tell me you haven't developed feelings for him. That's truly laughable since he has none. Why have affections for something that has the emotional level of a vegetable? They're not gone. Just buried. There is still good in him. It's trapped in a dark hollow. Whether he created that hollow doesn't matter. He's not afraid of love. He's afraid of being loved. But my affections for him are still uncertain. But there is one thing. I will protect him from you, said Konan as she shrieked a little more in pain. Admirable. But what if you fail? His mind is fragile after all. The moment he comes to know love, he will run the risk of carrying even more hatred for the world around him, maybe even hatred for you. He's already lost someone he loved, someone he cherished more than anything. That love transformed into hatred for the ones that took her away from him. He held hatred for anyone even associated with her. He despised everything around him or even reminded him of her, and he became more of a danger than an asset. He was more like a volatile animal, calm and kind, to savage and cruel. Can you shoulder the hatred he holds for his home, the people that wronged him, the ones that denied him everything? Your words are meaningless unless you take action. The only mercy anyone can give a sick animal is death. Will you give that to him? No, said Konan, showcasing her resolve, and will to Obito, who merely sneered behind his mask before disappearing in a swirling distortion, possibly leaving Konan to die in the forest. Elsewhere outside of Konoha, where the dark clouds hovering above the blackened village, two figures were hiding behind bushes. One was staring out at the gates of the strongest village while the other was staring blankly, not looking at anything in particular. You live in a nice neighborhood. You know, I felt someone get mugged right outside your house. It was fascinating, said the girl. The person was a girl, wearing a full body with dark gray square-like patterns along her arms and chest. Silver leather armor covered her torso down to the legs and back, held together by bands on the person's sides and a ringed band connecting it to the neck. The person was wearing long figure-fitting boots with white lines that ran up to the waist, which stuck snugly to their body, held together by two bands around the girl's waist. Black gloves that extended from the fingers to her forearms with white lines, and a hood pinned to silver armor which was currently pulled down, showcasing to the world her light lavender hair. She also had pale skin with milky white irises and pupils with a star-shaped hair clip. Someone has jumped outside my house and you find that fascinating? Well, there are less fascinating things, like dirt, said the other, who was ducking his head into the bushes trying not to be seen by the guards at the gate. He had brown eyes, light skin with fiery crimson hair that was kept into a high ponytail with a noticeable widow's peak. His upper body was covered in tribal tattoos and also had the same tattoos on his forehead, which was covered with a maroon bandana. He was wearing a black kimono with a light blue trim and obi, with ninja sandals and a katana strapped to his waist. It doesn't happen a lot, therefore it's interesting, spoke the girl who was known as Kyoku as she sat on the ground with her partner, checking his head over the bush again and again. I can feel those guards from here, at the gate. Why do they feel so grim? What do you suppose will happen if I tickled one of them? How does tickling them matter at all? Though that would be quite funny, questioned her partner, who was known as Yujin. Just trying to lighten the mood, and it worked, so you know what you had to do? Queried Kyoku as she never moved her head to even look at Yujin. Being blind meant she didn't really have to look at anyone. Yeah, find Naruto's journal, bring it back, find the Maybor, live happily ever after, the end, said Yujin as he looked over at the gate of Konoha once more. You're missing something, said Kyoku, and Yujin looked over at her before he saw a fist heading straight for his face, smashing itself into his nose, where he fell face first into the ground. He got back up again, eyes wide and white as he now held a bloody nose, and then looked back up at Kyoku, who was facing in a different direction. And she could tell that he wanted to say the obvious question. Have to make it realistic. You were mugged just now, act like you're in pain. I am in pain. Which is not something someone as handsome as me should be feeling. Deadpanned Yujin as he glared at the blind girl, who merely shrugged at him. Well, chop chop, off you go. As she clapped and he got up, where he stumbled out of the bushes onto the road, staggering and falling over from the pain of his now broken nose. The guards at the gate, seeing the wounded Yujin. You all right, sir? Questioned one of the guards. Then it occurred to the redhead, he had just forgotten his cover story for stumbling to the gate. He was going to have to improvise. "I've been stung by a bee. I think it's starting to swell. God, am I dying?" said Eugen as he gripped his wrist. "If you were stung by a bee, why's your nose bleeding?" "It's an allergic reaction. My God, the sting is starting to swell. It's almost as big as my head. Don't just stand there, do something," yelled Eugen as he fell to his knees while the two guards gave each other odd looks and Kyoku from her position face-palmed herself from hearing Eugen's cry. "Just tell my wife, my children. I died at Konoha." "Ah, shut up, we get enough drama as it is. Just go into the village," said one of the guards as Eugen walked into the village with a smug smirk and flashing Kyoku a thumbs up despite the fact that she was blind. The reason she couldn't join was because of the sensory barrier around the village. It memorized anyone's chakra who walked through the barrier, and they updated the barrier regularly, so they were probably already aware of Kyoku's chakra signature and would take action against her if she was to set foot in the village. However, Eugen had never been to Konoha and thus the sensor barrier would not warn the village of the intrusion, plus he was a fairly ordinary person, nothing too inconspicuous. When he walked through the village he could see the semi-somber and yet also happy expressions on the villagers' faces. He wondered that with such weather that the people of the village would be more downcast, but guess he was wrong. But he still had to focus on the objective at hand. He needed to find Naruto's journal. He supposed that it might have been at the blonde's previous home, but that would be too easy to find, or perhaps it was in one of the major landmarks in the village, but that would be too open. Eugen knew that Naruto would have hidden his journal in a place no one would think to look, a place that many saw and yet didn't at the same time. He looked up at the Hokage mountain and as if a light just turned on inside his head he knew he had found the answer. Jumping across the village, reaching the mountain, Eugen knew that this was just a guess and he could be wrong. The journal was there or it wasn't. Landing on a building he overlooked the Hokage mountain, locoing at all 5 faces of the past and present Hokage. He then raised his hand and pointed at the face of the Shodem Hokage. "Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe, if he squeals let him go, eeny, meeny miny, mo," said Eugen as he pointed his finger at a different face of the Hokage with every word until his finger landed on the face of the Nidame Hokage. Jumping up and using his chakra to cling to the face, Eugen inspected the stone carving of the renowned Senju. Then he clicked his finger and lowered himself towards the carving's nose where he stuck his hand up the Hokage nose, exerting a small giggle from his silly action. All he could feel however was rock, but then he felt something odd. Smiling smugly at his discovery he pulled out his object where it was revealed to be a book, with vertical lines running down the cover and circling at the base with a Japanese tree upon a cliff over the lines, held together by string. Huh, similar minds think alike it seems. Okay, that sounds a little dirty. Well, Ka-chan did say I was the biggest smart ass in the world. But I guess Eugen Uzumaki is smarter than she thought, said Eugen aloud to himself, one of the few surviving members of the Uzumaki clan. Now to just make sure this is his. He should have his name on it somewhere. He opened the book up, onto the first page, whereupon the first page was a sketched image of a large tree and underneath was the signature, in big bold words saying, "Number 1 Hokage candidate Naruto," with a swirl next to his name. This was all the proof Eugen needed. This certainly was Naruto's journal, and with it he and Kyoku could discover the location of the Maber. But curiosity getting the better of him, Eugen turned the page and read the first entry. And there were sketched images of the Sandame Hokage, Danzo Shimura, and plenty others, even the Yondaime and a beautiful woman. Reading the first few paragraphs he noted the day. August 8th, can't concentrate today. Haven't been able to for weeks. New ideas, recent insurgent reports. The ubiquitous eye of Root watching me. How can I not be distracted? Setting up the new lab has consumed the last few months. I have doubts. I keep wondering whether this is the best course. How did I become involved in this? Toge's report on the outposts surely led me here. That scarcely begins to tell the story. Will clarify my thoughts on this further when I get a chance to breathe. I found this journal in a quaint local shop. Good cup of green tea as well. Although the shopkeep was reluctant to sell anything to me, on my last trip from the main does help. To get it all on paper, out of my head. I need a place to record my personal thoughts and the most sensitive research notes as I undertake this project, which I've simultaneously desired, been inspired by, and dreaded. The Zencho is the sum of all those things, so it seems fitting that this journal begins here. Am I a bit sentimental? Yes. Pragmatic? Absolutely. Yujin turned the page and saw a sketched image of Naruto, at the age of when the passage was written, with the continuation of the passage. Despite my artificial enhanced data recording and storage system and assistant, Koa, I learned long ago that anything stored into Koa can be retrieved. I have no illusions that some within this organization wouldn't hesitate to employ against me the very intrusion fuinjutsu I helped devise if it suited their self-interests. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, so they say. All the other children look at me strangely. It was no secret that we were once pitted against each other. They look at me. They know what I am. Yet they deny themselves the ability to move past that drawback. Though there is one, with the hair like snow. Number 67. She is different. Unlike the others. They don't understand, we are soldiers, Root made it so, we cannot vary from our assigned path, never be anything other than what we are now. But we are free to choose within that role. To accept and succeed, or deny and die. Duty is clear and defined. If they die we lose nothing but a weakness, and that in turn makes us stronger, and we survive. And I will. And so I begin. To learn whether humanity can be saved from itself, and the role I will play in its uncertain destiny. And will I be able to contain it? Interesting stuff. I can only imagine that there's a huge market for the homes of small little soldier killers. Commented Yujin, so Naruto wrote the journal passage around the time he was creating the Zencho. Well, time to go back to Kyoku, she'll be jumping with joy, that or she managed to bake a poison cake, that is how she spends her time, I'll just have some tea. Said Yujin, who left the village in tow with the book in hand. When he made it back to Kyoku she smiled, pleased that he was able to accomplish something that didn't involve a fight somehow. They soon left to a place much safer where they can read the book in relative safety. In the capital of the Land of Fire, in the palace of the daimyo that overlooked the entire city as if the Great Hall was a deity made of stone and wood. The daimyo of course lived in such a palace, and less than often held meetings between delegates, nobles, politicians and the bureaucrats. The daimyo himself thought of such affairs as tedious and nothing more than a waste of his time when he could be out there in the world enjoying himself amongst the rabble. Now that he was freed from his marriage because of the death of his wife, he had never allowed any rules to restrain him, since he had spent most of his time drinking, gambling and whoring his way across his city. The catch was, those tedious meetings of his, they were of course somewhat important. Well, somewhat is not the right word for it. The meetings themselves affected the course of history the Land of Fire would pave for itself, whether for good or ill, and with things as they are, it was most certainly for ill. So now the daimyo, in all of his wondrous glory and wisdom, was forced to attend another of these bothersome meetings between the politically involved. Being a person that never had to work a day in his life, or lift up a pencil, would find themselves extremely bored out of their mind. He'd rather read the latest manga that had been serialized. The chair recognizes the delegate from the sovereign village of Konohagakure and the delegate of the northern region of the Land of Fire. Sakura Haruno and Inze Hosoku, said the daimyo in the seat of the head of the Land of Fire, surrounded by a rounded table with chairs all around him and lights overhead. Either side of the daimyo were two royals' guards, sworn to protect the man of royal standing. With that said, Inze and Sakura stood up from their chairs, revealing themselves to the rest of the courts. Daimyo-sama, delegates of the Land of Fire. A tragedy has occurred within our great nation. Which started right here with the taxation of trade routes, the extravagance of the aristocracy, the denial of equal rights among the citizens and the economic turmoil which has led our country to near revolution that has engulfed our entire country, because of the oppression from men such as him. Said Inze, where he pointed one of his metal-clasped hands towards his arch-rival Kenka, who merely sweated a little at the gesture and when all eyes fell on him. This is outrageous, you have no proof. I object to the senator's statements. Rebuked Kenka, trying to cover up his folly and ease the tension within the room. The chair does not recognize the senator of the western region of the Land of Fire at this time. Spoke the daimyo, tiring to defuse the situation before punches were about to be thrown about as well as scandals to be revealed. To state our allegations, I present Sakura Haruno, recently elected delegate of Konoha who speaks on their behalf," said Inze as he took a seat, letting Sakura take center stage, where she blushed a little in embarrassment as all the eyes in the room fell on her. "Honorable representatives of the Land of Fire. I come and speak to you under the most gravest of circumstances. Our citizens as well as our economy are being invaded by the unseen armies of poverty and famine." However, she was cut off from speaking further when Inze's rival spoke up to voice his complaints. "I reject this, she has little voice in the matter of the quartz," said Kenka, but Sakura and Inze glared at him where he seemed to shrink a little in fear. "This is incredible. I recommend a commission to be sent amongst the common folk to ascertain the truth of this matter." The voice of the South concurs with the voice of the West with the Honorable Delegate Kenka. A commission would be the most sensible course of action to discover the roots of the problems plaguing us. This commission sounds like an excellent idea. The point is conceded. The delegates of the North and East along with the delegate of Konoha. Will you differ to allow a commission to explore the validity of your accusations and claims? Spoke the daimyo, earning disapproving looks from Inze's supporters. This is where the daimyo's strength fades and will disappear into the forgotten ravages of history, whispered Inze to Sakura, who merely had a dejected look on her face. "I will not differ. I have come before you to resolve the crisis on our sovereignty now. I was not elected to watch our people suffer, starve and die while you discuss the problems at hand in a committee. I was not elected to just sit by and be someone's puppet while others, pulling strings, abuse their positions in order to further their own ambitions and self-interests. I was not elected to watch everything we hold dear and cherish crumble and shatter around us as if it's a house of cards or a tower of glass. If this body is not capable of action, I suggest that new leadership is needed," said Sakura, earning inquisitive gazes from most of the people in the room. Some gazes were also of respect for the strong spirit she displayed. "I move for a vote of no confidence in our daimyo's leadership." And for a few seconds there was nothing but silence and shocked expressions at what just happened at the moment, and for the first time in his reign, the daimyo actually lifted his head. It wasn't long before multiple members were practically screaming out to vote now. At least 2/3 of the court were shouting for the daimyo's removal and the instigation of a new ruler. A new royal family. The daimyo merely lowered his head in defeat as everyone around him were turning against the leader they had sworn to serve, and it wasn't long before hysteria had settled in and papers and shoes were flying all over the place. Now they will elect a new daimyo. A strong daimyo, one who will not allow this tragedy to continue, said Inze to Sakura, who merely sat back in her seat with a look of uncertainty on her face at what she had just done. It had been 5 days since Naruto was placed in solitary confinement, sitting in the same position he had first entered, crossed-legged and his hands together forming something in between. His eyes were closed, steeped in concentration, and his form was unmoving like a mountain, solid and still. The blonde then heard the door to his cell opening, where one of the guards appeared saying that his days in solitary were over. With that said, the guard ushered Naruto out of the cell with no complaint, as Naruto did as he was told and respectively left the cell to join his other inmates. Later it was around the time for lunch, as Naruto strolled into the eating area for the prisoners who were busy munching on the mediocre food available. The blonde's blue eyes scanned across the room, landing on each prisoner. Some were large, too large to be considered human. Others were really skinny, probably because of lack of exercise, while others strangely enough appeared to be having a good time, almost as if they wanted to be placed in the prison. Naruto could also spot Kisame talking with the other criminals and gaining a kinship Naruto didn't think was possible. But he had better things to do, and so he continued walking into the lunch area. However, with each step he took, the room became quieter and more eyes landed on his form. However, he didn't pay them any heed as he kept on walking, not caring for the eyes landing on his form. One prisoner was currently slurping on ramen noodles, and Naruto noted that they served ramen, something to which he was slightly grateful for. However, he didn't mind the cutting tension that was laced in the air and being exhaled through each breath. All those eyes staring at him. The blonde then approached the chef, who handed him a bowl of ramen noodles and sat in a lonely corner of the room, away from all the other inmates as he began gorging himself slowly on the noodles. He soon saw something enter his vision, where he noticed a shinobi of Kumo origin sitting in front of him smiling. Naruto recognized the chakra of the man as the one that kidnapped his clone. Other than that, Naruto couldn't care less. "Hey," said Moroi, trying to start up a conversation between them. "Go away, you're not my type," said Naruto with little interest at all as he continued slurping on his noodles in peace, which was apparently shattered because of the criminal in front of him. "Name's Moroi, you know you've made yourself quite the celebrity around here," said Moroi, trying to spark the blonde's interest and attention. However, Naruto didn't paw any heed to his words as he just continued enjoying his lunch. It was much better than all the other garbage they would serve at the castle. "It's not like I did much, and I don't see why they would care," said Naruto when his mouth wasn't full with noodles. "You tried to escape the first chance you got on your first day, no less, got thrown in solitary twice and even stood up to Mui. You got guts. Everything you've done have given the people here a boost in morale and hope, some even an ego boost," continued Moroi, informing Naruto on what exactly his presence has done to the inmates. "Even though you couldn't mold your chakra, that didn't stop you from trying anyway. Even if you fought the big man Mui, you had no chance, but rather you fought with words and not your fists, and words can be strong stuff. Not a lot of guys would do that. I didn't do it for them, I was just being selfish," said Naruto, trying to understand the human mind and the mind-boggling behavior of prisoners. "Hey, seriously man, Mui's jutsu has made us forget that we're shinobi. Just look around you. These guys are sheep, nothing ever stirs things up around here. Just so peaceful." Just as Moroi was about to say something else, a hand slammed itself next to Naruto, which toppled his half-eaten bowl of ramen, spilling it on the floor. "Heard you're some kind of big shot, huh? S-ranked shinobi with no equal, like to put that to the test," said the prisoner, where Naruto looked up to see a man with a mohawk. Nothing special about him other than that. "Well, you must have the intelligence to form a sentence and know who exactly you're talking to. That or someone put you up, did," said Naruto as he stared at the table. But the man merely grabbed Naruto's shoulder in a threatening way, his body language and action explaining the situation all too well. "You have a smart mouth. I bet that mouth of yours can serve other uses," said the man with a sick grin on his face. "Take your hand off me, or you might just lose it," warned Naruto, but the man was not intimidated and merely smiled as his grip tightened on Naruto's shoulder. But then in a swift movement he was hurled over Naruto's shoulder and slammed upon the table, where he grunted in pain. Naruto, grabbing his arm with both hands, swiftly broke the arm that was holding onto his shoulder, snapping it at the elbow, making the make scream in pain where tears could be seen at the corners of his eyes. He was then elbowed in the face and thrown off the table, his entire face bleeding and his arm bending in an unnatural way. Naruto followed up his punishment by lifting him up off the floor where he was now standing. Naruto then punched him in the gut, nearly making the man throw up his breakfast. He then punched him in the face, right on his cheek, making blood and teeth fly through the air and probably breaking some bone. The prisoner then fell back onto the floor, where Naruto walked up and slammed right foot on his chest, breaking every rib and probably rupturing a lung. The prisoner expectedly fainted or died from his wounds, whichever one it was. "That guy's a monster," said one of the prisoners who watched what happened and was horrified at what he saw and the level of brutality. He could probably hear the bones break also. "Nah, leave it, the guy that's bleeding right now deserved it. Burned and raped an entire village just for the fun of it," said Moroi, as he wasn't shocked at what happened. He heard everything he needed to know about Ryu Yokaze and the level of savagery he displayed in combat. "Trust me on this, Yokaze's worth a lot more than that scum any day." Another prisoner, wearing predominantly green with a white hair, was also watching and listening, and it was fair to say, she had seen things just as grisly before. About that time the guards began rounding up the prisoners. Also, they had discovered the man that Naruto practically mauled had died of his wounds, but no one seemed to bat an eyelash or care in the least. He always said he would get out of Hazukiyo. Guess he got his wish, as the guards were now carrying a body bag. As one of the guards was rounding a corner, he felt a slight tap against his neck, where he was knocked out by Naruto, who stripped him of his uniform, and with that said, he dressed up in the uniform and casually walked out of the castle, heading for the cliffs. Now he was standing on the cliffs, with the raging ocean beneath him, the winds buffeting against his body, his black cloak whipping around as if it had a life of its own, the turbulent storm approaching ahead with lightning cackling in the clouds and rain drumming against the ocean, almost like a symphony of nature. He merely watched the storm. He had no desire to escape and leave.
He just wished to find solace in this ever-stormy world of that he lived in, he shared with, and obeyed. But he also needed a break from training. He was close, so close now that he could practically feel the rush of power coursing through him. Madara had the same power, but only after he chose to not be oppressed and used while he watched his clan diminish and fall because of the fears of Tobirama Senju.
"You'll die if you jump in there," yelled a voice, to which Naruto turned his head to see the same prisoner who he talked to when they were getting inspected. She, like him, was standing a little away from the edges of the cliff, unmoving and stoic. "I didn't come here to escape imprisonment, I came here to escape from everything," replied Naruto as he looked out across the waters of the lake and the loud storm coming closer and closer. However, the woman merely raised an eyebrow at him. She didn't expect that answer at all from the likes of him. She suspected that he was someone that enjoyed their freedom to not be bogged down by anything the world or its people had to offer. "You came to escape the savagery of this world," stated the woman, to which Naruto merely stared at her, to which confirmed the question. "We better find shelter, the storm will be here soon." At a small cave, where a large campfire was lit, both Naruto and the woman were sheltered from the downpour of the natural phenomenon. Naruto merely stared into the flames, watched their flickering, dancing forms light up the darkness. Sometimes he wondered if flames and fire were the most beautiful thing in the world. While they left destruction in its wake, burning anything they touch, the land and everything else would be renewed and creation would follow in its wake. Before creation there must be destruction. And he couldn't agree more. "You've settled in quite nicely at the prison. The people respect and fear you. Mui himself has taken a keen interest in you. But you were also lucky, erosion has worn away at those cliffs for years. It's only a matter of time before they came crushing down. You might have fallen into the water and you might not have been able to save yourself. Perhaps I couldn't save you if you were swept out far enough," spoke the woman as she dumped wood onto the fire. Became the flames roar ever more. "Do you remember what I told you in the holding cells?" "Yeah, I know what you meant, then and now. I've been careful, though I can't say the same for the other prisoners," said Naruto as he removed his black cloak, allowing his chiseled chest to be seen and allowing the warmth of the fire to fill away at the dark corners of his body. The woman also noted the lightning-like scar on his left pectoral but didn't prod any further on the matter. "You're smart, you think before you act, and act after you think. You get in trouble on purpose, to be locked away where no one can get to you, where you're safe. And you do it for another reason, though that reason I cannot comprehend. You are a true shinobi. No wonder most people respect you," said the woman with a little awe in her voice, but other than that she showed respect and credit where it was due. "And you are an ANBU level shinobi, your skills and behavior help you stand out. You're quiet, keep to yourself. You don't socialize, to you. The mission is everything, yet you have your own morals, but when push comes to shove you'll do what is right even though you know it's wrong. You're from Kusagakure, born and raised, something happened in your life, a tragedy, that's why you're so disconnected, you were hurt and by forming bonds you're afraid of hurting others," spoke Naruto, to which the woman nodded as most of it was true. And there was no point in lying, he could tell when people were lying. "My name is Ryuzetsu, and it's true, I belong to the Kusagakure Anbu. We've done our research on you as you have on me. Ryu Yokazi, although there's not much to learn about you. No personal history, no family connections, no career history, no medical history, suspected to originate from Konoha or Kumo. Ryu Yokazi. Possibly a name you chose for yourself to hide from others. Akatsuki agent, highly skilled, possible Uchiha clan origins, other than that, you're a ghost," spoke the woman now known as Ryuzetsu. And Naruto was surprised that she was able to guess as much as she did. Of course she was wrong on several accounts, but that didn't matter to her or to him. "I infiltrated Hazukiyo because we received intel from our contacts that you were to be imprisoned in the castle along with Kisame Hoshigaki. Well informed, I like that quality, you know what you get yourself into before you step in shit," said Naruto, to which Ryuzetsu nodded at him. "But still, why do you seek my aid? I can tell that this isn't a courtesy call. You want my help against Mui?" "Correct. Mui is a Jonin of Kusagakure. He descends from a clan, a long line of gatekeepers, guardians, who do just that, guard the gate. And of course beyond the gate is the reason why you're here, the Gokuraku no Hako, box of ultimate bliss. And according to legends it's supposed to grant the wish of anyone who can open it," informed Ryuzetsu, to which Naruto nodded. I don't believe a simple box can grant anything your heart desires, it's most likely a trick, spoke Naruto as his gaze fell on the fire. No one really knows if it's true or not, but the legend says that during the era of the Sage of the Six Paths, a group of individuals came close to conquering the world with that box, said Ryuzetsu, making Naruto raise an eyebrow at the age of the box. Something must have happened that stopped them from completely fulfilling their plans, replied Naruto, trying to ascertain the truth. No one knows why, the story stops there. But they say that half of the world was completely destroyed and barely able to repair itself after the destruction. From amongst the survivors of the group that manipulated the box, two rival factions were born that sparked a civil war ever since. The Flower faction that seeks to use the box through war and conquest, while we and myself of the Grass Fruit faction counsel peace. Mui belongs to the Flower and he has the power to use the box as a weapon. According to the information we received, it requires an enormous amount of chakra to open the box. That's why they intend to use you, because of your monstrous levels of chakra and its strength. They had to change their plans because of your arrival and they're moving quickly, informed Ryuzetsu, to which Naruto nodded as he had noticed peculiar movement amongst the guards and prisoners. And my mission is to prevent the Flower faction from opening the box, no matter the cost. Perhaps it will be the right decision to kill me and stop them from achieving their goals, suggested Naruto, though he knew she wouldn't be able to kill him. If I was to kill someone to further my own goals, then I will become who I'm fighting against, snarled Ryuzetsu as she stared into the fire. He being Mui, responded Naruto, to which Ryuzetsu nodded at him. Mui doesn't care what he has to do to open the box, he was even willing to sacrifice his own son. The only way to ever fulfill my mission and to have my revenge is by killing Mui. I will paint my hands in his blood, whispered Ryuzetsu darkly as she stared into the fire with unbridled rage and hatred. Mui's jutsu must be broken if we are to ever escape. Only if Mui is killed will the seal on our bodies be broken, until then we're powerless. When Mui dies, use your great power to destroy the box. You know I have orders to steal the box, said Naruto bluntly, making Ryuzetsu look away from the fire and stare at him in wide eyes, in fear and shock. Though if you say this box is as dangerous as it sounds, then I'll follow along, for now. But we don't even need to kill Mui for that to happen. Just what are you saying? Said Ryuzetsu, raising her voice a little in anger. Naruto then lifted up a finger where chakra could be seen. If a person had large amounts of chakra, then they could mold some of it. Naruto then pressed his finger into the hard stony ground, and Ryuzetsu could see an image forming in the rock. It was a screaming man with his arm in the air with crosses for eyes and an eye in the middle of his chest with arrows pointing around his body. And surrounding the screaming man, mirroring his gestures, was a snarling wolf with long claws. We can't infuse our chakra internally, then it doesn't apply for chakra we gain externally. I'll be able to tap into a special form for a certain amount of time if this jutsu works. And the best part is, I'll be able to maintain control because of this jutsu. I just need focus and concentration. Then our missions will be complete, said Naruto, to which Ryuzetsu nodded and was slightly curious about this special form of his. Well, we should return to Hazukio before the guards discover our absence, said Ryuzetsu, packing their things and dousing the fire. Lying in his cell was Naruto, thinking about the day's events and what had transpired. Still remembering Mui's words and how familiar they sounded. He then remembered his time in Konoha, everything that happened, and yet somehow, he felt as if there were pieces missing, events that never truly occurred, all the smiles and laughs he had with his friends, all the fights and the missions, all the people he cared for and loved. However, the only two people that came to his mind that he truly cared about were Madara and Konan. No one else appeared, just those two people. That was all. He then fell into sleep as the full moon disappeared behind the black clouds carrying thunder and lightning. 1, 287 Chapter 19. Nature of the Beast. Madara's student. Disclaimer. Naruto and its characters are owned by Masashi Kishimoto. And any references made in this story in any chapter are also not mine. Hey guys, JubyWriter99 here. Sorry for the wait, but it was necessary as this is the longest chapter in the story, even longer than chapter 10, which was the longest before. Now first things first, I have to tell you, There will be a Naruto vs Muku fight. And to make it more interesting, I've made Muku stronger than what he was in the movie, and Naruto is weaker because of the seal Mui placed on him. So I expect no complaining when it comes to their power, or if Naruto gets beat up, he's weaker and Muku is stronger. Well, if Naruto didn't have the seal on him, then he would be stronger, but still not the point. We also find out what happens to Konan, and I do hope you enjoy the chapter.
Also Beast Mode Level 2 and new cameo Nanayo. That's all I'm gonna say.
Nature of the beast in the sacred land of the wolves. A place forbidden to anyone but their chosen champions. A beautiful place home to a wondrous people, but yet the most savage at the same time.
A place serene and dangerous, calm and violent at its core. Its name, a mere lie hiding the brutality of its people. The dog's howls mirroring the blowing of the wind as the colorful leaves of the trees danced in the air like a spectacular show, almost as if they had life in them. The waters rushing through streams and over cliffs drumming against the ground like a chorus. The land, as if painted, was beautiful to anyone who was unfamiliar with the true nature of beasts.
Shiranui, the ruler of the realm, the chieftain of the wolves and one of the oldest and strongest beings in the world, was lying within his palace, contemplating something that had haunted him for centuries, his own death. Blessed with eternal youth and vitality, the wolf lay there, unmoving, only stirring when something caught his interest. He was pondering his death. Sometimes, he dreamt of it, dying over and over, a cursed animal. He had thought aloud of one day killing himself, to be rid of the burden placed on him. Alas! The man that had placed the eternal seal on him would not allow for such an act. He could no more kill himself than a fish drowning in water. Because of his immense size and durability, jumping off cliffs couldn't work, and you can't suffocate yourself either. In mortals, such as shinobi, killing him would be difficult enough. He would just awaken in the same place, alive and healthy the next day when twilight arrives. Madara Uchiha attempted to kill him once, didn't quite work out as he awoke in the same place, alive, on his throne. This everlasting bane would shoulder him through the rest of his eternal life, and he would continue to curse the sage that tormented him to this day. While he may spite the one who placed him under the seal, he knew that the sins and atrocities he committed were his own doom. He would wait for the right time where he would die with this world that he lived in, waiting its final hour of twilight. The great wolf's ears then perked up upon hearing a sound emanating from the door to his palace, where he opened one of his eyes to see a small silhouette of his faithful servant. Shionen. She was a slender woman wearing a sleeveless pink kimono with long pink bell sleeves with dark red lining. A large darker shade of pink obi with two bells won her waist connected by strings. Simple sandals on her feet. A mask venerating her master Shiranui. A mask in the shape of his likeness, and long white hair tied into a high ponytail and tied with red string and bells. Shiranui-sama, there's been a change to the roster which I believed should have been brought to your attention, said the Might Wolf's servant, Shionen, standing before her ancient master. I know, I can sense my senjutsu chakra even from here, so this little scheme of his worked after all. I'm surprised she even survived the night in my chakra. She must be strong to even not die outright from the surge of power. Perhaps it was those eyes of his, or that life force. Whichever the case, I'm pleased that my blood didn't go to waste. Shoyonen, when she wakes, go retrieve her and bring her before me. She must mature before she assists that maid of hers, spoke Shiranui, to which his servant bowed and left to retrieve their new summoner. Shiranui merely sat on his throne reminiscing about all the times his summoners accepted his blood and who refused. The time Madara underwent his partaking of the blood curse was a rather interesting time and an unforgettable moment. Flashback: the moon was high in the sky, overlooking the world it had been watching for centuries, its pale light illuminating darkness and shining light on shades. There were few times when a person would lie out and admire the beauty of the moon and its light, engulfing the world in a serene embrace where any creature was overcome with euphoria. The moon was truly a marvel of nature that could only be enjoyed by ones who could understand its instinct. Only those who knew of its origins could understand such a leviathan. Other than that, people merely looked at it as an orb in the sky, nothing more. However, this was no time to be admiring the moon, as the forests in the land of fire were currently playing host to many torches and blazing and the sound of marching. With banners emblazoned with a red and white fan soaring through the trees as the sounds of war drums could be heard piercing through stone. Wood and flesh, it was a gathering, a call, but not a call to arms. There was no war. There was no historic battle, not even a small skirmish. No, this was something less and more, a promise, a clan, a family, was called to a mountain. A cliff whose face was topped with stone pillars leaning against each other and where the burning torches were most prevalent. They all gathered around, watching with bated breath and shaking arms, carrying the burning torches as their leader walking to the stone font of red liquid. They were sweating at the scene, fear and nervousness overcoming them. With sharp eyes they were watching, calculating eyes, trying to decipher what was about to unfold. They had all traveled here under the orders of their leader, a mighty shinobi with little to no equal within the clan. A leader that had led them to many victories and just as many defeats as every other chieftain before him. They rallied behind him like a champion among veterans, after he killed the previous head of the clan in legendary fashion. A man with an iron will and his hunger for battle, insatiable.
Very few of the clan were born like him, only before him, venerated members of this battle-hardened clan.
The chieftain was a war machine, built for it, bred for it. You would always find him on the front lines, leading raids deeper and deeper into the territories of other clans, relentlessly slaughtering them in a tide of savage bloodlust. He was a passionate voice of pride and fury within the clan. When he spoke with the valor and fortitude of a true leader. He spoke in pronouncements made only in the language of swinging swords. They were a nomadic clan of dead-eyed shinobi and bellowing juggernauts who gather at the vanguard of war, raising their enemies' lands and homes to embers, then stamping those embers into ash. That was the embodiment of the strength and soul of the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha. Only one other amongst the gathered clan held a calm and stoic presence without a drop of nervousness, the younger brother of the chieftain, Izuna Uchiha. The chieftain had made a deal with the wolves of the Izumi Yumi Kumo Mori, Spring Dream Cloud Forest, to be offered power non-thought attainable. So here Madara Uchiha was, his long black, spiky hair whipping in the wind and his blood-red armor clinking with each step and with his massive gunbai in hand. He approached the font of blood where white mist appeared and stood before him, the servant of Shiranui, a woman garbed in a pink kimono and wear a mask that honored her master with a simple wooden cup in hand. She then dunked the cup into the font where the red blood filled up the crevices of the cup and leaked off the side.
She did this all with grace and majesty as she held the cup in both hands and presenting it to Madara, who stared at the cup with sharp red, Sharingan eyes before snatching it out of her hands, growling a little in intimidation. He then brought his gaze to the cup again and stared into the red liquid with the smell of iron filling his nostrils.
Drink. Madara. Claim your destiny. You will all be conquerors. Shiranui will make it so. Spoke the masked woman as she stared at the Uchiha chieftain bringing the cup to his lips as he closed his eyes ready to drown the liquid down his throat. But he snapped his eyes open at the last minute, staring ominously at the servant of Shiranui. And what Shionen must we give in return? Spoke Madara walking around the font, his grip tightening on his gunbai and the servant's eyes following his movements. She then gripped a portion of her mask and removed it slightly to showcase her orange slitted eye and nothing else.
Everything, she replied as she readjusted her mask where it was covering her face again.
However, this did not have the intended effect as Madara scowled at her before stretching out his arm and pouring the blood of Shiranui across the ground, spilling it before her where she scowled beneath her mask and clenched her fists at the defiance of the Uchiha head. However, sensing a presence and vile laughter did she break from her enraged stupor and back away wisely from the Uchiha. He kept staring at her before sensing the presence himself. You would reject this gift, said a deep booming voice as every time it took a step the ground would break underneath his feet. You must be very prideful, or very arrogant, or you're just foolish. Madara then growled a little and turned to face the owner of the voice with not even a shred of fear in his body. As a white wolf, the size of a mountain began circling around the throne of stone and the Uchiha clan before bracing his front, clawed paws against the throne, allowing the Uchiha clan to see him in all his magnificent glory. And suffice to say, he was not impressed at what he saw. His sharp wolf eyes staring across all the tiny men and women. And did you bring these mongrels here, just to watch you die? Yelled Shiranui as he roared at the top of his lungs at the Uchiha head, who remained unfazed from the wolf's bellow. You will know that my legacy is shaped by my power and nothing else. I will show you that only beasts are above deceit." However, Madara just stood there, unmoving before he grinned and his red eyes narrowed as fireballs came flying from behind him. Shionen merely looked up to see the raging balls of flame before they landed just in front of her, causing shockwaves that swept her off her feet and to also land near Shiranui, who roared at the clan of shinobi. Meanwhile, Izuna Uchiha was waving his torch to his clansmen, alerting them to their attack before turning around and yelling. Now, like his brother, he was unafraid of the threat before them. And from behind Izuna, two members of the clan burst forth and threw two human-sized harpoons connected together by a chain, engraved in seals used to bind powerful beings no matter the size. The two clansmen then threw the harpoons, which bound Shiranui to one of the stone pillars, where he howled in anger, the seals working against the mighty beast, sapping his strength and movement. Madara took careful and precise steps with his gunbai ready to strike the great wold. However, with a new surge of strength did Shiranui break free from his restraints and then charge up a swirling ball of white wind in his mouth and fire it at the Uchiha clan in a frenzy, and just as two more Uchiha came from behind Izuna with two more chain-bound harpoons at the ready. But Shiranui would not be bound again and fire off another ball of swirling wind towards the group of Uchiha as they were blasted back and away, while Izuna was able to duck away from the attack. But the two Uchiha clansmen had dropped the sealing harpoons in the process. Madara, seeing an opportunity, braced himself and ran across the field of rock, ducking under Shiranui's attacks and his clan's fire techniques. When he got to the harpoons, he threw his gunbai to the ground and picked up both harpoons, and because of the sealing it made them heavier than what a normal human was used, and to do it with one hand as his other was preoccupied molding seals together for a technique. He then, with a roar and with all the strength he could muster, threw the harpoons at Shiranui, where he made another handseal that increased the length of the chain, where the harpoons coiled around Shiranui's front paws, entangling them and binding some of the wolf's power. Just as Madara was about to finish his jutsu, Shiranui saw him with the handseals, and even with the harpoons restricting his power, he prepared another ball of wind in his mouth ready to fire it off at Madara, but the Uchiha would have none of that as he just finished the last seal for his jutsu. Kaden. Heiganseki Okikaen, fire release. Ash rock ember flame. Yelled Madara as he spewed out a large ash rock that only grew in size, covered in roaring red flames. The black ball of ashen rock in flames shredded the ground and rolled on before flying upwards and plummeting onto Shiranui, which made the wolf lose focus in preparing his attack as his body was engulfed by the flames and was stunned from the shockwave and rocks pounding against him. However, the wolf had lost sight of his prey, unaware that Madara was soaring through the air with his gunbai ready to strike, where he drove the weapon into Shiranui's forehead, causing Shiranui to roar in pain at the attack and unable to do anything from the harpoons binding him and the flames eating him. And cracks of light began spreading across Shiranui's body and appeared ready to explode. Izuna Uchiha, who had just gotten off the ground and hoovered his hands before his face to keep the flying rock and ash out of his red eyes, looked towards his brother before realizing what was about to happen and ran at breakneck speed to reach his brother. Just as Shiranui fell to the ground, his body burst into flame and encroached upon Madara, who from the buffeting flames could only stand as hot flames flew by him and battered him as he literally stared into the inferno. And just as a shockwave of even more powerful flames was about to hit him and end his life in the world, he was tackled out of the way by his younger brother, ensuring that the chieftain didn't leave the world too quickly as the flames flew by them. When the smoke and ash cleared, it revealed the dead body of Shiranui with Madara's ganabi lodged into his skull as red blood oozed across the ground, staining the rock as Madara's fire was still eating at the wolf's body. Shionen, Shiranui's servant, was lying on the ground not too far away from the wolf's body. On her hands and knee was breathing hoarsely from the experience as her form was caked in ash and her hair was burned in some place. She then felt a shadow hovering over her as Sei then felt a hand placed on her shoulder, pulling her up, where she stared the Uchiha in the eye through the holes in her mask. "This was not your destiny," she spoke, but Izuna Uchiha merely looked at her with a bored glance. "Things happen," said Izuna before pushing her to the ground and approaching the corpse of Shiranui, where he yanked his brother's gunbai from the wolf's head as its wood was covered in his cursed blood. Izune stared at the gunbai for a while before looking over to his brother and tossed the weapon to his chieftain, who was unharmed from what happened. Madara caught his weapon and scowled at the blood dripping off it. "No one can deny my fate," whispered Madara before turning to his clan and hoisting his gunbai above his head in a victorious manner. "We will never be slaves, but we will be conquerors," boomed Madara with his brother beside him as the rest of the Uchiha clan roared in praise. "Our bond is iron. Our will unbreakable, who will dare stare against us? To be cursed as violent berserkers, that was the price, but would it be worth it, under the Great Wolf's thumb?" Flashback End Shiranui could not simply be killed with weapons such as those. He was like a biju. His chakra would only disperse and would coalesce later on. But still he had to understand Naruto's game. Just what was he planning, and would he walk down that same path as Madara had? Elsewhere in a small forest, daybreak was just beginning to be glimpsed over the horizon as streams of light began piercing the darkness as small animals scurried out of their homes and into the warm rays where they began their day like any other animal. Lying on the ground, naked and warm, was a woman with blue hair whose eyes were just beginning to break open. Grogginess was still overcoming her, but otherwise she was fine. She then lifted herself up off the ground, with her arms and into a lying position. She looked all around her. The storm that had poured down upon her was gone, replaced by a beaming sun and open sky which was even visible through the trees. She then brought up her left arm before her face and found that the black cracks that were causing her so much pain before were now gone, leaving unblemished, soft skin. She felt fine, content. No, it was more than that. She felt stronger. All the weaknesses that had plagued her before, her body no longer felt heavy. It was more like a feather than anything. She could no longer feel any strain or fatigue as she moved her body. It was a strange feeling. Her body also felt lighter, almost as if it could fly. None of the things that plagued her before had just seemed to up and vanish. But there was something else, something second nature to her. She couldn't explain it. She felt like she could do it at any moment, just unleash this second nature of hers without any trouble. Whatever it was, it almost beckoned her. Without even realizing it, she tapped into this new power of hers where she underwent a transformation. She felt an absolutely overwhelming power flower through her and began changing her very appearance. Her ears became slightly pointed like a dog's. Her canines grew a little and became sharper, more fang-like. Her hair became more manic and wild where it was now slightly spiky. The sclera in her eyes became black and her pupils became slits. Her muscles became slightly larger but still kept her lithe appearance, and a scar like X sprouted between her eyes which ended at her cheekbones and near hairline. Power coursing through the woman lifted her head and roared like an animal to the sky, scaring all the small animals, making them flee in fear of the woman. It was official. Konan had awakened Yabanana Basaka Henkin, bestial berserker transformation. And anything in the forest knew this. At Hazukiyo, in the courtyard where prisoners and guards alike were watching a spectacle to unfold, Ryu Yokazi was found once again confronting the lord of the castle, Mui. "Are you mad? Do you wish to be thrown into solitary once again?" spoke Mui, his voice even louder than usual, showing his annoyance at the blonde man's actions, while said blonde continued to stare at him with the same impassive eyes. "The last time we spoke, you refused to speak any more of Tekurufu. Well, this time, I'm going to beat the answers out of you. I'm done being nice. Tell me of Tekurufu, anything you know, also I'll know if you're lying." "Just who am I?" yelled Naruto, and that thought was always on his mind. Tekurufu, Tekurufu, just who was he? He couldn't remember. How could he be a root agent when all he could remember was being in the academy? "You really wish to know? Very well. Tekurufu was a remarkable agent of Root, one of the best. Despite his young age, however, he believed through a code that old enough to kill, old enough to be killed was merely his everyday life. It's the way the shinobi world works. Each mission Tekurufu was assigned, succeeded without failure. And if Tekurufu was to fail in his mission, he would complete one of the key objectives of said mission. Tekurufu was a Funjutsu master. In fact, he made many of the seals here in Hazukiyo. The seals he created was meant to better shinobi in every way for the ultimate goal of peace. I don't know the specific missions he went on, but he always came back, either with his comrades, without them, or covered in blood. Tekurufu did it all. I don't know the exact circumstances as to why he joined Root, but all I know, it was meant to contain something dangerous," informed Mui, making Naruto raise an eyebrow at him. Could this thing be the Kyuubi? However, none of this made sense to Naruto. It was as if Mui was recounting memories that never happened, and through it Naruto's cursed seal on his left arm began pulsing more and more. What is he doing? Questioned Ryuzetsu, who was watching the whole thing transpire before her eyes, not understanding what Ryu would gain from such a thing. None of the words the two men spoke made any sense to her. Perhaps now, your curiosity is sated, said Mui as he turned his back on Naruto, who remained standing, staring at his back. You asked me what my village was to me? I have no village. Well, it's more appropriate to say that I had a village. I've been trying to think about it. Whenever I try to think about the things I hate, but I can only think about the dumbest things: a ramen shop, the way the wind blows, a green idiot's jumpsuit and terrible haircut, my old apartment, even the damn clouds and their shapes. Things that seem silly or meaningless to a stranger. I try to remember what I hate, but all I can seem to remember were the eyes. I know they did more terrible things than that, I can remember it, but I can't remember it, said Naruto, but what he said seemed to strike something important within Mui, as his eyes apparently had just saw death. Take him to solitary, said Mui, and the guards came and took Naruto by his arms. The third offense is 1 week. If you keep this up, we're gonna run out of regulations and then we'll be improvising soon. It's about time we gave you your own personal cell with a nameplate on the door. At night, a guard was making his way to Ryuzetsu's cell, of both members of the grass fruit faction. Please hurry, here's the key, said the guard as he removed the barriers of Ryuzetsu's cell so she could go and complete her mission. He then gave her the key and she gripped it in her fist. I can't wait any longer. Killing Mui will keep the box from opening, at least for now, thought Ryuzetsu as she stared down at her bandaged hand. In Mui's room, with only the light of a candle providing any visible sight. Was Mui sleeping in his bed, seemingly dead, or that was what it appeared to be? He was so ingrained in sleep that he did not notice the shadow of Ryuzetsu creeping through the darkness. Quiet and subtle, she made her way to the edge of Mui's bed, standing over him without making a sound before pulling out a kunai knife from her clothing, ready to end his life. But in an instant, Mui's eyes snapped open, and with a malicious grin on his face. Well, so the grass fruit sent an assassin, spoke Mui, as Ryuzetsu plunged her kunai into his chest, but at that moment, she was overwhelmed by a plume of smoke which made it difficult for Ryuzetsu to see, and as the smoke dissipated she found herself at the mercy of Moroi, who held a kunai to her neck ready to kill her with a simple gesture of the arm. Sorry, you just missed him. He had to step out for a minute, but is there anything I can help with? Said Moroi with a shit-eating grin. As Naruto was presumably meditating in his solitary cell, his mind kept traveling towards his blue-haired partner. He didn't know if she was dead or alive. Very few actually survived Shiranui's blood. Many believed that Yabanana Basaka Henkin could be learned. That was false. It was acquired. By either drinking or transfusing Shiranui's blood can the transformation be attained. They gained Shiranui's Senjutsu chakra and use it as their own. Of course they use it internally, so therefore the seal on Naruto's chest restricted the blonde from entering the transformation. But externally was a different matter. He could only hope that Konan was alive. But still this sense of dependency was sickening. He felt himself lusting, hungering for her. It didn't sound right, no, not at all. He felt anxious when he looked upon her. This feeling was near intolerable, and yet he hungered for it. Elsewhere, as hours passed, Ryuzetsu and Moroi were talking in the courtyard. This was a discussion that must be uttered. If not, the true motives of each individual party would be clouded from the other. So, why'd you let me go? Questioned the Kusagakure Anbu as she leaned against one of the castle's pillars, with Moroi leaning against another side of the same pillar. You were really set to assassinate Mui. Huh? Spoke Moroi as he crossed his arms with a smirk on his face, delving into Ryuzetsu's mind and her mission details. If that's true, guess there must be something to the legend of this box. You know you're not going to get your way with that box. I swear, spoke Ryuzetsu, turning her head and narrowing her eyes at the criminal, who merely shrugged at the glare he was receiving. This was also an attempt to show her conviction to her cause. She lost too much to that fucking box, and she would be damned to allow any more innocents to be sacrificed to such an unholy object. I couldn't give two shits about all that. I'm just looking for an easy time, that's all. Though can't do much with this damn seal on me, so as long as I'm stuck here, Makes sense to be on Mui's good side, right? Continued Moroi, making Ryuzetsu doubt any trust she had in him. What are you driving at? Questioned the white-haired woman, as in all her years as a member of the Anbu she had never met such a slippery eel as Moroi. He was like Ryu in that aspect, as you couldn't understand what was going through their mind. Oh come on, don't you see? If Mui dies I'll be free of this joint. Your mission will be a success, so I mean you and I, maybe we're like on the same team. Said Moroi as he turned his head to look at his fellow compatriot, who looked him in the eye without a shred of fear. So, you have something in mind? I can lay the groundwork for you. Why in the world should I trust you? I don't even know you. You don't know Ryu either, and yet you trust him. You know why Kusagakure like it here at Hazukiyo so much? One thing, it's the prefect place to hide the Gokuraku no Hako, box of ultimate bliss. Then there's the endless supply of prisoners' chakra to harvest as they try to find a way to open the damn thing. Anybody who gets sent to this place is as good as dead. Personally, I'm not looking forward to the night they come and drain the chakra out of me. So you see, this means as much to me as it does to you. At that moment Ryuzetsu walked around the corner to come face to face with him. She had enough of his little games and it was painfully irritating. Okay. Just who the hell are you anyway? How do you know so much about it? Questioned Ryuzetsu with a scowl on her face that could melt ice. I've been hanging around Mui for a while now. So what do you say, partners? Spoke Moroi with the same shit-eating grin which made Ryuzetsu frown at him. At night Naruto was still sitting in a meditative stance, his mind focused solely on his objective. Hours passed as the light of the sun and moon moved from one corner of the room to another, and not once did he move from his position or even flinch. And on his last day, the guard finally ushered him out of the cell that he had grown so accustomed to. And as the door was closing, the guard never noticed the two clones of the man sitting behind the door in the same meditative stance. Back in the courtyard, Naruto and Ryuzetsu were having their own conversation about the recent events. No, I can't say that I trust this Moroi completely, but it's a risk we have to take. Spoke Ryuzetsu as her eyes were glued to the inmates in the castle and going about their average daily lives, never doing anything in particular. This Gokuraku no Hako is supposed to grant the wish of anyone, any wish of their heart's desire. What's interfering with your faction, the grass fruit, from taking advantage of the box yourselves? Why don't you just use the box for world peace and end my existence and reason to live in this dying world? Spoke Naruto as he watched the clouds go by from his sitting position while listening to Ryuzetsu's statement. We can't, it's far too dangerous a weapon, and people must learn for themselves that we will never have peace until there is an end to war. Proclaimed Ryuzetsu, which made Naruto snort in response, eliciting a frown from Ryuzetsu, who heard the snort. War is the blood of this world, and we are its children. Our legacy is a legacy of carnage and conquest. War is in a human's very nature, it's their instinct. Peace can be attained, the temporary peace that we know today. True peace is nothing more than an idle fantasy. Said Naruto, explaining his thoughts on peace and war on the matter. Doesn't matter, that box must not be allowed to exist in this world. Said Ryuzetsu, to which Naruto nodded at her, but her words seemed to strike him like hot iron. He remembered a time when people would say that to him. He remembered their words all too well. Mui's son, what was he to you? Queried Naruto, as he had been generally curious about her strange relationship with her enemy's son. What do you mean? Asked Ryuzetsu, wanting him to clarify his question a bit more so to unknowingly comfort her. The way you talk about him, I felt a lot of raw emotions running through you, so I just wanted to know. It reminds me of someone, spoke Naruto, trying to remember someone who he believed was important to him. His name was Muku, he was a very close friend. Replied Ryuzetsu, to which Naruto nodded and got off his sitting position in order to face her. That's all I needed to know. You have my trust now, I'll lend you my aid. Responded the blonde as he locked eyes with her, and she could see his unwavering determination in his eyes. You're not scared of the seal on your chest? No, I don't fear anything, and this seal on my chest is not something I would classify as a fear. Ryuzetsu merely smiled at him before he started walking away to go do his own thing. Alright then, time to get to work. As Mui was walking through the yards of the castle, alone and unguarded, he took the time to survey his surroundings and watch the criminals go about their pathetic lives. He then turned his head where he heard yelling coming from a blonde-haired man that was throwing fists at another of the inmates. And as the two were getting punched around, they were ever so subtly beating up the other inmates that were caught in the crossfire before enraging them, where they too began fighting everyone else. It soon exploded into an all-out brawl where all the prisoners were getting involved in the riot. Even Moroi was doing his part by having the criminals accidentally fuel the fight in the kitchen, where food and drink and bodies were being thrown about like rag dolls, where the rioting had spread out the entire courtyard, where even the guards were unable to quell the violence. Naruto meanwhile was fighting the criminals. Any who attacked him with skillful ease from his advanced taijutsu, easily blocking and countering attacks even without the Sharingan active. Ryuzetsu was very much the same, as she beat up any who crossed her, although was more brutal with her attacks than Naruto at the moment. All hell's breaking loose. A riot? How could you let this happen? Inform Mui-sama at once. Mui meanwhile was standing on the sidelines watching the chaos unfold before his eyes, and an increasing scowl spread across his face at the scene he was watching, while a guard next to him was questioning him for instructions and a possible way to stop the fighting. "This is a minor disturbance. Deal with his problem yourselves, or I'll find someone that will," yelled Mui, losing his usual calm composure over a steadfast aggressive approach. However, he was unaware of Ryuzetsu's presence stalking him from behind. She had slipped away from the fighting by using the crowd as cover to avoid detection. They did say sometimes that the crowd was the greatest disguise. You can get lost in a field of bodies. Moroi and Naruto had also slipped away into the unknown, the blonde heading to his goal and Moroi heading for the roof. Naruto quickly and stealthily made his way through the halls and doors of the castle, aiming for Mui's office. Luckily for him, he had met no resistance, as most if not all of the guards were trying to ease the fighting. When he finally made it to Mui's office, he headed for the bookshelf where most of the switches to one's evil lair would be found. Pretty cliché too. He then pulled upon a book on the shelf, which opened a small cabinet where it led to Mui's laboratory deep in the bowels of the castle, where the gate to the Gokuraku no Hako, box of ultimate bliss. As he scaled down the stairs, leading deeper and deeper in the earth, he knew that he could only assume the form a total of 2 times with the amount of clones he made. And the seal interfered with the molding of chakra, so the form would be weaker also. Unlike Sage Mode, the form can only be activated internally with special Senjutsu chakra. Unlike Sage Mode, Naruto needed a way to activate the form externally. So long as the seal was on him, he would have the trouble of not only activating the technique but also maintaining it. Hopefully he can master the jutsu before he actually had need of the form. Naruto then lit up a torch that illuminated the darkness and allowed him to see in the barely visible light. He then found the gate to the box, a large and imposing mask. He then threw the torch to the ground where it was still blazing. He gripped the zipper of his black cloak and pulled it down to his waist and removed his arms from the sleeves, where the cloak was now hanging from his waist loosely, where anyone could see his rippling muscle underneath and the hideous scar on his left pectoral above his heart. As Mui was overseeing the riot and all the violence, he suddenly noticed the shadow of Ryuzetsu, running up behind with a kunai at the ready. She tried lashing at his neck, but to no avail, as he briskly dodged all of her attacks with relative ease. He then blocked another of her attacks with a chained sickle, which made a reverberating ring which was dulled from the yelling of the riot. Both parties then jumped back from each other to gain some distance from the other, where Ryuzetsu ducked her head to avoid the chained sickle before it killed her. Mui then grinned maliciously at Ryuzetsu, who knew that the person she had been fighting wasn't the man she was led to believe. "Come on, not again. Where's the real one? Tell me or I'll kill you too," said Ryuzetsu as she raised her kunai at the man before he ran off. Naruto meanwhile held out his arm in front of him and bit into it, drawing blood where it dripped down to his hand. He then made the jutsu-specific seal so to release his shadow clones. But he suddenly sensed the presence of 5 intruders, where they swarmed around him and slammed their palms on the ground, activating a seal that reacted within a second and bound his movements, where he was paralyzed, forced to remain still. "One of your very own seals, Tekurufu. Very handy when it comes to subjugation," said one of the masked individuals that bound Naruto, and somehow knew of his unknown history with Root. "At last this dog is ours. He possesses more than enough chakra to open the gate. Soon Kusagakure will rise again and no one will be able to stop us." And at that time Mui picked up the burning torch where Naruto locked eyes with him, and the unspoken words between the two didn't need to be conveyed with words. Mui then walked up and held the torch to Naruto's face where the blonde didn't flinch from the heat of the fire or the light it was emitting. "You're such a fool, this could have been much easier," said Mui as he threw the torch away and jabbed his fingers into Naruto, where he immobilized the blonde more and disrupted the flow of his chakra with careful pressure points, and also incapacitating him and forcing him to fall to his knees where his body became numb and unmovable. The four masked individuals then gently placed the unmoving blonde, whose eyes were watching them, glaring at them, onto the operating table. "First I shall undo the Tenro, heavenly prison," said Mui as he placed his hand on Naruto's chest where it began to glow and the seal retracted into his hand. One of the masked men placed a cloth of Naruto's eyes, stopping the effects of the Sharingan should the blonde use it against them. The next step requires intense concentration. This must be done alone. Elsewhere on the raging lake that surrounded the castle, small boats were making their way towards the castle, carrying people of skill and power. Moroi, standing on the roof, made a seal and thrusted his hand in the air. "Raiden! Denko Noroshi, lightning release! Lightning signal fire!" yelled Moroi as he triggered an electrical discharge where it traveled into the sky and exploded, setting off a signal. The boats on the lake began to row towards the castle, though it would be a few minutes before they would arrive. All Naruto could see was darkness as the blindfold around his eyes stopped him from seeing anything. "Almost there," said a voice to which he recognized as Mui's as he could feel his presence hovering over him, drawing something on his abdomen which felt like liquid, possibly a seal. The gate to the box then started making a resounding sound as it could feel Naruto's powerful chakra. Then from a seal on Naruto's belly to which Mui had drawn, explosive blue chakra began exploding out and flew towards the demonic face of the gate. For Naruto it felt like he was having all the warmth from his body being sucked out of his very being. The eight then began responding to the chakra, where Naruto's eyes began changing shape and color, where for very few moments there would be Sharingan before switching to slitted orange eyes, and crimson markings appeared on his forehead, beneath his eyes and on his chin. Then would switch to a scar like X on between his eyes, and the crimson markings would disappear again. Even his hair was changing color from its blonde to a light gray color, then back to blonde. Now that he wasn't bound by the chakra suppressing seal on his chest, Naruto focused chakra into his wrist seal where the Tonbogiri appeared in his left hand and attempted to swipe at Mui, who jumped away from the attack. "It's extraordinary, the amount of chakra a former Jinchuriki can possess," said Mui as he stood before the gate of the box as Naruto dragged himself off the table and removed the cloth around his eyes where they shifted into Sharingan. "You son of a bitch! What kind of man would murder his own child just to achieve his goals? Were you really that desperate to get your wish?" yelled Naruto, because although he wouldn't say it out loud, Naruto would relish in the chance to create a perfect life that he brought into the world. "This is for the future of Kusagakure," replied Mui as he stood against Naruto, stoic and proud. "The future? Don't use such bullshit to justify your actions. You have little right to talk about the future when you sacrificed your sons, the boy who trusted you, depended on you, and loved you above all else as his father. Parents have no right to dictate the future of their children," yelled Naruto as he was expressing his own pain at what his father, the Yondaime Hokage, did to him, basically deciding his future like every other Jinchuriki, to be a weapon. "If you remember, I asked you once, have you ever killed someone you had no grudge against in order to protect your sacred village?" spoke Mui as his eyes narrowed at the blonde-haired man. "Of course I remember, those words have been dogging after me ever since they flew out of your mouth. And don't you remember my answer?" "What a load bullshit," shouted Naruto to Mui, showing something that had not been seen in the blonde for a long time. "You said those words to me once before, as Tekurufu. And I agree with you," said Mui, surprising Naruto as the whole foundation of the castle began to move, stir and shake beneath their feet. "We are the same, you and I, suffering because of our villages. We don't deserve such a fate after what we have sacrificed, my son and the person you loved most," said Mui as behind him the gate began cracking before it began spinning and moving upwards towards the surface, creating a small dust cloud in its wake. "And that is the very reason this box must be opened. Join me and you can see her again," said Mui as he dodged rocks that almost fell on him, and Naruto began doing the same before ascending to the surface by jumping off the walls and the occasional falling rocks with Mui chasing after him. Damn it, I had so much of my chakra drained that I've become exhausted, thought Naruto as he could feel the effects lingering on him. Ascending higher and higher until he could see light through the windows of the tower. He finally came to a stop on a staircase where he fell to one knee and in time to see Mui flipping over him, grabbing a chain, running along the wall and jumping towards Naruto with his hand outstretched. Kaden. Tenro, fire release, heavenly prison, yelled Mui as he slammed his hand against Naruto's chest where the seal reappeared and hitting him with enough force that it sent him flying out of the tower and crashing into the ground below. As they felt the ground quake beneath them, the prisoners stopped their riot before turning towards the center of the castle where red lines converged on a single spot where something large penetrated the ground, sending dust and smoke across the area where a bright light burst forth from the cracks and into the sky where it separated the clouds. Then a large square thing came out of the ground with each side adorned with demonic faces with glowing red eyes. The entire spectacle was enough to create a massive dust cloud that could be seen just about anywhere. Moroi watched the entire thing from his position on the roof. "Oh well, so the gate and the box are one and the same," said Moroi as he narrowed his eyes at his emergence. The four masked members of the flower faction watched with utter joy at the appearance of the box, believing that their wishes would be granted. Magnificent, soon very soon. Mui, where is Mui? The box will only open to the gatekeeper. Where is he? Ah, there he is. Hurry Mui, come and wish for the revival of Kusagakure, it's what your late son would have wanted, said one of the masked members, unaware to Mui's true motives. As the criminals watched the warden walk up to the box, Mui had a blank face adorned on his visage, hiding his true intent on those around him. It is time, said Mui as he made a seal as he stood before the box. He raised his arms toward the box and chanted out his wish. Hear me Gokuraku no Hako. Open I command you, bellowed Mui as the box acquired a black smoky aura around it. At that time Naruto made his reappearance and he was fine for the moment. Just some scrapes and bruises that were already beginning to heal. However, the blonde was one of the few to notice the tears streaming down Mui's cheeks. Grant me this one wish. Let me see my son Muku, Gokuraku no Hako, grant me this wish. I command you, yelled Mui as everyone was genuinely surprised at what he wanted, though from his words Naruto guessed as much, but his mind was still befuddled over the one he loved most, the box seemingly responding to Mui's wish. Mui, what have you done? Yelled one of the masked members, shocked at what Mui had done. Have you gone mad? I banished Kusagakure from my heart long ago, 10 years ago. On the day I lost Muku, yelled Mui towards the masked people who moved against him, ready to strike him down for his act of defiance. Ryuzetsu was also going to step in, but a multiple chained sickles appeared from nowhere, stopping the masked members in their tracks, where a second Mui appeared from nowhere and landed by the other Mui's side, leaving everyone watching stunned at what they were seeing. Why are you here? I didn't recall asking for your aid, spoke Mui to his imposter, who merely scowled at his words. Oh, shut up, frankly I had been looking forward to killing you myself, said the Mui imposter before creating a hand seal and dropping his disguise, where a bald man with a goatee and a kimono shirt appeared in his place. You, Hyaku Henge no Kazan, 100 transformations Kazan. Impossible, we watched you die. Mui, you bastard. If it weren't for your interference I would have joined my son in the afterlife. Did you think you could toy with Hyaku no Henge Kazan? Said Kazan as he prepared himself to attack the masked people who had killed his son. Mui, you traitor. This is what you were plotting all along, you treacherous dog. You're ones to talk about treachery, yelled Kazan as he ran at the council members, ready to end them. At that moment the box began to act strange, as a humming sound could be heard as one of its face began falling apart, revealing another demonic face behind the crumbling one, before opening its mouth wide where peerless black could be seen. Everyone watched with bated breaths at what was happening and what to expect. And from the blackness come a silhouette of what appeared to be a young man before fully materializing. He was wearing a faded blue kimono shirt, black arm warmers that appeared to have been stretched over time, and his pants appeared to barely fit him. He had pale skin with dulled gray hair tied into a ponytail, and his eyes had this dead look in them, similar to Naruto's. It was Muku, Mui's son. Ryuzetsu just knew it, and Naruto could see the resemblance. Muku, breathed Ryuzetsu, seeing her best friend after all these years. Mui then walked up to his son with a small smile on his face, and tears prickling at the corners of his eyes. "Hello, father," said Muku, uttering his first words in over 10 years. "My son, please forgive me. I was so wrong, Muku," said Mui with a smile on his face as Muku walked up to him, possibly to embrace his father, but instead Muku rammed his hand through his father's chest, straight through with little to no effort, as his father's blood flew from the wounded and stained the ground. Everyone but Naruto gasped at the scene, as they never expected such violence. However, Naruto knew he wanted to do something similar to his own father, Minato Namikaze. Therefore he could understand Muku and his unbridled hatred for his father who condemned him. Muku then yanked out his arm where his father, losing the smile, fell to the ground, while Muku had the same emotionless look on his face that Naruto always had. "Mui!" yelled Kazan, seeing that man that saved his life mercilessly struck down by his own kin. Kazan rage was taking over as he rushed at Muku with his 2 sickles, but he was nothing more than an annoyance. A fly buzzing around an elephant to Muku, who bisected him from the waist with his hand, blood and guts flying over the place, and Kazan dying instantly. The masked people cowered at the sheer strength of Muku, afraid of his might and strength and fearing his wrath. "Yes, father, you were wrong, for letting me out of the box," said Muku as he wiped his father's blood off his hand and sported a small grin on his face. Naruto, regaining some of his lost strength, walked forward towards Muku with his emotionless face in full force. Muku, sensing his presence, turned to face him with a similar emotionless visage. "So, you're the one whose chakra let me out of that box. The ones who are responsible for making me stronger with this exquisite chakra," said Muku as Naruto stopped walking and stood before him, his cloak hanging loosely on his hips. "I could understand why you would do such a thing," stated Naruto, his blue, sapphire eyes piercing into Muku's own. "Do you now? I wonder how you could understand such a thing? Killing your own father," said Muku as the blonde person in front of him intrigued his curiosity. Did he too hold contempt for the man that gave him life? "My father tried to protect me, too. Didn't work. The realities of life have a way of intruding," spoke Naruto, to which Muku continued to stare at him, wondering just how he could hate his father. From what he said, that wasn't enough reason to hate him. "But I can sense that overwhelming foul presence inside you, ready to burst free." And from his words Muku smiled a little. This man must have similar skills to his own to able to sense that. "It almost sounds like you want to kill me, to stop this presence from breaking free and killing you. Is this fear, or simply a lust for death?" replied Muku, to which Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Well, first of all," spoke Muku, where Naruto's eyes widened, losing sight of the man in front of him, where said man suddenly appeared behind the blonde and kicked him in the head, sending him flying and rolling across the ground. Naruto, reacting to this, regained his footing and continued sliding across the ground, but he then found Muku in front of him, where the boy punched him in the stomach, making Naruto cough up spit from the attack. But Muku wasn't finished, as then lifted up Naruto and slammed him into the ground, causing spiderweb cracks to appear and a large dust cloud. "I better listen to what this presence is whispering to me." And Naruto coughed up some more spit as he had trouble breathing. He could sense it. Muku had grown stronger from the box, absorbing Naruto's chakra, which was now fueling Muku's own power. Then the thought came to him, Naruto couldn't defeat this opponent the way he was now. "Muku!" yelled Ryuzetsu as the box's prisoner was standing of Naruto, and when hearing the voice of his old friend looked over his shoulder to look at his old friend. "What happened to you? What happened inside the box? Something's changed, you're not the same." "Yes, I have changed. I'm now something more. I'm still unsure if I should condemn or praise my father for feeding me to the box. But you can't deny the benefits of such a thing," spoke Muku as he held up his hand and clenched it, feeling this raw power and chakra coursing through him. The chakra of the blonde man he was standing over. Naruto, seeing an opening to attack, got up from his lying position and aimed a punch for Muku's face. However, said opponent nimbly and easily dodged the punch and then grasped Naruto's face in his hand and slammed him into the ground again. "That was rude, can't you see we're talking?" said Muku as he stared down at Naruto again before kicking him in the chest, making the blonde cough. If it wasn't for the seal on his chest restricting him, he might be able to do something and at least be able to access his Sharingan. "You are not the Muku I used to know," said Ryuzetsu as she tugged on her bandana, releasing it from her head and allowing her soft white hair to fall freely. "There's a part of yourself you haven't lost yet. It's not too late to return to what you were before the box claimed you. There is something different about you," said Muku, staring at Ryuzetsu before taking a few steps away from Naruto's downed form. "You're now an annoyance." And with those words it felt like something had shattered in Ryuzetsu. Something broke inside of her. This truly wasn't the Muku she remembered. No, he is replaced by this thing in front of her. "Why don't you shut your mouth already?" said Naruto as he lifted himself off the ground and stared at Muku, who turned his head to look at him through corner of his eye. "A word of advice, a lesson my father taught me: do not fear pain. Embrace it. Use it, then no one can stand against you. And I carry that pain, wherever I go." Naruto then bit into his left arm, drawing blood, and then made the seal for the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, where he deactivated one of his clones where they disappeared in a plume of smoke. He then clapped his hands together where wind seemed to pick up along around him, and a bright light could been breaking through the cracks in his fingers. Naruto then opened up his palms to reveal a translucent ball of light. "Kachiyose. Nis Tasuki. Summoning. False moon," said Naruto as the ball later dissipated and what was left behind was nothing more than an empty space. Muku raised his eyebrow at this, confused as to what just happened. The upheaving wind died down and Muku could see nothing to indicate any changes in the blonde man's power, but he noticed it: his appearance had changed. His wars had become slightly pointed, his canines were more bared and fang-like, and his hair was now make and wild, where they had broken through the bandages of his low ponytail, giving him a more feral and wild appearance. The sclera in his eyes were now black and his pupils had become slits, while his irises were now amber-orange in color. His muscles also appeared more developed and he was slightly larger, and most noticeably was a scar-like X sprouting between his eyes, ending at his cheekbones and hairline. "Is that?" questioned Muku, however he was cut off from saying more as Naruto rushed at him and punched him in the face, sending him flying away. He was shocked. He could clearly sense that attack incoming and yet he had no way to defend against it. It's like the blonde's speed had just increased immensely. Before he could regain his footing he was stopped as Naruto suddenly appeared from behind and kneed him in the spine, making Muku cough up spit at the attack, but before he could send flying of again he was elbowed in the face and into the ground. Naruto was going to continue the assault. Muku rolled away and with quick reflexes kicked Naruto in the jaw, sending him a bit away, strafing across the ground. Muku, not intending to be outdone by the blonde, chased after him where he punched Naruto in the gut, stunning him, where Muku grabbed the sides of his head and brutally kneeing him in the face, stunning him even more. Muku then appeared behind the blonde and elbowed in the back of the head, dazing the blonde even further and finally kneeing him in the gut, making him graze the ground but otherwise was still on his feet. When Naruto eventually regained his senses he could feel this warm trickle dripping down his chin, where he brought his right hand and rubbed it off and focused his eyes on it. "Blood. That what it was. Guess I have the honor of first blood," said Muku, who grinned. Wiping the blood of his chin, Naruto and Muku charged at each other again and met each other with a clash of fists which created shockwaves on impact. They backed away from each other, rushing again and again, smashing their fists together and creating shockwaves. Again and again. Ryuzetsu and Moroi were watching the whole thing from a safe distance and both were amazed at the level of power the two were showing. "It's like I'm watching an unstoppable force fighting an immovable object," said Ryuzetsu as she could see the shockwaves resounding through the air. Moroi soon landed next to her and decided to explain the situation. "Yokaze is using a special form of senjutsu that I didn't believe to exist until now. Yabanana Basaka Henkin, Bestial Berserker Transformation. According to what little we know of the transformation, it combines the user's chakra and a special form of senjutsu located in their bodies. I don't know where the senjutsu comes from, but when the two chakras become one it creates the transformation. But unfortunately for Yokaze, because of the Tenro restricting his chakra, the senjutsu can't properly mix with his chakra, so he's just relying on the senjutsu located in him. Basically, he's fighting tooth and nail to the bitter end in this fight," said Moroi, making Ryuzetsu worry for both parties. Back to the fight, Muku was about to punch Naruto again, but instead the blonde ducked under the punch and landing his own attack on Muku's face, stunning him and allowing Naruto to knee him in the gut, causing Muku to spit out blood. The berserker then grabbed Muku by his kimono shirt and slammed him to the ground and tried to stomp the son of Mui, but Muku instead caught his foot and also slammed him into the ground. Both parties got up off the ground and gained some distance from the other. Naruto in a burst of speed appeared before Muku and tried to kick him in the stomach, but Muku jumped away. Muku then channeled chakra into his throat, preparing a jutsu. "Hain Renda, Feather Barrage," yelled Muku as he opened his mouth and screeched as countless feathers were fired frantically from his mouth in order to kill the blonde Akatsuki member, with Naruto dodging them though with trouble at the sheer amount of razor-sharp feathers being launched at him. Naruto responded with his own attack by also channeling chakra into his throat. "Okami sho Unari, wolf-piercing howl," responded Naruto as emitted a loud howl that resounded like a bell and also sounding like a wolf howl at the same time, with a beam of chakra emitting sound wave like rings, flew at Muku, who barely dodged it in time, but the jutsu is strong enough to completely destroy one of the walls of the castle. Muku in retaliation made a hand seal for a fire jutsu. "Kaden. Onidoro, fire release. Demon lantern," yelled Muku as numerous floating balls appeared around him and quickly took the shape of demon heads and soared towards Naruto, who dodged them as he made his way towards Muku. However, he was overwhelmed by the vast number of fireballs as they swarmed around him and lit his body aflame. Muku merely watched his handiwork as he could hear some yells of resistance. He soon saw Naruto bound out of the flames with burn marks on his form but would otherwise be alright. He then charged at Muku again, but the blonde's opponent brought up his hands, and just as Naruto was about to land a hit on him, he was violently repulsed back by a shockwaves of Muku's doing and rocketed back where he smashed against a wall of one of the castle's buildings, creating a dust cloud and almost causing the building to collapse under its own weight. "Raiden. Raikoho, Thunder Roar Seer," yelled a voice from the dust cloud as a massive lightning strike appeared from the dust cloud and was flying at Muku, who met the lightning head-on. A clash was heard as Muku charged at the lightning, where the electricity was sparking and grazing at his body as he shielded himself from the brunt of the attack to get to Naruto. When he was close enough, Muku in a burst of speed exited the stream of lightning and rushed towards Naruto's side, where he double-punched the blonde in the chest, sending him back and crashing into another building of the castle with Muku after him. Muku was about to punch Naruto again, but the blonde caught his punch, where in response Muku attempted to punch him again, but Naruto also caught the fist again. Muku ungrappled his fists and was now pushing against Naruto's own, where the two were exerting all their strength trying to push the other back. The amount of power being exerted was causing a small crater to form around the two, sinking deeper and deeper into the ground. And through sheer effort Muku fell to one knee, unable to hold back Naruto's strength. But deciding to fight dirty, Muku broke off the hold and did an uppercut on Naruto's chin, stunning him, where Muku followed it up with a punch to the chest and then another. Naruto, getting over his stupor, gave two hooks to Muku, stunning him, where Naruto then pushed against his opponent with Muku's feet scraping the ground. But Muku with skill dug his hands around Naruto's waist and hoisted him up in the air with his head facing the ground. Muku then launched himself forward, where he pummeled Naruto in the side of the crater they created. But Muku was a brutal fighter and grabbed Naruto's feet, where Muku used him as a rag doll, smashing him against the walls and floors of the castle's buildings. After he was done pummeling Naruto, he threw him back into the courtyard of the castle. Both fighters were covered in cuts and bruises and some of their wounds were oozing blood. They were both relentless in their attacks, abandoning strategy just to kill each other. Naruto, getting back onto his feet, stared at Muku with his slitted orange eyes, before roaring like an animal at his opponent. With the fight still unfinished, both Muku and Naruto launched themselves at each other, where two met in a violent clash where a blinding light could be seen, with their fists and legs flaying frantically trying to eat the other. Naruto, gaining an upper hand in their fanatic fighting, was able to punch Muku and fling him over his shoulder, where Naruto made a seal for a jutsu. Futon. Suiseki Ijiki no Jutsu, Wind Release. Chasing prey technique, yelled Naruto as he held out his hands as wind chakra gathered around them as he fired multiple sharp rabbits made of wind at Muku. Instinctively dodging every one of them and appearing behind Naruto and fired off some feathers from his mouth with Naruto blocking most of them, though some grazed past him and were able to cut his skin. Muku again flew at Naruto where they clashed with fists and attacks, blocking and dodging the opponent's punches and kicks, some of their punches and kicks causing shockwaves on impact. They were moving at such high speeds that each time their clashes met they were in a different place in the courtyard and heading for the structures of the castle, with Ryuzetsu and Moroi as well as some of the prisoners fleeing to take cover from the two clashing titans. When they unknowingly made it to the towers of the castle, each punch, kick and step was creating cracks on the surface. And with time Muku was gaining an advantage over Naruto as the speed of his attacks increased, and as he successfully punched Naruto over and over again he was stunning the blonde further. Muku then aimed a kick at Naruto's head, but the blonde, regaining his senses, caught the leg and twisted, earning a scream from Muku, but in response Muku with his free leg kicked Naruto in the face and kicked him again in the chest, sending him through a building. But Naruto wasn't an easy opponent to defeat, and within the dust cloud created from the blonde colliding into the building the two met again in a flurry of fists and kicks, trying to outdo the other. Muku then reared a punch at Naruto's face, but the blonde craned his head, just barely dodging the punch as it smashed against the wall of the building creating cracks in its structures. He then jabbed Muku in the chin, sending him skirting back a bit and through the building again. Muku then tried another punch, but Naruto dodged it and performed a roundhouse kick on Muku's head which sent him colliding into another building. Muku then flew out of the dust cloud of the building and performed an upward kick that Naruto dodged and in a burst of speed appeared on Muku's left and elbowed him in the head, dazing him. Muku regained composure of himself and flew at Naruto where he punched him in the gut and with great agility performed an axe kick on the blonde in a limited space of time. He was about to do another axe kick on the blonde, but Naruto rolled away. Torihira, Tiger Palm, yelled Naruto as he performed a palm strike on Muku's chest that created a shockwave on impact and to cause Muku to vomit up blood and to fall to his knees, while clutching his stomach. However, Naruto then kicked Muku away and then reappeared and punched him in the face, then elbowed him in the head, then did an upward kick, and finally, knowing that his opponent was too dazed to fight back, Naruto charged up chakra into his right palm. Rasengan, yelled Naruto as he slammed the spinning blue ball of chakra into Muku's stomach, where it was grinding into him and making Muku vomit up more blood as he was violently sent spiraling back into the courtyard and slamming into the Gokuraku no Hako and feeling every bone in his chest breaking on impact. Afterwards he fell to the ground nearly dead. Naruto made his way up to a rooftop overlooking the box and the struggling Muku, who could just barely stand on his feet. Muku, yelled Ryuzetsu, who was a bit away from Naruto, who kept his eyes trained on Muku. Luckily for him, because his chakra barely mixed with the senjutsu, it's allowed him to remain in control for the transformation's length. I won't go back to that dark place. I want to see the light. Yelled Muku as something came over him. He then held his head in his hands as he screamed before his entire body became covered in feathers and his hands were talons as veins bulged around his temples and he grew in height. Shocking everyone who was watching, even the usually calm Naruto, as Muku's spine twisted and contorted where huge mouth appeared on the beast's chest, seemingly missing its head, and now had a long thin tail with a bushy end with bones sticking of its mouth and square teeth. The beast roared as it finished its transformations as two gargantuan wings appeared before settling and standing before the box, calm and composed. "Is that some kind of retarded bird?" said Naruto as he looked at the creature with a calculating gaze. He had never seen such a beast before, and it was an oddity to him that such an odd creature could exist. "What is he?" questioned Moroi from his safe position on a rooftop. The transformed Muku then raised its talon and swooped at the four masked council members, where they were swept up into the air and their masks broken as a vortex began sucking them into the box. The beastly Naruto and Ryuzetsu then joined Moroi on the same rooftop, where he gasped exasperated that he would be targeted, though Naruto said he would be fine and to stop worrying. The creature then began swooping its talons again, collecting individual prisoners and shoving them into the box the same as the ones before them. I don't know what that creature is, but through our fight, I knew the Muku you used to know doesn't exist anymore. He's been exposed to hatred and darkness for too long. He's now a thing with a singular purpose in mind. Spoke Naruto as his slitted eyes remained on Muku and his scar-like X moved with his face. Then, I guess I failed as a shinobi, said Ryuzetsu as tears fell from her eyes, mourning the loss of her friend and the monster he had become. Save your tears. It's a simple fact. You cry when you're happy, crying from failure. You're merely insulting yourself, said Naruto as he made the hand seal for the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. As he created another version of himself ready to combat the monster bird thing. So you're really going to go at him again? He seems stronger, now that I think about it, and you barely defeated him as you are now. Yabanana Basaka Henkin might not cut it this time unless you have that seal removed, said Moroi as he crossed his arms and smirked at the blonde's confidence. Shut up, unless you can contribute, don't lecture me, said Naruto as he tensed his right fist where a green aura appeared, tiger, the form of a green tiger with darker green stripes. What is it you plan on doing? Questioned Ryuzetsu as she watched her comrade ready to face the beast in the box. It still may not be too late to save your friend, if I can destroy the box, said Naruto as he jumped off the roof, and when he made contact with the ground he launched himself forward where he created a shockwave. Banjin Torihira, savage tiger palm, yelled Naruto as he thrusted a palm strike which was encased with the green tiger's aura. When he made contact with the box, a pulsing shockwave was the result as a spiraling streams were swirling around Naruto. But the technique was cancelled as Naruto was pushed back by the cancellation of the technique where he regained his footing. Not even a scratch, said Naruto as he stared at his failed handiwork. The creature then landed on the box and started speaking in Muku's voice. Perhaps it was Muku or it was the creature, but it didn't matter at the moment as he was nothing more than an obstacle. Try as you might, it's no use. I tried breaking countless times from the inside, it's indestructible, said Muku with what appeared to be a grin forming across his large mouth. Listen well. I could understand why you struck down your father, I truly do, replied Naruto, to which Muku lost his grin. Petty ambitions and selfish desires. This is what leads to the suffering of others. Just as my father's selfish wish to bring me back has led to the suffering of the ones I've trapped in the box, responded Muku, explaining his own thoughts on the matter. We all make mistakes, and yes, we suffer from those mistakes. Even selfish desires can hurt others, but when we make those unforgivable mistakes, we get up and shoulder everything while trying to undo the damage we had done. Some sins can be forgiven, said Naruto, making Muku pause in his thoughts. Seeing his enemy lower his guard, Naruto jumped towards Muku and tried to punch him, but Muku swung his arm and Naruto disappeared in a plume of smoke, revealing himself to be a clone. The real Naruto appeared behind Muku and tried an axe kick, but the giant bird thing dodged his attempt once again, where Naruto's kick landed against the box, causing a small shockwave. Save your strength in your words, you won't be able to keep up that form for much longer. None of your attacks can even hurt me. In fact, you can't even touch me, said Muku, making Naruto grit his teeth. Moroi was right. Muku was now much faster. The only reason he was able to dodge his attacks now was because of his increased physical parameters, while before they were fairly equal. Perhaps it's time to call on some aid, thought Naruto as he bit into his arm and drew some blood, where he then slammed his palm against the box where a plume of smoke was seen. Kachiyose no Jutsu. Okamitio Shiranui. Summoning. Wolf Emperor Shiranui. Okay, what do you want, you little pup? I was busy, yelled the ancient white wolf as he was literally standing on the box with a single paw because of his immense size. And why am I perched on to shit? Yelled Shiranui as he jumped off the box. What's going on, pup? Why is the Gokuraku no Hako here? Wait, Shiranui, you know of this thing? Questioned Naruto, to which Shiranui nodded. It was the ultimate weapon during the era of Sage of Six Paths aside from chakra itself. Of course I know about it. I saw the destruction it wrought all those years ago. I was there, said Shiranui as he landed on the ground and dodged incoming sharp feathers from Muku with precision and ease. It had been a while since he had to stretch his legs, not since that incident with Madara and the Uchiha clan. Well, Satori's skulking presence is here also. Satori? That's what that thing is called? Questioned Naruto as Shiranui kept on running to avoid the feathers from the great beast. The Gokuraku no Hako brings forth Satori, actuates Satori, and ends with Satori. He captures his enemies and throws and imprisons them in the box. He is the puppet of the box, does its bidding, and he can read the hearts and minds of men and beasts. All known things in this world fear Satori. Even now, I'm still unaware if it's a jutsu, but once inside, the Gokuraku no Hako turns friends into foes, prey into predators, soldiers into warlords, and man into beast. The box corrupts anything that enters it, becoming a twisted version of their former selves. Even the most noble-hearted cannot stand against the box, said Shiranui as he dodged another barrage of feathers from Muku. Satori, you ready, pup? Let's go, yelled Naruto as the great wolf and his summoner ran forward towards Muku. Satori as Shiranui prepared a large wind ball in its mouth ready to fire it off at the creature. Shiranui launched the ball which Muku, Satori dodged, and Shiranui attempted to bite the creature, which the beast allowed the two to graze past him as the wolf kept on running as he leapt on the buildings to get away from the castle. Wait, stop. The enemy is back there. Are you fleeing? Of course I am. That was the whole idea. I fought this thing once before, don't want to do it again. You're on your own, pup. Only gods will forbid me from anything, said Shiranui as he ran across the fields outside of Hazukio. The box is controlling Satori. It's on a rampage and will continue to feed others to the box. Once he has imprisoned all inside the box, the situation will have become so dire the damage will remain irreversible. And I will be sleeping at my palace in my home when it's happening. The box has been opened before and whole countries have been unmade from those decisions. Just a moment ago you were complaining about not stretching your legs, and now you want to sit on your butt for the rest of eternity, yelled Naruto as he stomped his foot on the great wolf's head. What happened to the great and mighty Shiranui, whose legacy is shaped by his power? I might have infinite patience, but you do not, you're useless bitch. And soon Shiranui stopped in his running as his eyes grew dark. What did you call me? Questioned Shiranui with a dark aura surrounding him. You heard me. You're a useless bitch. 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 Yelled Naruto as he stomped his foot on Shiranui some more. However, this was just a ploy of his to make Shiranui fight. The wolf AHD its pride after all, and Naruto wouldn't act in such a way unless he wanted something. You little punk, yelled Shiranui to Naruto, making the ground shake underneath his wrath. You once told me, a family is like a pack of wolves. When all play their part, the pack succeeds. When they do not, the pack fails. So please help your family now, pleaded Naruto, which silenced Shiranui as he did remember saying that, and he could remember, it was because of his selfishness that the sage cursed him in the first place, and he made a vow not to correct his mistakes again. To help Naruto, his family right here and now, is the only way to atone for his sins. Very well. We fight together, or die alone. In family, there is power. Let's go, roared Shiranui as he turned tail and ran back to the castle. Once one changes into Satori, they will never change back. We either force him back into the box or we kill the medium. Those are our only two options at the moment. Aid one another and find strength. Thank you for your lessons, father, thought Naruto as he remembered Madara. I knew a box that could grant wishes had to be nothing but a myth. Exactly, there's no such thing. What would be your wish? Power, riches, peace, or a family of your own? Perhaps even the whole world. Whatever the wish, nothing is possible without power, and that's all that comes out of the box. Power. Foul power. Yeah, I understand the circumstances. Leave an apple in a box for 10 years and what comes out is a rotten apple. Here he comes, said Naruto as he could see Muku, Satori flying at him, firing off feathers at the two of them. Shiranui then flicked his head, sending the bestial Naruto into the air where they made a handseal for a jutsu. Kaden. Heiganseki Yamadan, fire release. Ash rock mountain bullet. As he spat out multiple small black rocks covered in burning heat and flames at Muku, Satori, who dodged all the flaming rocks with ease as they exploded in the sky, and the remaining pieces fell through the air as the bird creature kept flying past where he flew by Naruto as Muku Satori tried to pierce Shiranui with one of its claws, but the great white wolf easily dodged it and tried to bite into it with his great fangs. But Muku Satori sensed the attack and also dodged it where Shiranui, using his chakra, sharpened its fur and began firing numerous sharp needles that could pierce rock at Satori, who dodged them all with grace and skill. Shiranui then followed up with his attack by trying to bite Satori again by jumping through the air, but Muku Satori dodged it, and when Shiranui landed, all that was created was a dust cloud. One bite was all Shiranui needed to end the puppet of the box. The great wolf had yet to use his full speed and instead wanted to gauge the puppet's speed before laying waste to the creature. Through the dust cloud, Muku Satori flew forward and grappled with Shiranui as the bird creature sunk its claws into Shiranui's shoulder where some blood could be seen, but such wounds were nothing to the great wolf emperor, and with his foe's close proximity bit into the puppet, eliciting a screech from Satori, who tried to get away from the wolf only to find that the wolf's bite had a vice-like grip, and Shiranui began continuously biting into Muku Satori where blood flew through the air. Without any hesitation, Satori pulled away and with it ripped one of his arms off to get away from the wolf that merely out the remaining body parts from his mouth. Satori then flew through the sky to get back to the box and to lick its wounds. Naruto regrouped with Shiranui as the wolf smirked at his accomplishment. When the puppet returned to its box, it opened its mouth near the entrance of the box and chakra came flying out and into its maw, where it quickly regenerated the lost flesh and arm and becoming bolstered with even more power than before. Shiranui and Naruto, sensing the change in Muku Satori's chakra, knew that they had to permanently restrain and kill the medium without letting it near the box. It's devouring the chakra of the victims it has punished in order to rekindle its lost strength. Things will now be even more difficult from here on out," said Shiranui as he braced himself ready to battle the monster yet again. "Here he comes. Try not to think of anything, he will read your heart and anticipate your actions," said Shiranui as he and Naruto braced for Muku Satori's attack, where the giant bird fired off multiple feathers which Naruto and his wolf summon had to defend against. With newfound speed and vigor, the puppet attacked Shiranui where he stunned the wolf as he fell to his side. The puppet then bit into Shiranui's hide before flinging him back towards the castle via the tail. Though with his new strength, Shiranui doubted that even the most powerful of shinobi could defeat Satori now. Moroi meanwhile was watching the whole thing and commenting on how things just took a disastrous turn. He had to move as a white wolf the size of the Hokage mountain was hurtling towards him. Shiranui then crashed into the structures of the castle where a giant dust cloud was created. Naruto chased after his friend and hoped a little that he would be alright with Muku Satori flying overhead. Naruto landed on a roof of a building in the castle and saw that Shiranui was battered and bruised from the attack. "Shiranui, are you injured?" yelled Naruto towards his summons, who merely nodded though flinched a little in pain. Apparently Satori's strength and power had increased far more than expected. Satori then circled around in the air and stabbed Shiranui in the shoulder with one of its claws, earning a wounded howl from the Wolf Emperor, where blood exploded from the wound. Shiranui in response charged up wind chakra in his mouth and fired off a ball, to which Muku Satori dodged it again with that special sensory of his, who then sent his tail towards the wolf that jumped away to avoid any more injury and tried to sink his fangs into the puppet once again, only to be met with the same result. In response, the puppet shot hardened feathers towards Shiranui, who rolled and away dodged them. "He's still reading my thoughts and every move," said the wolf chieftain as he was joined by Naruto and narrowed his eyes and limped a little from the wound on his side. "Are you scared? Disappointing, isn't it, that you, having mastered Yabanana Basaka Henkin, doesn't free you from fear?" said Muku Satori as his words seemed to break something in Naruto. As the blonde held up his hands to his face, just what kind of fear could he be talking about? "Your fear is delectable. You don't fear me. You don't fear dying. You fear something else. Something much more savage than you or me. You fear yourself. And you fear that which you thought was lost." Shiranui then attacked again, trying to bite into Satori. "Don't listen to him, pup," roared Shiranui, to which Naruto nodded as he somehow felt that the puppet's words were somehow true. Naruto then jumped into the air and made multiple shadow clones around him ready to launch an attack on the puppet. But at that time, his ears returned to normal, his canines returned to their original appearance, his manic hair became more calm, his eye returned to normal as his pupils became round again, his black sclera disappeared and his irises became blue once again, while the scar-like X disappeared with Naruto reverting to his base form and the Tenro activating on his chest, restricting him from using his chakra. He then fell out of the sky with Shiranui screaming his nickname at him. "No, not now," said Naruto as he could barely lift himself up from the amount of energy the transformation drained from him as every usage of the technique exhausts the user. "Now you can die," yelled Muku as from his mouth he prepared a large red ball that would destroy Naruto with ease. Naruto merely braced himself as he couldn't use his Mangekyo powers, nor was he fast enough to get out of the way. However, he then felt a shadow hovering over him, an explosion and a cry of pain. He looked up to see Shiranui had taken the brunt of the attack for Naruto and was severely wounded. "Shiranui!" yelled Naruto as the wolf tried to keep himself standing lest to crush Naruto. "Run with the pack!" was all Shiranui said as he disappeared in a plume of smoke, leaving Naruto defenseless. Muku followed up his attack by raising his arms and preparing another of the orbs, where he launched it at Naruto again, who merely saw his life flash before his eyes, and the one thought he had on his mind. "I'm sorry, Konan," thought Naruto, but then something smacked him out of the with such force that it sent him crashing a building in the castle as the explosion went off and all that could be seen was dust. So he was sitting on the ground with bricks and rubble on his form, as he stared dumbfounded at what just happened before a brick landed on his head. Ow. From the dust cloud large octopus tentacles could be seen flaying around. "I'm sorry for Killer Bee's raps, I can't rap for shit." "Yo, you fool, that ain't cool. You call that a box? I'll show you how to box. Stand still shorty and take one on the chops, ka pow," yelled a voice as a massive fist emerged from the cloud of dust and punched Muku, Satori away and sent him crashing into the castle grounds. "That wolf ain't having a good day. You and me can finally play out the way, that Akatsuki Joker. You and me can gamble like we're playing poker. Can't believe the Akatsuki have gotten involved in this. The situation was worse than we imagined," said a voice, where it was revealed to be the Godem Hokage Tsunade Senju along with chosen members of Konoha's shinobi, including Sakura Haruno, who had taken leave from the capital to join the fight. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka and his trusty companion Akamaru, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma Sarutobi, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi, Mighty Guy, Neji Hyuga and Tenten, along with Kakashi Hitaki, his former comrade Tenzo, along with Shizune, Jiraiya and his disciple Konohamaru Sarutobi. But we'll deal with Ryuyokaze later. Just then Moroi appeared next to Killer Bee with a smile on his face. "Yo, my homeboy, Moroi," said Killer Bee as he bumped fists with Moroi, who reciprocated the action. "My mission to keep an eye on the box has been alright. I knew I had to be careful once Yokaze and Hoshigaki arrived. And boy, Yokaze sure is a monster. Unfortunately I was unable to steal the box as I can't lug that thing all the way back to Kumo," said Moroi, to which everyone understood. "But I also have something else to report. Yokaze and Mui talked a little while I was here and they kept mentioning someone by the name of Tekurufu, whoever that is. Ring any bells?" Killer Bee merely shook his ox head while Tsunade, Kakashi and Jiraiya's eyes widened immensely in horror. Just how did those two know who Tekurufu was? More importantly, how did Yokaze know who Tekurufu was? This is bad. That information is beyond classified, even greater than Naruto's heritage. Tekurufu was privy to all of Root's secrets, all of the sins they committed. If anyone ever discovered so secrets hidden in his lost journal, war would be inevitable. "Hate to interrupt, but that thing's coming back," said Tenzo as he pointed towards the giant bird thing. "Stop your squawking and bring it on, clown. Gonna shut you up and then shut that box down. Lock you up and throw away the key. Bury you in the deep blue sea. I float like a butterfly and sting like a bee, 'cause I'm the Hachibi," yelled Killer Bee as he had his tentacles surge towards Muku, Satori, who dodged them all and shot sharpened feathers at the Hachibi, who swatted the feathers away. "That's whack. You're a pain, you know that?" It dodged every one of his attacks, said Sakura, surprised at what she saw. We'll just have to attack it simultaneously until Shikamaru can think up a strategy, said Asuma as he was smoking on his cigarette. If I can immobilize him with Kageme no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique, he should be easy to defeat afterwards. Just keep his attention on the attacks and I'll handle the rest, said the Nara clan heir as he jumped off the roof and prepared himself. You heard Shikamaru. Just attack him in a flurry, ordered Tsunade as all the Konoha shinobi prepared themselves for an assault as Muku, Satori continued to throw people in the box, and just as he was about to throw in another batch he was stopped by Ryuzetsu, who appeared before him, surprising him, to which Shikamaru noticed it. Killer Bee, taking the initiative, attacked the puppet with a fist that slammed against the ground, to which the puppet dodged the attack. Konohamaru, taking advantage of the distraction, went through hand seals. Kaden. Heizekisho. Fire release. Ash pile burning. As he spewed out countless ash and clicked his teeth where the ash lit into flames, but Satori lazily brushed his hand and dispersed the flames with ease. This allowed Sakura the time to get above her opponent and tried to punch him but failed again as Satori dodged their efforts. Tenten jumped in the air and unsealed a giant spiked ball, to which she threw it down atop Muku, who was about to step to the side, but the giant ball suddenly exploded in a plume of smoke and revealed Might Guy's form, ready to do an axe kick on the giant bird thing that just stepped to the side. Tenzo performed a seal where his entire arm became wood and surged forward as multiple bare trees appeared and grew in number. Again, like before, Muku stepped to the side as the trees were about to hit him, but below the trees and above he demon was Kakashi, Jiraiya and Asuma. Kakashi was using Reikiri, Jiraiya Rasengan, and Asuma was channeling wind chakra into his two trench knives, and all three attacked at the same time, but like before all the other times, they missed as Satori flew away. The prisoners meanwhile were trying to escape, where they somehow found a log and battered it against the castle's door, to which it burst open and they claimed freedom, but they didn't take more than a few steps before some of them burst into flames, leading them to conclude that the Tenro was still active, to which they flew back into the castle. Naruto from his wounded position could feel the dying chakras through his sensory abilities, and this, the Tenro was still active, that meant only one thing: Mui was still alive. As Satori launched more feathers at the shinobi, they were blocked by Tenten's the supposed seal masters. Kurenai did what she could to place the foe under a genjutsu, but it was to no use as the creature was somehow immune to genjutsu. Hinata and Neji meanwhile were defending others with their signature Hyuga clan techniques, the Kaden, revolving heaven. Choji ate a pill which increased his size to tremendous heights, while Ino couldn't exchange minds with the puppet as it was too dangerous, and the fact that it was moving all over the place not allowing Shikamaru any time to ensnare it. Kiba and Akamaru were spinning in the air trying to shred their opponent, but Satori swatted them out of the air as Choji came rolling like thunder towards the bird thing. When Choji chased after Muku in the air, the puppet just kicked the rolling ball back to the ground, where he landed with a crash. "You're all fools, the only two that could defeat me are powerless now," said Muku, referencing Shiranui and Naruto. "That's not Muku. It's not," said Ryuzetsu as she watched all the carnage happening before her eyes. "Don't be fooled. That isn't Muku. No, Muku is dead," said Ryuzetsu. She sharp feathers fell all around her. Kusagakure. Must resolve the mistakes of Kusagakure, where she made seals to help combat Muku, however, the Tenro, and began to burn her, though she pressed on with her jutsu. "Kaden. Onidoro," yelled Ryuzetsu as multiple fiery demon heads appeared all around her and began swarming around Muku, with some of the heads actually landing hits on the bird creature but also burning some of the castle. Ryuzetsu herself was consumed by flames and would have died if it wasn't for the timely arrival of Moroi, who doused her with a water jutsu. "You crazy? You're marked with the Tenro. Just stop him, please, Ryu." As Naruto was making his way to the hole in the wall, he crashed in, holding his side, which had been hurt when Killer Bee swatted him away, probably just to kill him later, or maybe he was collateral damage. Didn't matter, he was reflecting on Muku's words. Did he fear himself? Just what was there to fear? He didn't understand what could have forced him to join Root, as he felt what Mui and Muku said was somehow connected. And he also didn't notice that one of his cursed seals were pulsing. Is fear an instinct? Instinct. Naruto then bit into his arm and made the seal for the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and then clapped his hands together. I don't fight alone. Family is like a pack, they're all counting on me. Madara, Shiranui, and Konan, they are here with me. They will always be with me, they give me strength. Thought Naruto as he recounted Shiranui's words as a bright light started cracking through his fingers. They are my fire. Muku continued fighting against Konoha's forces, effortlessly dodging attacks and Killer Bee's tentacles. With his strength and reflexes he would soon defeat the shinobi, and he knew of their plan to stop him. Victory was in his grasp. Just as he was about to attack Killer Bee, something struck him, sending him flying into the outer walls of the castle. When Muku emerged from the dust and rubble, he could Naruto standing atop of the box which trapped him for so long. In fact, Muku barely even recognized the man in front of him. His appearance was just so different. Standing on the box appeared to be a man in his mid-20s with a muscular but lean form, with a scar on his left pectoral, over his heart that looked like a lightning bolt arcing outwards. The person was also taller than the blonde-haired man he had fought, at least half a head. But the main indicator that this was the same opponent was gone. The golden blonde hair that rivaled the sun was gone, replaced with spiky, light smoky gray hair that looked wild and manic, resembling a lion's mane. His ears remained slightly pointed and his canines were the same as the previous transformation. His eyes were different, there was no black sclera and the irises were red with a unique pattern in them, but still otherwise slitted like before. But the biggest change that Muku could see was all over his body. He had crimson markings that looked like branches on every part of his body. On his forehead he had a spiraling magatama facing upwards, upheld by two markings surrounding the magatama and facing upwards. Below his eyes he had two downward-facing crimson claw-like markings arranged in three, and on his chin and neck he had a U-like marking connected to a branching out line running down his neck, becoming more branching out lines on his chest and arms. But the strangest thing, he didn't sense any fear from the man in front of him, none at all. He couldn't even sense the chakra the gray-haired man was sending into both of his eyes. Kamiyo-nanayo. Shinto, Kamiyo-nanayo. Way of the gods. Said Naruto as he reared his fist, but when he punched his hand, half of his arm disappeared in a flash, consumed by a red portal, tinged with black. Before Muku even knew what hit him, a fist appeared right in front of him from a red portal tinged in black. A fist half his size that literally pummeled him into the ground. Muku tried to get back up only to find another fist coming out of a portal before a foot stomped him in the ground. Muku got off the ground and flew up in the air. He could sense the attacks coming, but yet somehow he couldn't dodge them, just what was happening. But even in the air he couldn't escape from Naruto's attack, as when Naruto punched the air, his arm was swallowed up by the red portal tinged in black. Halfway up his arm, and then again a portal of the same colors appeared above Muku, Satori, and where he was punched back to the ground again and was assaulted with another punch. Naruto had to end this now with what limited time he had now, unlike the previous transformation which lasted for a couple of minutes. Yabanana Basaka Henkin Level 2 will only last for less than 4 minutes, it consumed more power. And the blonde was already tired from using the previous transformation, and his body had yet to become accustomed to the new surge of power. But the major problem, like before, his chakra hasn't mixed properly with the senjutsu in his body, thus debilitating his potential. But unlike before, he has no control over himself except for speech. He was now just a rabid animal. Wait, how can he suddenly hit him? And what is that power? It's like his fists are traveling through dimensions, said Shikamaru as he observed the smoky-haired man. It's Yokazi, I know it, said Kiba as he clenched his fist and stared at the back of Shino and Lee's murderer. What's going on? What are those markings on his body? And didn't he have blonde hair? Questioned Tsunade as she stared at the scene. Konohamaru meanwhile clutched his head as he was hit by a wave of pain originating from an unknown location. It felt like someone had just cleaved his skull in two. This had happened before and he didn't know what was the cause, only that it somehow involved Ryu Yokazi. Jiraiya looked down upon his student and noticed him clutching his head, and he found it odd at how fast the pain washed over him and Yokaze's recent resurgence in the battle. Muku, who had been pummeled to the ground, got off his feet and fired feathers at Naruto, and using his now enhanced speed dodged all the feathers, took cover on a roof with Muku, Satori flying overhead and landing on the box. You probably can't understand what I'm saying with that now primitive mind of yours. But can you imagine what it's like to be trapped in this box? There's no exit, you can't break it open. You're inside darkness with one overpowering feeling swirling around you. It's big and black just as darkness is, and it seeps into every cell in your body. That feeling honed me, purified me. All the emotions that once tormented me grew fainter and fainter, and when I killed my father with my own hands, that vanished completely. I now feel nothing. I'm no longer bound and restrained by anything, not even emotions. I'm sure you can understand that, since you have that same thing look on your face and in your eyes. It's wonderful, isn't it? Fear, that's the one emotion that remained. My own fear of coming out of the box. The fear in the hearts of those who attack me. You see, it's not people's minds I read their fears, and that's why I understand what's happened. You have no fear in you now, you've given up your mind to your inner nature, that of a beast. Monologued Muku to the animal that was Naruto, who, like Muku said, didn't understand or didn't acre as his mind was overcome by the beast inside. Naruto then flew off the roof and used Shinto once more as the same dark portal engulfed his arm, and when he punched forward, a portal appeared behind Muku and landed an attack on his back, making the puppet scream in agony at the feeling of his bones breaking from the inside. The bird thing landed on the ground just as Naruto found his way onto its back, where the now dark gray-haired man grasped both of the bird's wing and violently ripped them off with his own hands, blood flying everywhere and screeches filling the air. Even some of the Konoha shinobi were taken back by the savagery. As Muku was screeching at the top of his lungs, Naruto jumped down and broke one of the bird's bones, jutting from the mouth, and then proceeded to stab the bone through Muku, Satori's back, making it scream in even more pain. It then raised its talon and swatted Naruto away, where he crashed on the other side of the castle. However, nothing would hurt him now, and he just raced back towards Muku, where he landed a bit away from the bird thing. By dying, my father gave me strength without doubt. I can see something similar in Yo. However, he was interrupted from speaking further when Naruto kicked him in the side, sending him to the ground. Without even hesitating for a second, Naruto, with a quick movement of the arm, ripped off Muku's arm, even more blood spilling everywhere. He couldn't play around with his prey this time. He only had a few more seconds to stay in the form, otherwise, Muku would kill him. Naruto then jumped away and landed atop the box and prepared chakra in his eyes, a certain death jutsu unique to his eyes. The second most powerful jutsu in the world and the most powerful jutsu in his arsenal. The seventh and final Kamiyonanayo. Kamiyonanayo. K. However, he was unable to finish the jutsu as the crimson markings all around his form dissipated, leaving just skin, while his slitted eyes and the Sharingan disappeared. No, it couldn't end like this. He had run out of time. The amount of time he was in Yabanana Basaka Henkin was even shorter than he imagined. 2 minutes, that was it. And all because of the stupid seal on his chest, restricting his chakra and stopping it from properly molding Shiranui's Senjutsu chakra within with his own chakra, creating his own new Senjutsu chakra. Damn it, said Naruto, and quickly small, black cracks began to spread all across his form, and they were slowly growing in size as minor pain swept over him, and soon exhaustion was setting in. He couldn't move his body, it refused to. His ears returned to normal, his canines became as they were before, however his hair remained the same smoky gray and his eyes were still amber colored, while his hair was still wild looking. Well, you really are the strongest person I have ever faced. You're an adversary worthy of respect. But it seems, your flames have finally died out. You can't enter that form again, unless you want to kill yourself, and even then it would still take some time for you to summon that wolf's Senjutsu chakra to aid you. You're just like my father, believing that a simple act of kindness can forgive years of condemnation, spoke Muku as he got off the ground. You can hate your father as much as you want, curse his name and anything related to him. However, you're not blind to pain. You wish for it, you embrace it, you thrive in it. You've killed all the bonds you had, and the very sound of your name now falls on deaf ears. There is no place in your heart, the need to protect something precious to you. But yet, even I can tell that all those things are false. You want all the things you had before, and you believe you can't have them anymore, spoke Naruto, drawing on some self-experience. You really don't get it. You claim to understand me, but yet I feel no conviction in your words, almost like you're saying this on a whim. All those things you claim about me being false, you couldn't be more wrong. It sounds more like a childish sentiment to me than anything. It's like the villages continuing to pacify us and keeping the weak under their thumbs. If you cut off those ties that bind you, free yourself from the burdens of this world and the people around you, then you can soar as high as I have. But your words don't matter to me anymore. Instead of throwing you in the box, I'll just kill you instead," said Muku as he raised his remaining arm ready to pierce Naruto as it came rocketing before him. Naruto merely heard his words and remembered something Madara told him. Flashback, "Hey old goat," said Naruto as he was lying on his bed, which made Madara's eyebrow tick at the young man. He hated that nickname above all else, but couldn't help but smile at such a name, although he was tempted to walk over and slap his student across the back of the head for killing him such a name. "You sometimes mention your strength and how there has never been an Uchiha to date to ever match you in combat. How did you become so strong? Well, I know you trained a lot, but still, was there another factor?" said Naruto as he stared up at the dark roof as white Zetsus popped out of the ground to observe the answer. "You could say that. Though it would really depend whether or not you found it stupid," replied Madara as he leaned back against his rude throne as he closed his sole visible eye in concentration. "I used to believe in ghosts. I thought you were the Shinigami when I first saw you. How much stupider can such a thing be?" responded Naruto, making Madara sigh a little. He was a little apprehensive to say anything about it, but it didn't hurt to just tell the boy. "My brother. He was everything to me, the person I loved most. We were inseparable, both on the battlefield and off. All my other brothers were killed by the Senju clan, before they could even know the taste of sake on the lips. Izuna and I were the only ones left. He was my fire, my drive to become stronger and to protect what was precious to me. I loved Izuna, even more than I loved myself, my clan. When he died, slain at the hands of Tobirama Senju, my will to protect him became my will to protect the clan. I had found a new fire. It was because of him that my strength flourished. But when my clan turned against me, my fire had died out. When my village turned against me, my will was broken. Perhaps that is why I lost to Hashirama. Perhaps that is why I could never get any stronger. When I cut my bonds to the people important to me, that is when I lost my strength. I abandoned them, and that is why I couldn't get any stronger. Without bonds or the need to protect anything, all you will be is a husk," said Madara with a melancholy expression on his face, thinking about his beloved younger brother. "You know, old goat," said Naruto with a smiling stretching itself across his face, making Madara look up at him with his dead eyes.
"I agree with you." Flashback end. Naruto watched as Muku's claw came closer and closer, where Naruto also saw a shadow appearing before him before he was pierced by the claw, cutting deep into his flesh and making his blood spill across the ground. He could also feel the splotches of blood that were not his own as Ryazetsu's blood splashed against him as she too was impaled by her best friend. As Naruto stared at the back of Ryazetsu's head, he coughed up blood at what happened, and the black smoldering cracks along his body became bigger. Muku grinned at what happened and hefted his remaining arm and threw the two bleeding bodies off him, where Naruto and Ryazetsu landed harshly on the ground. Naruto looked over to Ryazetsu and saw that her form was unmoving. He couldn't even see her breathe, but he could tell that she was still alive, albeit barely, as he could sense her chakra. He then got up on his knees as he clutched bleeding wound on his stomach as if it was the most precious thing in the world to him. Muku merely frowned at Naruto and his unwavering resolve to stay alive. "You don't know when to die. You have 2 feet in the grave already. Your resolve to live is admirable but foolish. What is worth living for that you would spit in the face of death?" said Muku as he craned his head a little at the sight and truly wondered just what pushed his opponent to get up at every turn.
"Something you may never understand," said Naruto, but that answer didn't please Muku, only angered him further as the wounded bird creature opened its mouth ready to fire a large chakra ball at Naruto, which would surely kill him. The puppet of the box then launched the giant red ball, and some of the Konoha shinobi such as Kiba and Kurenai who hoping it would kill him. However, before all of their eyes a large black portal appeared from nothingness and swallowed the massive ball of chakra, where an explosion was then sent off a bit away from the castle where a large dust cloud could be seen. Then a cloaked shadow appeared before, wearing the same black cloak that he had before, standing upright and facing the demon. The cloaked person then lifted their hand and allowed a fearless, blue butterfly to land on their finger before smiling as it flew off. "You know, I've just realized, I can't stand watching you be pathetic and getting your butt kicked. Also, said the person as they turned around and slapped Naruto in the face where they left an impressive red handprint, to which everyone around them sweat dropped at the scene, even Muku. That's for injecting the, you know what, Shiranui's blood, into me. Luckily Shiranui has taken a liking to me. He even taught me how to use Koinu's powers, or should I say your powers. Huh, your hair is different, said the person as they knelt down and took a strand of Naruto's hair between theirs fingers and rolled it around as if a cat had found a toy. Naruto could only smile as his hopes had been proven true. Konan was alive and well right in front of him. She was currently wearing the black cloak he gave her to hide herself from others, besides that her appearance had only changed slightly. The bun in her hair was gone, allowing more of her luscious blue hair to cascade down her face and neck. The origami flower was also gone, but one thing remained, was the blue, scaled flower hair clips he gave. Other than that she was the same, he could only guess that she had foregone some of the earlier noted factors as a result of training, or her hair had become too wild. Your eyes are also different. But your chakra still feels the same, said Konan with a smile on her face, knowing that her friend was well and truly fine, as she removed her fingers from Naruto's hair, causing him to smile lightly at her. You know, you have excellent timing, complimented Naruto as Konan got up on her own 2 feet. Just part of my charm. Shiranui sent me, he was worried for you, she said as she shrugged her shoulders with a smirk on her face. But, what is that thing? She said as she pointed at the Muku, who screeched in response. It's a long story, and if I was to explain its history I might just bore the readers. Given the fact that it has 2 stubs on its back and missing one of its arms, you obviously picked a fight with something you couldn't defeat, said Konan, earning an exasperated sigh from the blonde. It almost sounds like you're insulting me. Or you just love rubbing salt in my wounds, said Naruto, to which Konan didn't respond, as she noticed the black cracks around his form, growing larger and smoldering more. You used level 2? You could have killed yourself, yelled Konan, to which Naruto cringed a little at her words. I had it completely under control, said Naruto as he smiled at his partner. You might not be able to defeat him yourself, but you should be a worthy distraction. Distraction, am I? Well, I guess you could say that since you can't take your eyes off me, said Konan with a smirk and a bit of a sassy attitude, making Naruto widen his eyes at her change. Guess her power wasn't the only thing that changed. She must be enjoying every minute of her teasing, even though she was right. Naruto, then bracing himself, flexed his left arm as he cut a kunai deep into his skin, drawing a kanji on his right arm that would stave off the coming effects of the transformation for a short while, as blood and sweat dripped down his arm. He had written the kanji for restrain on his left bicep as the blood from the wound leaked from the opening in his arm, and the black cracks along his form began slowing down in pace. Konan only then noticed the massive hole in his stomach, and she thought it would be life-threatening. But then her partner replied that it was a flesh wound. Flesh wound, yeah right. Does anyone have spare chakra? Yelled Naruto to the group of Konohinin. If the chakra came from an external source, the seal won't actively block its use, and he didn't have much left from the fact that his chakra was sued to open the box. He was surprised that the one who raised his arm in response was Konohamaru. Do you know how to transfer your chakra to others? Said Naruto as Konohamaru nodded, although he would admit he hadn't fully perfected it. I'll handle that thing from here on while you complete whatever it is you're planning, said Konan as she walked forward towards Muku, who screeched at her. What do you have to offer that he couldn't, little girl? Said Muku as the hooded Konan merely stared at him before he was taken back by her eyes. They were red with 3 tomo in them, a pair of dull red Sharingan. However, her eyes appeared to be glazed over as the red were dulled and less vibrant than those of normal Sharingan. Her eye then shifted to a new pattern, one of 3 scythes originating at the pupil, the pattern of Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan, though like before they were dulled and glazed over. The reason for this is because Naruto sealed a wolf with his eyes within her. Since she's become a summoner for the wolves, she now has access its powers for a short amount of time, and be able to use Kamiyunayo, though much weaker in comparison to Naruto's own. That's why the colors were less vibrant and they looked glazed over. She then felt a hand on her shoulder, filling her with energy. You'll need that, said Naruto as he removed his hand just as Konohamaru arrived at their position. Konan then jumped away and then faced Muku with an impassive gaze. The wind started to pick up around her as she underwent a transformation. Her stunning blue hair became a deep silver. Her pupils became slitted and her irises were violet. Her ears became slightly pointed and so were her canines. While her hair became more wild, almost covering her face, and scarlet markings began spreading across her body, though only the markings on her face were visible, the same ones Naruto had. She had learnt Yabanana Basaka Henkin level 2. And needless to say, Naruto was impressed. She must have been training for days, maybe hours at the wolf's forest. She then channeled chakra into her left eye and performed a jutsu. Kamiyonanayo. Chikyu Tentu no Ibuki, Kamiyonanayo. Earth-reducing breath of heaven, said Konan as she charged at Muku, who tried to swipe at her with his remaining arm only for her to front flip over the puppet, leaving him confused at what she was doing. So, is dodging all you're really good at? Stated Muku with a grin. I didn't dodge anything, hissed Konan as Muku was then cut from all sides from an unknown force, as even more blood dripped everywhere, and with Muku screaming in pain, as he fell to his knees and being unable to fly because Naruto ripped off his wings, he had lost most of his agility. He then looked up at Konan to see ash spiraling around her before forming a single wing at her back that was as large as her. She then flew back at Muku with her ash wing, enabling her to literally fly. Muku raised his arm as he blocked Konan's attack as her silver hair whipped her face, and her face had a notable snarl marring its features. This thing before her hurt one of her friends. She would never forgive anyone for doing such a thing to her. She'd kill them, and that was a certainty. She then channeled chakra into her right eye. Hayden. Fujin, said Konan as her ash wing hardened and began fire multiple shards of coalesced ash at Muku, who couldn't get away from an attack as his body was literally sawed by the ash. He didn't know such people were capable of the kind of power. First that blonde, now gray-haired man, and this silver-haired woman with the strange markings. Naruto watched the whole thing transpire. He didn't use his ash at first as Muku was faster than the ash, making it near impossible to attack him. But he couldn't allow anyone to pick up on the major flaw of all the Kamiyonanayo jutsu. You could only use a single jutsu at a time, unless you were to use the third power Kamiyonanayo. Tenrai Yanagi Seijun, Divine Willow's Purity, which created absolute perfect clones of the user in appearance, personality and power. However, the third power was incredibly draining when used recklessly. Okay kid, ready your chakra, said Naruto to Konohamaru, who was clutching his head as it felt like multiple kunai were stabbing into his brain. Whatever it was, it felt like something was trying to return to its original place, something that was lost. This had happened to him before, and yet no matter what came into his mind, no answer was good enough. Without saying anything, Konohamaru touched Naruto's arm and began channeling his chakra into him. However, something unexpected happened. The chakra that Naruto was being fed felt like nothing he had ever felt before. It was strange, as he felt like this chakra was literally making him stronger rather than giving your chakra for someone else to use, which was the main usage of the technique. This chakra, it felt like he could rip mountains in half, create tsunamis with a clap, and bring down fire on the world. Whatever made Konohamaru's chakra so potent, Naruto knew that Konohamaru's chakra would be stronger than his. But he couldn't scrape off the feeling on why it felt familiar, as if it was his own. Back to the fight with Muku and Konan. The now silver-haired woman had landed on a roof of a building where Muku clapped his hand on it, trying to hit the bug buzzing around him. He then saw Konan flipping over him with her ash wing and swiped at her again with his talon, only for her to block it with her ash wing, and attempted a counterattack on the puppet only for him to also block it with his talon, but suffered some cuts when he blocked it. Muku then jumped away to another section of the castle with Konan chasing after him. He found himself backed up against a wall as he saw the flying angel trying to skewer him with her wing. Her wing then impaled the wall behind him as he dodged her attack, only for her to scrape the wing against the wall, trying to sever him in half, to which he desperately blocked with his talon, only to be buffeted to the ground from the force in her attacks. Muku picked himself up from the attack, standing back on his own 2 feet. However, he couldn't react fast enough to evade Konan's final attack, which completely severed his left leg, as she flew by using her ash wing. Muku, bird-like form, screamed in pain at what was happening. He was about to return to the box to retrieve more power, so to save himself. However, today was his end. Naruto channeled chakra into his eyes using Konohamaru's chakra, to which he gave him more than enough to pull off one final jutsu. Kamiyonanayo. Shinto, yelled Naruto as he thrusted his left arm where it was consumed by a red portal with a black tinge where another portal even larger than his own hand appeared above Muku grabbing him. Naruto then thrusted his right arm as the same thing happened as he held Muku in his grip as he screeched at having all his bones crushed by the large arms. Naruto then spread out his arms mirroring the ripping motion and the two arms holding onto Muku literally ripped him in half, causing all manner of blood, guts and entrails to fall over the place as all went silent as the two halves of Satori fell to the ground with everyone shocked at the level of violence. Naruto then dropped to his knees as he saw that all the feathers began dissipating into dust and the ripped body of Satori soon disappeared, replaced with an intact Muku lying on the ground with blood dripping from his mouth and staring into the sky with dead eyes. Father, said Muku as he lay there, battered and defeated. Ryuzetsu also pushed herself off the ground, regaining some of her strength. Ryuzetsu. I am sorry, father. His words, they cut deep. He then made hand seals, ready for a jutsu, making Naruto and Konan tense up. Kaden. Onidoro, yelled Muku as he set himself on fire, ending his life and stopping the suffering of others. I'm sorry I didn't keep my promise to you. I wish I could have. I wish I could have. I wish I could have lived with you and father, together in peace. And as he said those words, fire quickly rose up and flew for the box, buffeting the winds and making Ryuzetsu's bandana fly off her head. With Satori being forced back into the box as the demonic faces started glowing in response, before closing, and Ryuzetsu's bandana dropping into a pool of Mui's blood. Naruto, regaining some of his strength, walked over to Mui's unmoving position as the lord of the castle laid on the ground with his blood pooling over the place. Naruto then clutched the man in his arms, giving him some comfort as Mui opened his eyes to be greeted with Naruto's face and smoky gray hair. You're alive, Muku? Questioned Mui as he stared into Naruto's eyes as tears gathered at the corners of his eyelids. I'm sorry, he's gone, but in his final moments, he forgave you, and expressed his desire to be with you forever, said Naruto with a smile, causing Mui to smile in response as some blood leaked out of his mouth. Happy to know that his son didn't die hating him. The Tenro isn't just an imprisonment jutsu. Is it? Shinobi who can't mold their chakra aren't likely to create conflict. That was your true goal. Trying to find a way for people to live with each other, in harmony. We both believed that Muku could never be human again. But look how wrong we were. I can still remember you saying that we were the same. If that's true, you should know what I'm thinking about. I was inspired by you, no matter what happened. You always sought peace in your creations, but the things made for peace were instead abused for selfish reasons. The people you trusted betrayed you, left the person you loved to die alone. I questioned why such conflict existed, said Mui as he could feel his life escaping him. I do not have the answers you seek, but I know where to find them. Closer, said Mui as Naruto craned his head closer to Mui as the man whispered in his ear, and what he heard made him nod as he again looked back down on Mui. Also, Kyoku is. But those were Mui's final words as the life seen in his eyes departed and his body slumped. As a last sign of respect, Naruto closed Mui's eyes and laid his body to rest on the ground. The Tenro soon disappeared from Naruto's body, allowing him to use his chakra. What left of it, he could only make a space-time portal. He had to give Muku respect. No one had pushed him as far as he did. Naruto's eyes then shifted towards Ryuzetsu, who had fallen back to the ground with Sakura Haruno desperately trying to heal her. He also saw Konan with her hood still up and the Sharingan disappearing from her eyes, as well as the markings, and his own life force was stopping the painful black cracks from appearing on her body. Nodding at Konan, Naruto walked up to Ryuzetsu but was met with resistance as some of the Konoha shinobi blocked his way, namely Kurenai and Tenzo. I can save her, said Naruto as his breathing became more labored and he knew what that meant. Like you care, all you have done is, yelled Kiba, and he was interrupted by Konan, who had her face covered by the hood. Good, he did all of the work. You came in at the last minute, and even then you couldn't even touch that bird thing. He just killed it, said Konan, making Kiba shut up and hold in his pride. Begrudgingly, the Konoha shinobi allowed Naruto and Konan through where they hovered over the dying Ryuzetsu. Fortunately, Naruto still had time to save her, unlike Mui. "Do you think you can carry her?" questioned Naruto as he gazed at Konan, who still had silver hair and violet eyes, to which she nodded. Also, the physical traits they picked up from using the second level of beast mode would disappear in time. Possibly a day, maybe two. Naruto then placed his front two fingers on Ryuzetsu's forehead, where he flowed some of his very own life force into Ryuzetsu. He had done the same to Konan when he grabbed her shoulder, which is why she wasn't suffering from the grievous effects of beast mode level 2 unlike him. In 3 seconds, the gaping hole on Ryuzetsu's stomach disappeared and what was left was unblemished skin, as if there was no wound to begin with, just traces of blood. The shinobi who were watching awed at the scene. Never had a medical ninjutsu so powerful ever existed before, to be able to regenerate missing organs, even though technically it wasn't a jutsu. However, Ryuzetsu remained unconscious. Naruto then got up and nearly fell over from giving up some of his life force and decreasing his lifespan just to save another. But then, the black cracks along his form spread throughout his body so quickly that he was overcome with the pain of the technique. The blood seal he placed on himself to halt the effects had worn off and now he was experiencing the greatest pain imaginable. It felt like he was being stabbed all over and that his blood was fire. He couldn't use his life force at the time because it required utmost focus and he couldn't focus while in the pain he was. He stumbled backwards trying not to fall over, however one of the shinobi seeing this immediately took advantage of the situation and kicked Naruto in the chin, who was unable to fight back because he had his chakra drained by the box and the effects of beast mode were prevalent. The shinobi who had kicked Naruto was Kiba and he continued to punch and pound Naruto in anger for what he did to Shino and Lee. He was so overcome with rage that he didn't care what Ryu just did, so long as he got some enjoyment out of punishing him. Unfortunately, Kiba's attacks only increased Naruto's pain tenfold. "This is what you deserved, you scum. You don't deserve to live," yelled Kiba as he continued his assault on Naruto while the other shinobi didn't lift a finger. Very few actually cringed from what they were seeing, Tsunade, Sakura and Hinata being the notable ones. Kiba was so caught in his attacking Naruto that he didn't notice the shadow flying towards him. The shadow was so fast that it literally came swooping down, as a foot grazed by Kiba's face. When I mean grazed by, I actually mean that the attack was so swift and powerful that it cut Kiba's cheek. "Damn, I missed. I was supposed to take your head off," said Konan in mid-flight as stood next to the downed Naruto, who was barely trying to stop himself from screaming like a wounded animal. Kiba gritted his teeth at the feeling of blood running down his cheek. "Bitch! Get out of the way!" yelled Kiba with feral instincts coming over him while Konan still kept her hood lowered. "Kiba! Let them go!" yelled Sakura, pleading to her friend not to continue while the others remained silent. "It's disgraceful as a shinobi to punish another who can't fight back. He's been kind enough to show us that mercy," said Sakura as she read the reports, and Yokuzi didn't seem the type to do such a thing. Sakura then got off the ground and started walking towards Naruto and Konan and said, now silver-haired woman tensed up at her approach. "I just want to heal him. If I can't, I can lessen the pain," she said, and Konan didn't say anything, just stared at the girl. The reason why Sakura would do this, for an enemy no less, was because of pity for the pain of her enemy. Perhaps the Akatsuki were all broken on the inside, in pain. She knew that such a thing wouldn't be true, but there had to have been a few. She then knelt down, facing Naruto's back where her hands glowed a soft green, giving a checkup over his body. His skin is hot to the touch, and the cracks just keep growing. If he were to use that form again, he would be cooked alive by his own power. "There's nothing I can do to fully heal him, but I can do this," thought Sakura as she numbed Ryu's body. His sharp intakes of breath were quickly disappearing and his form became more relaxed. Of course she didn't numb it completely where he couldn't move, but just enough where the pain would be more of an annoyance than a curse. When she was done, Naruto got back up onto his own 2 feet and looked over his shoulder to look at Sakura, where he voiced a thank you. Konan then traveled over to Ryuzetsu and hoisted the Anbu agent over her shoulder, and rejoined Naruto where he channeled chakra into his left eye. And a black and purple portal appeared from nowhere. Until next time. said the Akatsuki agent as Konan walked through before Naruto faced the Konoha group. Of course, since his appearance had changed drastically, no one would recognize him. But there was one thing that popped up in Sakura's mind that gave her cause to be shocked. A lightning bolt-like scar over the man's pectoral. But it was Konohamaru that he was looking at in his strangely powerful and yet familiar chakra. "Kid, I want to fight you in the future. I expect a lot from you," said Naruto as he too walked through the portal where it closed behind him. Okay," said Konohamaru to the empty space. When Naruto and Konan exited the portal, the silver-haired woman found her voice caught in her throat at exactly where she was. All around her, soldiers wearing black armor and black coats practicing with swords and taijutsu before her. Others were training in stealth, bringing death from above to a new degree. Others trained in medical ninjutsu on dummies, while others were going about their own thing, and upon white banners hanging from the ceiling was a black lotus with red petals. "Konan, welcome to the Kokurin headquarters, in the Land of Wind." Then all the soldiers turned to face the two of them where they crossed the fists of their heart. "Hail Shogun-sama," said the soldiers as they stared at their leader. Naruto Uzumaki, the founder and leader of the Kokurin. 1287 Chapter 20. In Shadows, Madara's student. Disclaimer: Naruto and its characters are owned by Masashi Kishimoto. And any references made in this story in any chapter are also not mine. Hey guys, I'm super sorry for not updating in months. I was busy to the brim with everything going on in my life. But now I have free time and I have been continuing on with the story. I was also disheartened after the ending. If any of you have read my other stories, you would no doubt know that my OTP was Narusaku. I was a bit salty afterwards. My opinion on the actual ending was very mixed, and I don't like nor do I hate the ending. It was just rushed and, in my opinion, some of the characters were acting strange, and, to me, some of the pairings don't make sense. I'm glad about Shikatima anyway. And some details were left out. The big step back in character development for some is also the factor, but there were endearing moments and I was glad that some of the characters were happy. I suppose there are worse endings, Mass Effect 3. But it's not the worst nor the best. I'm still going to continue writing my stories, and even my Narusaku ones. Since Naruhina is now canon, I suppose some people won't yell at me for making Narusaku fanfiction. Please enjoy the chapter. In Shadows, this was so unexpected. Nothing made sense to her now. Just how could something like this be achievable? Everywhere she looked, it was a reminder of what he had been hiding from her, a reminder that he didn't trust her. Soldiers, medics, assassins, all of them scurrying around with their own business in mind. She brazenly walked around feeling out of place and unwanted. All these people had a purpose, a goal. She could never know what drove them to such a thing, but she knew. She had seen it many times, that tragedies are etched into the bodies of men like tattoos printed on the skin. None of them paid her any heed. It's almost like they didn't notice her at all. She was not that hard to miss. Bright blue hair tinged with pale silver was like a giant neon light to those who knew her well. She had been walking around the base for all this time. He was the one who said, "Feel free to explore the base as you wish. All I ask is that you don't leave it for the time being." So she was examining the base that she had now made her temporary home. It was sturdy, able to hold off an invasion for a few days. The walls were bland silver, and without the lights dotting the halls it would be impossible to navigate unless you were a cat. It had been 3 days since the death match at Hazukio. Since she last saw him, he had been off doing his own thing, directing his troops, managing supplies, the whatnots of a leader. She would be lying if she said that she wasn't worried for him. For the rare few times that she saw him, he wore a look on his face akin to a sick animal. She wanted to console him, be there as a friend for him. But would he let her? Everything around her reminded her that he didn't trust her. She hated it. She wanted answers as she was going to get them, even if he didn't want to talk to her. She headed straight for his office. He needed to trust her. It's what made them an efficient unit. Konan will have her answers. When she finally made it, she stormed through the door as if she was a battering ram. Only for him to be notable missing, making her raise an eyebrow at the empty desk, and a computer with a small picture beside it. Working her way around it, she eyed the papers with the names and missions of the Kokurin. She opened up the drawers, and unsurprising, there were some kunai and senbon in them. She sat down in the surprisingly comfortable chair. that she could spin around in, to which she allowed some childish sentiment to get the better of her as she spun around a little in the chair. She then accessed the Uzumaki's computer and clicked on the mouse to start up the machinery. She looked through the files on the computer but nothing stood out except for one. A file by the name of Dusk Contingency. She raised her eyebrow at it and clicked on the file. Then a small box appeared on the screen with large words for password. She bit her lip at that and tried to delve into the mind of her partner to discern the word. She typed in Konoha, but that failed. She typed in Akatsuki. Of course that didn't work. She felt like banging her head on the desk for thinking that would work. This was her last attempt before she would give up. She doubted this world work, but if the writer had his way then it might work. She then typed in a word that would never be associated with the Naruto Uzumaki of today, Team 7 Feet, and in big words, access granted, before taking her to a bunch of audio files. Enable new protocol, said the computer with Naruto's emotionless voice, which put off Konan because of its slight metallic ringing. Title: Dusk Contingency. Should any of the core members of the Akatsuki become rogue and threaten the existence of the Kokurin and the plan, I have set up protocols in place to handle each and every one of them, should they become too much of a threat. The members of the Akatsuki are my comrades, yet I have no emotional attachment to them that could warrant hesitation. I have not come to care for the Akatsuki in any way other than a means to an end. Always I keep a watchful eye, said the computer with Naruto's voice making something ache in Konan's heart. It sounded like she was more of a tool to him rather than a friend, or at least a trusted comrade. It felt something broke inside of her. Dusk Contingency. File code name, Masochist. Hidan is the most unstable member of the Akatsuki. He thrives on pain and transforms it into pleasure. His so-called immortality allows him to suffer and survive wounds that may seem fatal. Certain protocols have been created to eliminate this threat. While he may be immortal, he still needs to control his body to be useful. Therefore decapitation will in theory remove his ability to move, as the brain isn't connected to the rest of the body, will require testing. His foul mouth however leaves something to be desired, said the computer, and Konan could only listen and read the file on Hidan. She wondered, how much information did Naruto have on them? Dusk Contingency. File code name, Mask. Kakazu is the oldest and most experienced member of the Akatsuki, being one of the few shinobi to face the Shodem Hokage and survive, something that most shinobi are incapable of doing, including my father who faced the Hokage. This experience and knowledge makes him a formidable opponent, allowing him to effectively plan and counter techniques from all sources. His unique array of jutsu, including Jongu, Earth Grudge Fear, allows him to perfectly control his techniques and not waste a single jutsu. Clone jutsu and counterbalancing would be most useful against him. My Sharingan has also revealed the fact that he possesses more than one heart, giving him durability beyond that of normal humans. Eliminating all the hearts will in theory kill him, will require further testing. This was all new to Konan, as she never knew Naruto could analyze a person just by looking at them and their techniques. It shows just how dangerous the man truly is. Dusk Contingency. File code name, Suicide Bomber. Deidara is unique as he possesses the explosion release Keki Genkei of Iwagakure, allowing him to turn clay and other substances as well as his own chakra into a bomb. From this he uses a special clay infused with his chakra, and he's able to mold that clay to suit various tasks from espionage, demolition and assassination. This gives him some of the most versatile techniques. However, Bakuten is notable for being weak to Raiden techniques. I theorize that since his chakra itself is explosive, Raiden techniques will be most effective. A technique that numbs his body and limits his movement will not only neutralize him but also his Keki Genkei, will require further testing. Konan was not just reading and listening to the files but also learning from them. She knew that this will be crucial to eliminating her comrades should they betray the organization. Dusk Contingency. File code name, Red Sands. Sasori's greatest strength is not his mastery with puppets and poisons but his sharp analytical mind and cunning rivaling my own. He uses his puppets to deadly efficiency as well as his multitude of weapons and his puppets to discover the weaknesses in his opponents. Sasori's mastery in puppetry has also negated the weakness of all puppeteers. Because of this, Sasori's greatest weakness is now one of his strengths. The most useful tactic is to watch his movements and using large but precise techniques to damage his body protected by his puppet, or a technique that limits the movement of his puppets will require more testing to discern any other weakness. Said the computer, and in the words Konan could detect caution, as Sasori was not a person Naruto would face without a clear plan. Dusk Contingency. File codename, Shark. Kisame Hoshigaki is the most powerful member of the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. His mastery with Suiten techniques and his possession of Samahata makes him an opponent you should never have a drawn-out battle with. Separating Samahata will be impossible. The sword literally has a mind of its own and will return to its master after a short amount of time, and will inflict injury on those who try to use it. Quick and lethal attacks of wind chakra will be most suitable against Kisame, but speed will be everything, as his large size and heavy sword slow Kisame's movements. Said the computer, and Konan just watched and listened enthralled with the computer, unaware of her surroundings. Dusk Contingency. File codename, Last Crow. Itachi Uchiha is one of the few survivors of the Uchiha clan of Konoha. His prowess with the Sharingan and his time in the Anbu Black Ops have molded Itachi into an emotionally suppressed weapon. However, his pacifistic nature has him employ genjutsu against his enemies, incapacitating them within the illusion. His greatest strength is also his greatest weakness. The key is to identify when you have been placed in the illusion, and then while within the illusion Itachi himself will be vulnerable to genjutsu itself. To place him in a genjutsu while he's using a genjutsu, in simple terms, though because of this it will be difficult for anyone not in possession of a dojutsu to counter his illusions, then it all comes down is to simply break free of Itachi's illusion while keeping up the illusion that Itachi is in control, and the rest solves itself. Itachi will be trapped in an unending cycle of genjutsu, in theory. Will require further testing. Spoke the computer, and this honestly surprised Konan, at how effectively the protocols might work against the Akatsuki. Dusk Contingency. File codename, False God. Nagato is in fact a relative, a survivor of the Uzumaki clan such as myself. Because of our Senju descent we are most suitable for becoming hosts for the Rinnegan. Because of my knowledge of the Rinnegan I have been able to effectively formulate step-by-step strategies to neutralize the abilities of the Rinnegan. Chikushodo, Animal Path. Sever the hands to stop it from summoning. Shirado, Asura Path. Heavy impact capable of crushing bone. Tendo, Diva Path. Simple chakra control exercises on a large scale allow the effects of this path to be nullified. Ninjendo, Human Path. Long-range attacks or severing the hands. Physical contact will be fatal. Jigokudo, Naraka Path. Will be the first to defeat given its abilities to revive the other bodies. Sneak attacks will be most effective. Gakido, Preta Path. Its ability to absorb chakra will be tricky, but while it's absorbing chakra it will be vulnerable to physical attacks. Taijutsu is a necessity. The real body is an emaciated skeleton but still powerful. All steps must be taken into account. So even Nagato had a file. Naruto knew how to plan well, but still there had to be. Dusk Contingency. File codename, Angel. Now this is what baffled Konan. On the screen was a picture of her, but while there may have been an account of her abilities unlike the others, Naruto had yet to formulate a protocol to defeat her. What did this mean to her exactly? What was she truly to Naruto? Naruto was a man who had secrets that could bring empires to kneel. Yet because of this single file filled Konan with doubt. Did Naruto trust her enough that he didn't need to create strategies against her? She couldn't help but smile a little at the scene. She then turned her head a little and saw the single picture on his desk. It was of her, smiling with her hair clips placed in her bangs. She wondered when he took this photo, wondering just when it happened, but the smile she had in the picture seemed so pure and innocent, almost like a child. She knew exactly what this meant to Naruto. He wasn't the most social person, so if he did this for someone like her, it meant that she was more important to him than she suspected. Her smile grew a little larger. "Excuse me, madam," said a voice by the door, and Konan nearly jumped out of her seat when the voice pierced the silence. Quickly closing away the files on the computer, Konan turned to see a woman by the door. She was wearing leather dress armor reminiscent of the samurai era with a blood-red interior and a black bodysuit that only showed her collarbone and head. She had a purple obi wrapped around her waist and 2 katanas upon her back with a red bandana around her jet black hair and her steel-sharp, green eyes that peered into the souls in front of her. "I'm Karai, second in command to Shogun-sama. He's asked to speak with you. I've been tasked to escort you to him." Konan merely nodded at her and got out of the chair and followed Karai through the base. While on the way, Konan kept her eyes trained on the back of Karai's head, trying not to take in her surroundings or lose her way through the base. Lest she take a wrong turn and end up someplace farther away or see things that can never be unseen. Curiosity is a strong desire, and she was curious to discover everything about this place and the one who commands it. Though she was ignored, treated like every other person in the fortress, she couldn't escape the feeling that she was being watched, peering eyes looking deep within her, trying to unravel her secrets. It was like a persistent itch in the back of the mind. No amount of scratching could soothe it. She wondered just what she had gotten herself into. When they finally arrived, they were met with a door, to which Karai stepped aside with her hands behind her back and her posture straight and tall like a soldier on inspection. "Shogun-sama is waiting on the other side," spoke Karai simply. As Konan nodded, she opened up the door and was blasted by a gale, and dust and sand closed in around her. Steeling herself, she trudged her way through the door and closed it behind, not wanting the rough sand to fly in. As she looked around, as the sand swirling around her bit her and scratched her from every corner, she made her way onto the balcony. She was literally standing on the top of the base, which had situated itself on a large cliff that could see any army coming if it wasn't for this ever so insistent storm. She was then able to make out a form, a black cloak whipping in the wind and golden gray hair dancing gracefully with specks of sand and dust dotting his clothes and spiky hair. His arms were crossed and his red eyes focused on the sky, his gaze upon orange sun almost blotted out by the sandstorm. She then stood beside him and turned her own amber-violet eyes upon the sun. To wonder, until recently this place stood as a decrepit hole only occupied by the desperate, lost and stupid. Now it stands party to events that shall change the very shape of this world, to shake it to its core. "I wonder if it's pleased," said Naruto as he looked to Konan with a small grin, and she raised his eyebrow at him. He made it sound like the fortress was alive, brimming with a soul that watched over its inhabitants. "I can only guess that you've known about this place for some time. You wouldn't speak of it in such a way if you didn't already know of its existence," spoke Konan with a hint of curiosity in her voice. "This whole place invited you in, almost as if a host was welcoming you into his home." She felt like its arms encircled around her, protecting her, shielding her from the dangers of the world and the darkness in men's hearts. This fortress was built in the elder days of the founding of the hidden villages. It's probably as old as Suna itself. It was also built upon the remains of a site holy and revered to a powerful clan that walked the dunes of the deserts. I know not what became of the clan, though it's likely they joined Suna when the village was formed. They called it, the place where the sky was held back, or, the place where the roots connect to the sky. Either accounts works in my favor. It is said that from here we could reach up to the heavens and bring them down to the earth, to live in an eternal bliss. Suna of course abandoned it, as did the many others they came after. Bones laid upon bones until it became the foundation for what we are standing on. Silent until our arrival," said Naruto with a grin as he took in the sand-clouded air as he stood in the storm with his friend. He understood the worth of this fortress, just like the few who knew of its existence. "It's cozy enough, but why would Suna just abandon it?" said Konan as she stared down onto the hard metal ground, trying to come up with some sort of explanation. "The presence this place holds seeps into your being and the small specks of sand to which it lies upon. The fortress was fitted with some of the greatest protection seals that very few today can replicate and even fewer to understand, protecting it from darkness and decay and the silent coming of death from time. Those who let it fall to ruin did not appreciate or understand what they possessed. This fortress has a will of its own. It will defend us from an army for days on end. It can see those who do it harm before they see it themselves. It clouds itself with a shroud of sand and dust when it feels threatened. It gives us shelter and home when we need it most. I like to call this place Tsukaitate, Sky Shield. A lofty title, but it wears it well," said Naruto as he turned his body towards Konan with a small grin on his face. "But still, how did you accomplish such a thing? And who are you really?" questioned Konan as she tangled her fingers together and stared at the ground, slightly afraid to meet his dagger-like eyes. It's not out of the question that Obito has told you what he knows about me. Very well. But let's take this someplace else. It's best to talk this over with some tea in hand, spoke Naruto as he started walking towards the door to the rest of the base with Konan trailing behind him. A few minutes of walking later they made it to the kitchen where Naruto personally brewed some green tea for his comrade. When Konan lowered her lips towards the cup, she was utterly surprised at how good the tea was. She didn't realize that he had such a talent for the simple things. The smile she had, it looked troubled, tinged with a little sadness. You probably think I don't trust you, spoke Naruto as he sat down on a table with her with his own cup in hand, with his face returning to its neutral expression, and he took swigs of the heavenly tea, filling his stomach with warmth. Konan raised both her eyebrows at him, which was enough for him to confirm it was true. It's understandable, I didn't tell you of the Kokurin, and in turn it's lead to a little dip in the trust between us. Why didn't you tell me? Queried Konan with her face falling into a sullen visage, with her eyes staring into the green liquid of the tea. You didn't need to know at the time. Not with Obito looking over your shoulder. And don't think you can hide his intentions from me, said Naruto as he drank some more of his tea, with Konan's face becoming even more melancholic, confirming Naruto's suspicions of Obito turning Konan into an assassin. It was at the time that you came to save me at Hazukio, where you defended me against Muku, that you fought against Obito and his schemes. It's not that I don't trust you. It's the fact that I do. I trusted you enough to not listen to Obito and his schemes. And I'm pleased at the outcome. He told me to kill you. Both of you were lying to me. I didn't know who to trust, but I believe in what you're trying to do. I believe in the good inside of you, said Konan with her lips forming into a small smile, and Naruto not hearing her final words, her sullen exterior melting away, knowing that he trusted her from the beginning. He brought her here because he trusted her, he just didn't trust Obito. Then, I'll tell you about me, said Naruto, his own lips forming into a smile while his eyes became slightly more downcast and Konan brightened up a bit more from his words. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I was born in Konoha 15 years ago on October 10th, on the night of the Kyuubi attack. My father made me the Kyuubi Jinchuriki from that point on. My life wasn't the most glamorous, and I wouldn't call it a good life either. I had no one, my remaining family didn't care for me. Those who I thought I could trust kept the truth from me. Those who I thought were my friends were merely putting up a facade. I enlisted at the academy to become a shinobi for my village, and I graduated, where I was placed into a team with 2 other genin and under the Jonin Kakashi Hitaki. I was happy for a time, finally meeting people who I could call my family. But events still conspired against me. It all ended when I died at the Valley of the End, recounted Naruto, giving Konan the basis of what she needed to know. So you did die at the Valley of the End, just like everyone said you did? And you were revived? Queried Konan as she stared at Naruto while his eyes were downcast. Madara Uchiha revived me. He then took me in and raised me as his student and his son in 2 years. In those 2 years he gave me love and kindness that I had never received in all my time alive. My death was my birth by sleep in a way. I was reborn basically as someone new. When he passed, it sort of felt like a piece of me died. He then looked up to see Konan still grinning a little. He sort of expected that, since only the weirdest shit happened to him. But the thing is, how did you create all of this? Said Konan, referring to the Kokurin. After leaving to gain the Akatsuki's attention, I created 2 divine willows and sent them off on their own missions. One was to insinuate himself into the courts of the Land of Fire and gain a position of power among them, while the other went towards all the nations and started recruiting those who wished to change the world or had lost something immeasurably precious to them. Zetsu later took over recruitment when my attention was focused elsewhere, said Naruto as he took a few more sips of green tea. So this was your idea? However, Konan was interrupted from speaking further. This was actually Madara's idea. I'm the one who brought it to life. The Kokurin isn't an organization, nor is it a private military corporation. The Kokurin is an idea, spoke Naruto, confusing Konan slightly at his words. An idea, just like matter and energy, is interchangeable. It can be molded, channeled and changed entirely, and most of all, an idea is indestructible. It can't be destroyed no matter what. There's just one more thing. What are your real plans? Questioned the blue-haired woman with silver in her hair. Let's just say, I plan to connect heaven and earth. Shogun-sama, yelled a Kokurin medic who came through the door. Shogun-sama, the patient has regained consciousness, said the medic, to which Naruto nodded his head at his subordinate and with a hand movement dismissed the medic, where they went back to the medical wing of the Tsukaitate. With that said, Naruto got up out of the chair and headed for the medical wing with Konan at his side. It took a few minutes, but they finally made it to the medical wing, where a special guest had just woken up and was sitting in the bed with a near-dead look in her eyes. She currently had her hand on her stomach, where she was pierced in the stomach by her best friend. However, there was no scar. No proof of it being there. It didn't make sense to her. She should be dead, but she could feel her heart pound in her chest. Her blood surged through her like waves. The smell of disinfectant and the touch of the air, she could feel it all, but something didn't feel right. While it would be more precise to say that something didn't feel wrong. Her body felt stronger, as if she could fight for 3 whole days. Fatigue and the weight of clothing didn't matter. She felt strong, she felt like she could do anything. Just then something in the corner of her appeared and she turned her head to look at the intrusion, where she saw Ryu Yokazi standing there. Some of his golden blonde hair was already returning, but at least half of his hair still had some gray in it, probably the after effects of the Yabanana Basaka Henkin, bestial berserker transformation. There was also a woman with him. She had bright blue hair that was streaked with silver in a similar fashion to Ryu's, and her eyes were amber tinged with violet. I'm pleased to see you have awakened. The medics concluded that you would wake after a period of 3 days, so to adjust to my life force now swimming through you, said Naruto as he approached Ryuzetsu's bed, where she relaxed her body after seeing that he wasn't a threat. The blue, silver-haired woman stayed where she was and just observed from her position. What would happen to Muku? Pleaded Ryuzetsu as her eyes were overshadowed by her hair. Forgive me, I showed him the greatest kindness. He would have forever been a puppet to the box unless we forced him back in, or killed him, answered Naruto as he looked down on the Kusagakure Anbu. So he's dead, uttered Ryuzetsu as tears were threatening to fall from her eyes. He did say one thing, spoke Naruto, to which the Anbu raised her eyes at him. He asked me to say, sorry for not keeping my promise, continued Naruto, to which Ryuzetsu smiled ever so discreetly. Now that you've been healed, I must ask, what do you intend to do now? Questioned Naruto, which made Ryuzetsu lose her smile and to contemplate his question, to which she really didn't have an answer. You may choose to leave. No one here will stop you, though you will have to have your memories removed so to not allow our whereabouts or plans to be revealed. There's also the near never-ending sandstorm that surrounds this place. You'll get lost within the storm and die shortly after, and your corpse will be buried by the sand and you may never be found. And I doubt you know how to navigate a desert. If so, then good luck. And what of the other option? Well, I could ask you to join the Kokurin. Many men and women here have all lost something precious to them, similar to you. They all strive for a goal to which they can put their entire being into. We can provide anything from food to shelter, as well as some limited entertainment and advanced training. Though you can choose to leave whenever you want. Though the routine of having your memories wiped is non-negotiable. Unless you want to have your memories wiped, then just say so, continued Naruto, to which Konan raised one of her eyebrows. He was seriously asking her to join the Kokurin. I accept, said Ryuzetsu, making both Naruto and Konan raise an eyebrow at her. I have nothing else in this world to look forward to. Might as well help a cause that's worth fighting for, said Ryuzetsu, to which Naruto nodded at her, though he could see that this wasn't a decision she based on a whim. Kurai, spoke Naruto, to which his second-in-command appeared standing resolute before him. You have a new recruit. See to it she has the provisions and living conditions required, continued Naruto, to which Kurai nodded and left to sort some things out. From now, you'll be under Kurai's supervision along with any others that have been newly recruited. You won't see me often, for I spend most of my time away from the Kokurin, but I'll check in every now and then. If you have any more questions, consult Kurai. And it's good to have you here. With that said, Naruto and Konan left the room and headed for the blonde's office. Be prepared to leave in 3 days, we'll soon be heading for the capital of the Land of Fire. Elsewhere in the Land of Earth, in a dark chasm where only darkness was found, a single long rope descended from a small crack in the dark channel. Soon a man began descending down from the rope. He had brown eyes and long crimson hair that reached his shoulders and was currently tied into a high ponytail. He had tribal tattoos on his chest and upon his forehead, which a crimson bandana wrapped around his forehead. He was wearing a black kimono robe with a blue trim and regular shinobi sandals tied with a white obi, and had a sword sheathed on his waist. He was currently mumbling how he hated heights and was forced to descend into the darkness. Then a rush of wind flew past him, where he looked down to see his partner in crime descending into the shadows via falling. The person in question was wearing a full-body black bodysuit with dark gray, square-like shapes, patterns along the arms and chest, with silver armor that covered the front of her torso down to the legs and protecting her back, which was held together by black bands on the woman's sides and a ringed band that encircled her neck. She was wearing a long form-fitting boots with white lines that went up to her waist, which stuck snugly to the bands along her waist. She had black gloves that extended from her fingers to her forearms with white lines and a hood pinned to her silver armor. She was a pale-skinned girl with long pale lavender hair, which was partially tied up in the back with a long bun and fell behind her shoulders, while a strand fell between her milky blind eyes. When her compatriot finally arrived and landed softly on the floor, he decided to make his discomfort known to her. "It's so dark in here, I can't see a thing. Oh no, what a nightmare." "Sorry," deadpanned Yujin, as he almost always forgot that his partner Kyoku is blind. "According to Naruto's journal, the Maybor is supposed to be in here somewhere," said Kyoku into the darkness, where she slammed her foot on the ground and sent chakra shockwaves through the ground, giving her sonar reading of the place. "I can see something deep within the chasm, though it's too far away to tell. Stay here, you might run into something or trip over a stone and break your neck." "And you would just love, you wouldn't you?" asked Yujin sarcastically and with a pout, making Kyoku grin a little. She then walking into the darkness, her sight allowing her to avoid the stalagmites that might have skewered her. Further and further she delved into the chasm, where it was starting to occur to her that this dark place was more than meets the eye. The further she walked, the less natural the chasm became. The stones and walls were becoming more chiseled and smooth, no longer their rough surface of a dark cave. What was all this? The first question that came to her mind was, did people live here? The more and more manufactured and cultured the chasm became, the more it started to seem possible. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she approached what she could describe as a hollowed-out pyramid, where she rubbed her hand against it and could feel pictures and words carved into the stone. She could read every one of them perfectly from the text, well, more like a poem known as the Vision of Fire. "The ones came, the will of this world, shall come, as is foretold. And the shinobi, children of the tree, shall rise to fight them. The shadows will part and the skies will open, the oceans will dry and wither, mountains shall topple and be broken, flowers will bud anew, dirt shall be as gold, deserts shall flow with water, clouds will fall from the sky, in eternal dusk and dawn, snow will thaw and rot, and heaven shall weep once more, everyone as they were, all will burn beneath the shadow of the sun. All will witness the rise of the dread wolf. Everyone shall see, the prophet shall learn his lesson, the heart of war shall pulse, seeds of faith shall be sown upon the edge of night, the wolf will know all, as the world bows before it, the master of tricksters, the one who hunts alone, roamer of heaven and bringer of dreams and nightmares. But will they come to save, or to destroy? The hour of twilight falls." The only question that ran through Kyoku's mind was, why do all these things have to be insufferably vague over the important bits? Thought Kyoku, but then something signaled her naturally sharp ears, stones being moved. She then walked away from the text and began taking wary steps through the darkness. Further and further into the abyss she went, looking for the object she came for. She was getting so close, but she always had the feeling that she was being watched, followed, observed. Her silent trek through the chasm only heightened her senses, and she knew she wasn't truly alone. She then took out her sais and continued onwards, her weapons always ready at her side. Hearing the sounds of small stones being moved once again, where she stopped in her stride and flinched ever so softly. Craning her ears towards the source of the sound, she could sense the presence of a shadow looming over her. With her sight, she detected the shadow that lunged at her, but she swiftly cut it down with her sides, blood and guts spilling over the ground. She then saw another shadow, where she strafed behind it, creating a large slash that killed the next shadow, where it landed with a thud. She could sense a few more, coming towards her. But she was born in the dark, it was her home, and her greatest weapon. Rushing forward, she jumped through the air and landed on another shade, breaking their neck with a swift motion of her feet. She then lunged forward again and stabbed one of her sais into the torso of another shadow, only detecting the presence of another with a kunai in hand. With ease and precision she pulled her sai out of her previous target and sliced off the hand of the shade where the kunai glided through the air before she plucked it from the void and stabbed into the shadow's head. She then could hear chuckling where she faced the source, but not only chuckling, the cracking of a cane. "I knew you would find your way here. Eventually," said an old voice where the person stepped into a small glimmer of light, revealing that to be Danzo Shimura, who had followed Kyoku along with his root agents. "Your foul presence defiles this place and the air, Danzo," snarled Kyoku as she fell into a stance ready to face her former master. "I have you to thank for that, Kyoku. I would never have found this place or Naruto's journal otherwise without your help. Now be a good girl and hand over the journal." "I promise to take good care of it," said Danzo as he held out his hand with a smirk on his face while Kyoku scowled at him. "Go fuck yourself and your agents, old man. I'm sure you like it up the ass with all those sticks in there," said Kyoku with such foul language that made Danzo sneer at the girl before retracting his hand and glaring at the blind girl, which did little to nothing to frighten her. He then made a hand signal and the root agents hiding the darkness leapt out, formed their positions and encroached upon her position before she disappeared in a cold wind, leaving many of the agents stunned at her disappearance. Even Danzo was searching around himself looking for the girl. He then turned his gaze up towards the roof of the chasm where he barely saw her silhouette hiding among the stalactites. "You have no Zencho to protect you now," yelled Kyoku as she jumped forward with her sais at the ready. Danzo only made hand seals and cast his jutsu. "Futon. Daitopa, wind release. Great breakthrough," spoke Danzo within his mind as he held at his hand a large gust of wind appeared and pushed Kyoku back against the roof of the cave where her body was nearly skewered from the sharp rocks. "This shall be your last act of defiance. I will retrieve the Maebor and all things in this future shall be done for the good of Konoha," said Danzo with his face stone hard and cold. Kyoku mustered up what little strength she could and fought against the wind where she soared through the air and sliced one of her sais near Danzo's face and in a tremendous act of speed pushed off and him black flipped through the air, landing heavily on the ground, cracking it underneath her feet. However, the only thing she was able to do against him was slice through the bandages of his right eye where she gasped at seeing the Sharingan eye staring right at her. She then disappeared in a cold wind and reappeared on a small ledge, holding her apparently wounded arm. "Everything I do is for the good of Konoha. Not even you can understand," said Danzo before he and his soldiers began walking away looking for the Maebor. "Dedication can be mistaken for zealotry, you will learn this in time," said Kyoku before she began retreating towards Yujin. Knowing that they couldn't get to the Maebor, not with all the root agents skulking about. Danzo meanwhile had made it to the main chamber where the key to controlling the Zencho was hidden and in a small room on a pedestal was a hand holding onto a note. Danzo merely believed this to be some kind of test to find the Maebor better. When he picked up the note and read it, he clenched his fist in anger and discarded it to the ground. Upon the note is said, "Haha, eat a dick Danzo. You fell for it. I destroyed the Maebor and broke your plans. See you in hell. Yours truly, Naruto Uzumaki. PS You suck." Duped by a child, this was a severe blow to Danzo either way. Kyoku escaped with Naruto's journal and Naruto himself destroyed the Maebor somehow. The only thing left to do was to return to Konoha and wait, that's all he do. It had been 3 days since Ryuzetsu awoke in the medic wing of the Fukaitate and both Naruto and Konan had left for the capital of the Land of Fire. They had business with an important someone who holds the fate of an entire nation in his hand. They were currently wearing their black cloaks that was able to hide their chakra from sensors and other persons with sensory abilities. Instead of having Naruto teleport them to the capital immediately, they decided to walk, enjoy the gift that nature had to offer. Luckily for them, their hair and eye color returned to normal. Naruto's eyes were now sapphire blue instead of amber and his hair had lost all the steel gray. Konan was a similar case as her hair returned from silver back to its bright blue and her eyes had the same shade of orange once again instead of violet. After effects of the Yabanana Basaka Henkin. When they made it to the capital, they were immediately sieged from all sides by peasants and citizens heading for the royal palace where the new daimyo would be crowned. They were able to blend in perfectly. Madara taught Naruto that the best place to strike from the shadows was within the crowd. "Do you know anything of this new daimyo?" questioned Konan as she stayed close to Naruto's side, hoping not to lose him in the sea of bodies. "I know more of him than anyone else. Like him also happened to be a fan of Guru Lagima's poetry," said Naruto as they continued onward, ignoring the masses and staying intent on their journey. They waited, pasted the people as if they were trees in a forest, strafing and dodging the ever-moving obstacles. They finally made it to the courtyard of the royal palace and they sat down near a fountain waiting for the announcement of the new royal ruler of the Land of Fire. Suffice to say, if they had arrived in their Akatsuki robes, they may have started a panic, or the shinobi surrounding the area would be on them like flies on ointment. So they waited for the loud resounding of trumpets and the great speech from the daimyo. Finally it had begun. Louder than thunder the trumpets echoed across the entire city. A man wearing a decorative kimono robe appeared, holding in his hand a scroll to which he would read from. "Citizens and people of the Land of Fire, with a joyful heart and pride in my soul, it has been an honor to present to you your new daimyo, who will see us through these difficult times and restore peace and order to our ravaged country. This man has sacrificed much for us. He has proven that we can never truly fall so long as we allow it. Proud people of the Land of Fire, I present your new daimyo, Inzei Hosoku," yelled the announcer as the Inzei appeared from behind him with a smile and wearing the daimyo's funny. He then raised his metal-clasped hand and waved to the masses who cheered in response. "My people, when I look upon you, I don't see men, women, children, but equals. The recent turn of events that have shaken our proud country are now behind us. This is an age to rebuild and recover, to lick our wounds of the past and hope for a better tomorrow. We have all suffered. This is true, but if we cannot move on, we shall be as we have always been, fighting amongst each other. You are now free to choose your own path and carve your own destiny upon the paper that is history. Enjoy your lives. Live it to the fullest. Never regret your decisions and don't feel guilt for your mistakes, because as your daimyo I swear that I will carry you all to a brighter future. A future to be proud of and one worthy of our scions," spoke Inzei with a tone that denounced his role, that denounced his position as a world leader to make the choices people cannot make for themselves. He will be the shepherd guiding his sheep. With that said, the people began marching out of the courtyard with pride in their hearts and smiles etched on their faces. Naruto and Konan made their way towards the palace, slipping past the guards with relative ease and making their way to the top of the large structure towards the office of the new daimyo. They found the new daimyo already tending to his duties as leader of the country. Naruto removed the hood obscuring his face and Konan did the same, knowing the man wasn't a threat. When Inzei finally took notice of them, he looked up with a neutral face and eyes slightly closed. Konan could immediately see the similarities in facial expression between him and Naruto, almost as if this man was devoid of emotion such as himself. "Konan, allow me to introduce Inzei Hosoku, daimyo of the Land of Fire," said Naruto, and Konan gave a courteous bow where she was now looking at the floor. "Take another look," said Naruto, making Konan raise her head, causing her eyes to widen and a gasp to almost escape her lips. No longer was a man sitting there with spiky caramel hair and brown eyes. Instead she saw Naruto's face instead, his golden hair falling over his face as his hat obscured most of his hair. "But how?" questioned the blue-haired woman. "I can explain that, Konan," said Inzei, or Naruto, the man pretending to be Inzei in fact. "After my father, Madara, died, I knew that in order to move my operations unnoticed and receive funding so to strengthen the Kokurin, I knew I had to gain those two things from a position of power. I created this clone to establish a false identity, one that people could trust, depend on. I quickly insinuated myself into the courts as a humble and kind politician and eliminate any rivals in the game. So that's how Daimyo Naruto Uzumaki came to be," said the clone as he stared out across the village. "I believed you should know. I could have hidden this secret longer from you, but I needed someone to depend should all my contingencies fail. But I also needed someone that Danzo and Obito considered an enemy. You were the best choice. So, you have the entire Land of Fire and Konoha under your thumb, as well as the people's love, of course. said Konan, regaining some of her composure from the revelation. Not only that, through this I can cripple Konoha by detracting funds so to keep the village from receiving missions and thus their source of income. But such a drastic action and so soon after I took office will of course seem suspicious. Things need to run slowly and smoothly so to best destroy the thorns in our side, said the real Naruto as he looked at Konan. But there is something we can do. Now it was the clone's turn to speak. Many in the courts and among the nobility have grown inquisitive from my recent rise to power. I suspect that they will be investigating everything about me as well as spreading rumors to make the populace doubt my legislative power. With the recent peasant uprisings as well everything occurring in the land of fire up till now have made begin questioning my origins, motivations and methods of accumulating power. Not only that, but I still have political rivals that even now still plot against me. It's best to pluck the weeds from their roots before they begin to spread, spoke the clone, slipping to his seat and his face returning to that of Inze's, caramel hair and brown eyes. The new daimyo began signing off some documents while Naruto and Konan left respectively. And they were now standing atop a tall tower in the capital searching the city for their targets. Make it clean, quick. We need to be gone before they even notice they're dead. There's one right below us, said Naruto as he looked down and with his great vision could see on the fat nobles of the land munching on some donuts with glee. Good luck, said Naruto before Konan disappeared in a swarm of paper butterflies and flew away. Naruto, taking a bored breath, neared the edge of the tower and gracefully fell off as multiple white birds followed his example and quickly flew away. Naruto falling to the ground, the gravity of the earth pulling him down and the wind whipping his face, flipped in the air and pulled out the Tonbogiri from within his robes and as a shadow, slashed down the spine of the noble where he widened his eyes and dropped the donut he was holding. Naruto then rolled backwards into a street and vanished into the crowds while the noble fell to the ground dead. The Tonbogiri didn't even have blood on it. Walking through the city, Naruto saw a carriage coming his way, containing yet another of his targets, silently wading through the people on the streets as if they were tall grass. The blond man noticed a mask store his left where he plucked one of the masks from the stand and placed it on his face. It was made of dark metal and it had bared lips with two tusks jutting from the upper lip and two smaller canines protruding from the lower jaw. It had a single silver dot on the forehead and black lines on it. Fortunately there was two and Naruto picked them both up. He was a fan of masks, using them to sometimes hide from the villagers, so he simply clouded his face. Approaching the carriage, Naruto with the graceful moves of a cat, rolled underneath the carriage and placed a single explosive tag underneath and got up with the same grace and walked into the crowd where an explosion rattled the street as people scurried around looking at the destroyed carriage. Of course questions were thrown, however there was no answer as the assassin had appeared and disappeared from view before anyone could notice. So you're sure you won't stay in the capital for a while longer, said Inze as he walked around the palace grounds with Sakura Haruno by his side. No, my work here is done, so I have to return to Konoha. Tsunade-sama will be expecting me and it'll be good to see all my friends again, spoke Sakura as she was nearing a carriage that would take her all the way back to her village. It was the least Inze could provide her with, a nice comfortable trip home. That's saddening. Your presence here might stop me from jumping through my office window with all the bullshit I'm getting. But if you wish to return home, who am I to stop you? Said Inze as they arrived at the carriage and opened the door for her like a true gentleman. I also received a letter from the Hokage. A squad of shinobi including your teacher Kakashi Hitaki will meet in the city. The driver will know where. I wish you well on your travels, Sakura, said Inze with a smile. Don't jump out the window too early if I decide to visit, said Sakura with a small laugh, and soon she was off while Inze lost his smile and his eyes faded to that of the Sharingan. Since this was such a momentous day for the entire land of fire, people had decided to celebrate by dancing on the street, and which was further addled with alcohol. Many people of caste and classes were dancing to the beating tunes of the music playing upon the streets. One such politician enjoying too much and having too much sake to handle. Naruto, walking through the people, was approaching the man who would soon die at his hand. When he got close enough, the politician accidentally fell into Naruto's arms and muttered a, "Sorry there, mate," with Naruto replying with an, "Okay." and kept on walking towards the next destination. The next thing he heard was screaming as the man who bumped into him began convulsing on the ground and frothing at the mouth while his eyes rolled back into his head. If one had sharp enough eyes they would see a little red mark on the neck where the man was stabbed with a poisoned senbon. Elsewhere another noble was drinking sake on the street celebrating like everyone else, and upon his arm was a young disgruntled girl who was obviously not enjoying the man's company as she made several attempts to break away from the grip on her shoulder. She didn't have to do anything else. The man suddenly had a kunai stabbed into his shoulder and he fell to the ground with a thud. Before the girl could react her arm was tugged on and found Naruto's head slipped around her shoulder. Both were walking away as if it was natural before Naruto swiftly ducked into an alley leaving the bewildered girl out on the street. An hour passed and Naruto found himself in a local bar with a cup of sake in his hand and his new mask lying on the bench in front of him. One of his informants told him that a target of his would be walking into the bar soon, which of course for the target was the worst place to be at the moment. He was waiting, listening to the ticking hand of the clock and thinking about his current plans. He would need to visit one of his informants in the land of spring to get some information on Danzo and Roots movements. He would have to do so after he wraps up his business in the capital. But his thoughts ever so often traveled to his blue-haired partner, and he was of course wondering if she was okay. He was broken from his thoughts when a large, burly dark-skinned man hugged his right shoulder and held a cup of sake up, and both made a toast in celebration before chugging down the alcohol and resuming his current thoughts. Just as he set the cup down, the doors were barged open by 3 samurai guards and the noble they were protecting. Quickly making their presence known, they shooed away any unsavory company and cleared one of the tables for their master. Naruto at that moment looked over his shoulder just as the noble sat down before looking over to the same dark-skinned man and made a slight movement with his head giving him the signal while placing his new mask back on his face. The dark-skinned man, along with most people in the bar, were agents of the Kokurin. The same agent Naruto signaled to approached a table with a bottle of sake in hand and made toasts with every man at that table. He then slammed one of the men's heads onto the table and knocked him out, then backhanded another man as a brawl had just started and trustfully yelled up, "Come at me, bro." Naruto slid his cup of sake to a man across the bench who was another of his agents and slammed the cup into a samurai's helmet with enough force to knock him out. Another of the samurais was being thrown around the room where his helmet fell off and an agent of Kokurin began stabbing his face with a fork. Naruto meanwhile was casually walking through the brawl without a care. A bottle of sake was soon thrown in the air and would have smacked Naruto in the face had he not plucked from the air, ducked under the swing of a samurai's sword and smashed it against his head, knocking him out. Naruto, one of the bar patrons who was not one of Naruto's agents, grabbed the back of his hooded cloak, but Naruto elbowed him in the face and broke his nose. Naruto then took out a kunai and stabbed it into the noble's neck and left the bar while the brawl ensued. Elsewhere, one of Inze's greatest rivals, Kenka, was clearly not enjoying himself. Wherever he went he clearly got the feeling that he was being followed. When he looked over his shoulder it was just that. A person wearing a black demon mask and a black cloak was following behind him. He then ran with all the speed he had while Naruto meanwhile was taking a stroll. Kenka didn't last long because when he looked back of his shoulder he saw a kunai flying at his back where it lodged itself into his spine, killing him. Sakura meanwhile was in her carriage, thinking about everything that had transpired over the weeks, from the riots, death threats and Inze, the biggest mystery. He was fun, jovial, righteous. He was what people needed and deserved. His rousing speech touched her every essence. She could believe in, have faith in Inze. He was a good man with nothing but good inside of him. A white knight that people would gladly follow. "So heading back to Konoha," said the driver with a small smile, trying to start up a conversation with the ambassador. Yeah, home would be quite nice at the moment," replied Sakura with a smile as she thought about her village. It had been quite a while since she saw Ino. They had much to talk and gossip about, and Ino would of course press for details. "A family? Just parents. They've been worried sick for me. Though I think they're being overbearing." "I know what you mean. My mother would worry over me as if I would die from a paper cut." "Good times. Is there anyone special waiting for you at home?" Yeah. There is someone. I can't wait to see him," said Sakura with a smile. She hadn't visited his grave for a while. She had much to tell him about. She then heard a thump on her carriage roof and raised her eyebrows at it. Just what could have made that sound? Then she heard a scream in front of as her driver was hoisted from his shoulder, thrown across the street and quickly run over by another carriage. Panic and fear coming over her and the horses pulling her carriage. Sakura could only duck as a black blade pierced the roof of her carriage and almost stabbed her skull and continued to stab the roof repeatedly aiming to kill her. Quickly taking control, she grabbed the reins of the horses moving her carriage and forced them to halt to a stop where the sudden stop propelled her attacker off the carriage and onto the street where he rolled across the ground for a brief moment before regaining his composure and scraping his hand across the leaving claw marks in the cement as was crouched on the ground. Sakura could make out her attacker clear as day, looking straight at her as he remained crouched on the ground with his hand prying itself from the hard cement. He wore black armored pants and clawed boots with a blue rope belt tied into a knot around his waist. He had black armor on his chest along with black metal pieces of armor on his pectorals with and form-fitting leather on his chest which did nothing to hide his figure as she could see the rippling muscles underneath. He had pronged metal shoulder pads and pronged black clawed gloves and pronged bracers with black metal pieces on his biceps. He had an ankle-length sleeveless coat. The edges were tails being tattered and frayed with bright red flame motifs on the tails along with a hood that was now covering his hair and a long high collar with 3 silver magatama held by strings on the collar. He had currently wearing a black and silver demon mask with long tusks. The two had a staring contest as the man who she believed was Ryu Yokaze given his description. Sakura was overcome by fear at facing the man that killed Shino and Lee and one of the strongest shinobi in the world. She couldn't contemplate her thoughts for longer as another carriage was coming in behind her and quickly turned and smashed its dies into her own mode of transportation. The forces was enough to completely topple Sakura's carriage and Naruto with flawless skill jumped in the air and landed on top of Sakura's sliding carriage where the girl was being jostled around like a rag doll. Naruto then readied his Tanbogiri and stabbed the carriage some more hoping to at least wound the Konohaku no Ichi. Sakura in retaliation took out some kunai and threw them at Naruto who jumped away onto his own carriage that had rammed into hers. Thinking fast on her feet, Sakura pushed against one of the doors of the carriage where it came off its hinges and flew off just as the carriage fell off a bridge it was traveling on. Naruto's carriage then came to a stop as multiple masked shinobi wearing simple black armor stormed out of the carriage and started throwing kunai at Sakura who had taken cover behind a completely random carriage that was on the road. Naruto then whipped out a kunai and tied an explosive tag around the handle and threw it at Sakura who evaded it by jumping off the bridge and landing with a thud. Naruto then approached the end of the bridge looking for his target who had disappeared from view. Sakura meanwhile was hiding under the bridge planning her next step. Sakura deciding to fight fire with fire took out an explosive tag she had on her. Thank God she was in her shinobi attire. Naruto peering over the bridge searched for his target. Sakura fortunately was able to see his shadow on the ground that was peering over the bridge. As he turned his head and started to sense for her chakra, Sakura took that moment to throw the tag onto his mask which he tried scratching it to get off before Sakura made a hand seal and it blew up, forcing Naruto to the ground and dazing him for just a split second. Naruto after suffering the explosion to his face, got up off the ground and pulled off a chunk off his mask, the top half from the bridge of his nose to his forehead that had suffered the brunt of the explosion. Some more of his hair fell between his eyes as he now had a noticeable glare. He then took out another kunai and wrapped an explosive tag around it and readied one of his jutsu. Then looking over the bridge once more he threw the kunai where he used kunai kage bunshin no jutsu, kunai shadow clone technique, where the explosive kunai multiple into dozens that pierced the ground and set off explosions right up the street. Sakura was running home desperately trying to avoid the chaos. When the explosions stopped, Sakura hid behind a stall hoping her teacher Kakashi was able to see the rising anarchy. "She's mine," said Naruto as he jumped off the bridge and landed on his feet as he began searching for his prey. Kakashi meanwhile was enjoying the lush air and reading his smutty novel, the latest volume in the latest Icha Icha series. When he heard explosions being set off a few streets away from him his shinobi senses began tingling. He was assigned to make sure Sakura was to get back to Konoha safe, and as always when he took in a genin team, shit happens. He then ran towards the source and followed the screams, hoping that his student would be alright, as he had a feeling she was involved. When a group of samurai came running around a corner, Naruto quickly set them ablaze with a Kaiden jutsu before resuming his search for the ambassador of Konoha. He casually walked among the stalls with the Tanbogiri at the ready, his senses sharp as he searched for her chakra. He could detect two signatures of the same nature, meaning that she had created a clone to fool his senses. Not the worst way to keep an enemy's attention focused in multiple places so to catch him off guard. But he knew this tactic well, he just had to snuff out the one with some bait, the bait being himself. He then walked near a stall, his red Sharingan eyes blazing and his cracked half-mask now loosely sticking to his face. He quickly shut out all distractions as he focused on finding his prey. He then heard something, a voice. Probably talking into a wireless radio headset that could warn other shinobi of her predicament. Crouching low to the ground, Naruto unsealed a small ball from his wrist seal and rolled it towards the location of the voice and waited for her to strike. When the ball stopped, it then exploded in a breath of fire before Naruto turned around when he felt the other chakra signature attack. His plan worked, of course. Sakura quickly dashed out of cover just as Ryu turned around to face. She was able to kick the Tanbogiri out of his hand and she was hoping to grapple him and force him to the ground. But instead he grabbed her off him and slammed her on the ground where cracks appeared from her point of impact. He then tried punching her while she was on the ground, but she was barely able to dodge it, so he went for another punch but was met with the same result. He then grabbed her by her shirt and threw her over his shoulder where she crashed into another stall and she gave a yelp of pain. Naruto then picked up the Tanbogiri, but Sakura threw a seal at him where it landed on his right arm, shocking it and making it go numb. She then took the opportunity to run. While Naruto flexed his arm and the seal dropped off, he wasn't even trying to fight her. He barely put up any resistance, he hadn't even used 50% of his power. Sakura, running from her attacker, fled the scene. She then felt something, a senbon, pierce her shoulder, going straight through the skin and muscle where she dropped to her knees and almost cried out in pain with tears prickling at the corners of her eyes at what she believed to be her death. Just as Naruto appeared again behind, ready to end her life with the black blade, Kakashi arrived at the scene in time with a folded Fuma shuriken in hand. Before he could attack, however, he first had to block a left hook from Ryu where the punch resounded against the metal and almost forced Kakashi on his knees, but also leaving a fist-shaped dent in the metal. Naruto then swiped away the shuriken, almost taking it off Kakashi's hand, and kicked the copy ninja in the chest, forcing him to the ground. Naruto then threw some kunai at him which he blocked with the shuriken. Naruto then rolled away from a barrage that flew from Kakashi's hand. Taking a more offensive approach, Naruto started throwing hand-sized shuriken at Kakashi, who rolled out of the way and ran a little, avoiding the weapons. Kakashi then leapt over to Naruto and kicked the Tanbogiri out of his hand, and Naruto began throwing senbon at Kakashi, who blocked it by spinning his oversized shuriken. Kakashi then gave a right hook to Naruto, who nimbly dodged it and made it look like Kakashi had actually struck him. Not one to stop in his stride, Kakashi then trying to slice Ryu with the folded shuriken, but the blonde caught it in his hand with relative ease. Kakashi tried a punch for the gut, but Naruto copied his movements with the Sharingan and did the same where they tried to punch each other in the face with the same result. Naruto then tried a jab which landed on Kakashi's cheek, stunning him a little. Naruto then placed his other hand on the shuriken and spun it around, making Kakashi lose his footing and allowing him to see the world spinning around. However, Kakashi regained composure of himself and landed on his feet as he tried to punch Naruto, who had successfully taken the shuriken out of his hand, blocked the punch and blocked another and aimed a jab at Kakashi's chest which forced him back a few feet. When Kakashi looked up, he could see why so many were hesitant to face this man. So it was true. Tsunade was right. This man was the so-called perfect shinobi. His skills and techniques were so advanced that Kakashi could only stall as the other team of Konoha shinobi in the area were on their way. Stealing himself, Kakashi ran at Naruto, who unfolded the shuriken, allowing its blades to be glimpsed by all, and threw it at Kakashi, who barely dodged it in time, as it almost skewered him. Then two met in a clash of fists, one trying to outdo the other. Kakashi aimed for 3 simultaneous jabs at Ryu, who blocked them all perfectly, and then saw a weakness in Kakashi's guard where he kicked the older shinobi in the right rib, making him cough. Naruto then tried an axe kick which Kakashi blocked where it felt like his bones almost broke. However, Naruto retracted his foot, fell to the ground, landing on his hands and swept both of his feet under Kakashi's, making him lose his footing, and Naruto tried to stomp on his face where a few cracks appeared in the ground. Kakashi, getting back onto his feet, readied himself into a stance. He jumped in the air and tried a double ace kick which Naruto dodged easily, a few jabs to the face and an attempted kunai slash that appeared from his sleeve that just barely scratched the remnants of Naruto's mask. Naruto tried a left hook, but Kakashi swept one of his feet against one of Naruto's own, making him kneel to the ground. Naruto then took out some kunai from his wrist seal and threw them at Kakashi, who jumped back and avoided each kunai that flew at him. Naruto then rolled over and retrieved the Tonbogiri and tried a downward slash on Kakashi, who barely missed by a hair as some of his own silver hair was cut off. He then grabbed Naruto's sword arm and tried to pin him to the ground. But instead Naruto pulled Kakashi towards him and grabbed him by the throat and slammed him on the ground, where he stomped on the Jonin's chest. Kakashi then rolled away to catch a breath and went through seals for a jutsu. Raiden. Raiju Suiga, Lightning Release, Lightning Beast Tracking Fang, thought Kakashi as he prepared the jutsu and sent it flying towards Naruto with a lightning cord attached to Kakashi's hand. Naruto dodged the lightning wolf with skill and ran towards Kakashi, who decided to take and throw as many kunai as he possibly could at the blonde, charged with lightning of course. He then concentrated chakra into his left eye where his Mangekyo Sharingan pattern appeared and used Kamui, as some of the kunai were swallowed by what appeared to be a swirling black distortion in the space. The lightning hound that had ran past Naruto then turned into a shadow clone, much to Naruto's surprise. The clone then used Kamui also, and from his eye the lightning-charged kunai that were sucked in flew at Naruto, and both waves of kunai clashed against each other, creating lightning everywhere where Naruto was barely dodging the lightning streaks sparking around him. Then he felt Kakashi's chakra signature above him, ready to impale him with a raikiri. Naruto in response channeled chakra into his left eye and used Kamiyonanayo Sutepu no Shinigami, Steps of the Death God, to slow down time around him and encase his body in shadow, and to escape from Kakashi's cunning trick. As he released the technique, Kakashi stabbed his lightning-encased hand into the ground and multiple blue explosions went off where the lightning was charged. When the dust dissipated, Kakashi stared in shock at what happened. All he could see was a black streak, and then Ryu Yokazi was gone. Kakashi couldn't think on it further as he was kicked away into a stall. Naruto happened to pick up a sharp metal rod on the ground and charged it with lightning chakra, where he threw it in the air and kicked it towards Kakashi, where it impaled him on the shoulder and numbed his entire body, where he was unable to move. "No more distractions," said Naruto as he walked away with the Tonbogiri in hand after his true target. He didn't walk long when a recovered Sakura appeared and tried to punch him with her enhanced strength. To no avail as he dodged everyone. Hoping to end it quickly, Naruto threw the Tonbogiri, to which Sakura dodged just barely but received a cut on his shoulder. Naruto then took out a kunai and spun it in a reverse grip. Sakura tried to punch him again, to which Naruto redirected the shot and tried to stab her, which she blocked. He punched her in the chin and was able to get a slash on her side, making her yelp and little before delivering a roundhouse kick to the chest which sent her crashing into a wall. She recovered soon and they resumed their scuffle. She tried to punch him again, but he redirected her blows, knowing exactly what would happen if he took one. He gave her 2 jabs and tried to slash her again, to which she blocked. Taijutsu was her best area of expertise after medical ninjutsu. He then tried to stab her in the side, to which she blocked just barely and was only just keeping up with his swift movements. He could go faster if he wanted to, but that would just be wasting energy for him. Besides, he wanted to know how far his former teammate has come in the past few years. When his attack failed, he tried to slash her across the face, but she ducked underneath it and tried to knee him in the gut, to which he blocked and then pushed her away. He then aimed a punch, and when she blocked it, she didn't notice him slipping the knife to his other hand and stabbing her in the shoulder, to which she bit back a yell of pain, only for him to stab her again in the side, only for him to continue where he tried to stab her in the neck, but she blocked it at the last minute. He then pushed her away where she tumbled across the ground. He tried to slash her across the face and punch her at the same time, but she ducked underneath it where she saw an opening, punched him in the face where his mask took the damage, where it cracked. She then did her own roundhouse kick which sent him crashing into a stall but with no immediate damage done to him. She followed it up by kneeing him in the chest which but his advanced endurance and pain tolerance meant he could keep fighting even from attacks like those. He blocked a left hook of hers and then jabbed her in the face, stunning her, and then began savagely beating her to a pulp with his bare fists. However, through his beatings she caught his arm and threw him over her shoulder onto the ground, where he immediately got back up and took her throat in his hand and stared into her eyes with a deathly glare. She then threw her away over a cart which broke on her impact. Naruto then jumped over the cart and tried to crush her skull with his fist, to which she rolled away as his fist broke apart the ground as cracks appeared. She stood up, her body battered, bruised and bleeding, while Naruto barely had a scratch on him. Once she got up, Naruto continued his beat down as he punched her into a large cart and took out a kunai and kicked against the cart and tried to stab her with the kunai, which she craned her head to dodge, only having her right cheek scratched. Naruto then channeled wind chakra into the kunai, increasing its cutting power, where the two moved to the side, creating a large deep line into the cart. Then Naruto's eyes started to suddenly bleed as his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan pattern appeared, and he held his face in his hands as he saw images. First he saw a black blade with a black chain on its pommel falling downwards before a red moon. Blood was gliding off the blade as if they were feathers soaring in the wind. And then the blade pierced the body of Naruto Uzumaki, who didn't scream, grunt or whimper. He merely looked up at the blood-red moon as tears fell from his eyes before crashing into a raging ocean. He saw two armies, one organized with shinobi holding kunai with hite 8 with kanji for shinobi on top of them ready to attack, while the other was disorganized and looked ready for battle, ready to kill the opposing force. They mainly wore black cloaks with black masks before the two sides engaged each other. He then saw a giant rock golem with a glowing red skeleton, and he saw himself dodging the rock creature's attack. He was wearing the armor he had now and had a black sword in hand while wearing a mask before rushing towards the creature with his weapon. He was also deep within a chasm, one that seemed to offer no escape. Then the image flashed to him battling a large armored creature with 3 faces and holding golden swords as he jumped off a building with a spear in hand ready to kill it. However, his clothing had changed. It was different. He couldn't explain it, but there was something wrong with him. The next thing he saw was a man with corpses lumped together on his body. It was strange as blood and entrails fell off him and dropped to the floor. He was holding a spear and had it ready to face the putrid mass of flesh and muscle. He then opened a large door, where he saw people wearing robes and had blood-red hair as sakura petals fell from the sky and the ground was dotted with the petals. The people seemed panicked, strange even, and there was an old man on a throne with a long beard surrounded by sentinels. The image flashed to scorched ground and he saw a giant fox with 9 swooshing tails as bricks. Debris and dust fell from walls and destroyed buildings. It roared in response, and the wind in the area picked up around it before running up a cliff to get away from him. The image faded to him looking over a large city, a pair in hand with pillars standing strong against battering waves as large chains clinked in the wind. It appeared to be more of a fortress than a city, and the wind was harsh and small droplets from the waves cast themselves against him. He then saw a burning house with him cradling a body in his hands, while crouched to the ground. There was mist in the air and a small lake behind him. But that was all he could see. The image finally faded at a snow-capped field. There was a person standing on the field. He couldn't make it out, but their person was tall and slender. The person was wearing white bell sleeves with a black top and blue cloth wrapped around their waist, and what appeared to be snowflakes drifting off her sleeves, and in their hand was a black blade untouched by blood. The next images moved to an autumn-faded forest with orange-red leaves drifting in the wind and off the trees. Like before, there was also a person, but he could only make out small details. They were wearing a burgundy top with brownish-red gloves and boots, and red leaves were drifting off her back, and she was holding a spear, a graceful one that had seen its share of trials. The final images was of himself, holding the blade of the Tonbogiri in his hand as blood trickled from his fingers that were grasping the blade. His cold red eyes peering into the darkness of night while standing atop a cliff waiting for his prey to come. Then streams of light escaped from the darkness as the sun reared itself from over the horizon, marking the beginning of a new day, a new light. As the body of the sun finally burst forth from the horizon, its round shape became known to all. Naruto then rushed forward with the Tonbogiri in hand before rising before the ball of energy and savagely cut the sun in two, its two halves falling as Naruto flew through them, his red eyes never changing. Soon he fell to the ground atop his feet as fire began consuming the world. He then, as if he was looking at a mirror, he turned to face another Naruto who looked bewildered at such a thing before the one holding the Tonbogiri extended his hand towards him with a small grin as the flames consumed the both of them and the entire world, leaving charred remnants behind. And then his vision returned to normal and he found himself facing Sakura yet again. He then faced Sakura yet again, but the images were still plaguing his mind. He aimed for a punch to her T-Meeple, which she ducked under, and then tried a downward stab which she blocked, only for him to drop the dagger and his other hand to grab it and for him to slash her across the chest where blood spurted out, and followed with a punch which dazed her. He kicked her in the knee and elbowed her in the face, to which she was able to ignore the pain, punch him in the chin and throw him over his shoulder, to which he rolled slightly and was able to gain his footing as the last of the images left his mind. But his mask fell off his face in the tumble and his hood was now down. He then stood up to full height and wiped the blood from his cheeks and eyes, while Sakura stared at his back, holding the wound on her chest. He then turned around and allowed her to see his face. Sakura's eyes widened to unimaginable levels. No, it couldn't be his face. No, he has the exact same face. There were differences, but it was undeniable. He's actually, she could feel tears prickling in the corners of her eyes. He breathing became more hoarse and labored as she stared at him. Her thoughts were a flood, a hurricane, swimming and spinning around trying to find some conclusive answer. But the fact was, he was right there, alive. He was standing right there. Naruto, said Sakura as her tears finally fell from her as they softened to stare at him, overcome with happiness, shock and sorrow. She couldn't put it into words what she was feeling right now, and in that moment of emotional appearance she let her guard down for just a moment. Naruto took out a kunai and charged it with wind chakra and threw it towards Sakura, where it swiftly and efficiently pierced her chest. Her soft eyes then became horror-stricken as blood leaked through the corners of her mouth. She could hear Kakashi's voice calling out to her. She closed her eyes for a second, her gaze never leaving Naruto's. When she reopened them, he was gone, just like before. Her legs gave way and she fell backwards onto the hard ground. At that moment Kakashi arrived, and other unknown voice too. Her gaze was getting dark and foggy and she was trying to form. Konoha. Tsunade-sama. I'll take. Hospital. She was able to catch from the voices as her blood started to leak through her wound and her hearing was disappearing. The only word that left her mouth was, Naruto.